Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. 300,000 betrothal gifts are indispensable, and you also need to agree to one condition of mine. If you agree, I will consider marrying you. Oh, tell me about it. In an elegant coffee shop, a man and a woman sat in a corner and talked to each other. It's like this. Susan, who had dyed apricot hair, used a spoon to stir the coffee in front of her and continued, I can have a male best friend, but I can't allow my partner to have a female best friend. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Miss Sue, don't you think this is funny? Because I always know what I'm doing, but I know that you men definitely don't know what you're doing. Ding, the god-level selection system is binding to the host. System? Chen Fan's heart trembled. System binding is successful. This system will appear when the host faces the choice of dignity and reputation being damaged. Ding, host, please make the following choices. I'd accept Su Shanshan's mate selection conditions and be rewarded with a forgiveness hat, which allows you to forgive everything your partner does. B. Scold Su Shanshan, a double standard, and make her angry. You will be rewarded with 100 million yuan. Do you still need to choose? Just now, Chen Fan was simply curious about what weird requests this blind date partner would make, so he listened to her continue to talk. Now that the system is in hand, why should he tolerate this double standard? What's the matter? Do you agree or not? I don't want you to argue with me about this matter after we get married. Su Shanshan waited for dozens of seconds, and when she saw that Chen Fan did not reply, she became a little impatient. Marry? Who would marry a double standard like you? Let alone a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. Even if you pay 300,000 yuan, I will not marry you. Chen Fan shouted loudly without any hesitation. The loud voice immediately attracted the attention of nearby guests. Su Shanshan blushed, anger creeping up her face, and said, Mr. Chen, what do you mean? I don't dislike your monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, no car or house. How dare you say that to me? What's wrong with you, you double standard? Who knows what you did with your male bestie? That's why you are so afraid that your partner has a female bestie. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Waiter, pay the bill. Chen Fan threw down 100 yuan and strode out of the coffee shop. Su Shanshan angrily took out her mobile phone, quickly dialed a number, and angrily said, Aunt Zhang, what kind of rotten guy did you introduce to me? Not only is he poor, but he's also a scumbag. Chen Fan didn't care what Su Shanshan said about him behind his back. He was in a very good mood because he heard the system's successful selection sound, and saw the bank card-bound mobile phone receive the account arrival information. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, father, grandfather, ancestor. This 100 million deposit. In the past, Chen Fan would not even dare to think about it. Now with the system in hand, counterattacking life is not a dream at all. Chen Fan left the coffee shop and excitedly ran to a nearby bank, wanting to withdraw tens of thousands of yuan. When he arrived at the bank, he took a number. After waiting for an hour for 3 numbers, Chen Fan finally arrived at the counter. Hello, I want to withdraw money. Chen Fan was so excited that he was a little nervous. How much money do you want to withdraw? What is the maximum amount you can withdraw at the counter? You don't even know how much money you can withdraw. What are you doing at the counter? The bank clerk said gloomily. A trace of haze flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He just asked a question. Why was the other party so arrogant? He was dissatisfied and said, I know, why do I need to ask you? 10,000, that's enough. The bank clerk sneered and whispered, do you have so much? Ding, host, please make the following choice. A. Accept Chang's sarcasm, reward 100 turtle egg pills. Effect, there is nothing that turtle egg pills can't tolerate. If there is, take another one. B. Scold the other party and successfully make him apologize. Reward 10 demolished buildings in Zhangliang village. What did you say? Dare to say it again. Chen Fan shouted angrily almost at the moment of the system prompt. Bank clerk Chang stared at Chen Fan, sneered in his heart. Relying on his many years of banking experience, he concluded that Chen Fan in front of him was definitely not a rich man, and looking at Chen Fan's age, he was only in his early 20s, dressed in rubbish. What money could he have? At the moment, he no longer concealed and said, I said, the counter can take out cash within 200,000. The question is, do you have so much deposit? Call your manager out. Manager? Don't use the manager to attack me. If you don't want to withdraw money, please leave or I'll call security. If you don't apologize to me today, I won't leave. Take out all the money in my card. Chen Fan threw the bank card into the hole in the counter. Chang took the bank card with a sneer, swiped it into the machine, and glanced at the total amount on Chen Fan's card. His face suddenly changed, and he muttered with trembling lips, 2 commas, there are actually 2 commas. There are 3 numbers in front of the commas, that means hundreds of millions. How is it possible that this man who is younger than me actually has a net worth of hundreds of millions? It must be an illusion. Chang rubbed his eyes. Chen Fan didn't care what Chang muttered, and said, what's wrong, can I withdraw it? Well, big brother, the maximum you can take out at the counter is 200,000 yuan. If you want more than 200,000 yuan, you need to make an appointment one day in advance. Chang's voice changed, and his tone was very humble. If you can't withdraw money, transfer it. I have a card from another bank here. Transfer all the money to it. Chen Fan took out another bank card from his wallet and threw it in front of the counter. The scene between Chen Fan and Chang had already attracted the attention of people nearby, and many people were talking about it. The general manager of the bank also heard the news, and hurried downstairs from the office area on the second floor and ran into the counter area. After whispering a few words to Chang, he stared at the computer screen, took a breath, and hurried out of the counter to Chen Fan. Hey, Mr. Chen, welcome to our Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. You are a distinguished guest of our bank. You should go to the VIP area to handle business. Can I lead the way for you? No thanks. After today, I will no longer be a guest of your bank. Transfer all my deposits to the Agricultural Commercial Bank of China card. Chen Fan glanced coldly at the manager in front of him. The bank manager turned to the counter and shouted, Chang, get out of here. He quickly apologized to Chen Fan with a smile, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I just understood the situation. It was our employee who offended you with his words. Please calm down. Chang, apologize quickly. Chang ran to Chen Fan with tears in his eyes. He looked at Chen Fan with a sad expression and said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize you, my distinguished guest. I sincerely apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me just this once. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Rewards are being distributed. Mr. Chen, our bank was wrong in what happened today. We really don't want to miss out on you as a big customer. How about this? Our bank will replace your card with a black gold card. There are less than 100 customers of this black gold card in this city, and you can enjoy all the advanced services of our bank, and we will also give you a natal banknote. This natal banknote contains the first letters of your name, plus your date of birth. I'm afraid you can't get this kind of banknote even if you have money. What do you think? Chen Fan, who received the system reward, was actually more than half angry. Now after hearing what the manager said, he wanted to keep things quiet. Well, since you, the manager, have shown me such great kindness, let's forget about this matter today. Mr. Chen, you are really generous. Let's go to the VIP area over here. Mr. Chen, if you need to handle any business, I will do it for you personally. Well, half an hour later, Chen Fan walked out of the bank. He didn't withdraw much cash this time. He came to the bank just to find out whether he could get all the money in his card. Now the promise has been confirmed. This time, in addition to increasing the transfer limit, the most important thing is that he got 10 demolished houses in Zhangliang village. As the last urban village in Yangchang, Zhangliang village is very valuable. The real estate around Zhangliang village generally starts at 100,000 yuan. Chen Fan is now allocated 10 demolished houses, and his net worth may exceed 10 billion. I just don't know how the system assigns 10 buildings to me. Chen Fan couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Yeah. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Chen Fan, and a man in a suit got out of the car. Hey, Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, I finally found you. After the man in the suit got out of the car, he walked towards Chen Fan excitedly. Chen Fan, who was carrying a huge sum of money, looked at the man in front of him with some vigilance, stood at a distance from him, and asked, Do you know me? Who are you? I'm sorry for being rude. Let me introduce myself. I'm lawyer Dai Guoliang. This is my card. Lawyer? What do you want from me? It's like this, Mr. Chen Fan. According to the DNA database we checked, we have confirmed that you are the descendant of the Chen Guozhu family that we have been looking for many years. This is the inheritance confirmation letter. You will receive the family inheritance, 10 demolished houses. Ah, Chen Fan was a little confused. Although he was mentally prepared, he didn't expect the system to play such a trick on him and give him such an identity. He himself is an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. He doesn't even know his parents' surnames or names. His name was given to him by the director of the orphanage. Now someone tells him that he is not an orphan, but the only heir to a large family. He is a little confused. Mr. Chen Fan, why don't we find a place and have a serious chat? Okay. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan took the document in his hand and looked at it carefully. He was a little confused whether the content of the document was written by the system or his own experience. Because the content of the document seemed to be true, there was really such a Chen family in Zhangliang village, and the original family history was long, but unfortunately, this family had only one son for 9 generations. More than 20 years ago, the 9th generation heir was abducted. When the bad news came out, the elders of the family could not bear the blow and passed away one after another, leaving only a large ancestral house. Now that Zhangliang village is being demolished, the right of inheritance naturally falls to the abducted child. And Chen Fan, based on DNA matching and his childhood experience, seems to have confirmed that he is the abducted child. System, is the information inside true? Chen Fan couldn't help asking the system. But this system seemed to be in a non-intelligent form and couldn't even chat with him. Mr. Chen Fan, how about it? If there is no problem, just sign here, and the inheritance right of this villa will be in your hands. Chen Fan carefully read the contract several times, signed his name after confirming that there was no pitfall, and put his fingerprint. Congratulations, Mr. Chen Fan, on being able to recognize your ancestors. I will handle the property certificate, and I will give you all the information in the next 1 or 2 days. Sorry to bother you, Lawyer Dai. Okay, Mr. Chen Fan, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back to work at the company first. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Watching Dai Guoliang leave, Chen Fan hadn't woken up from the shock. It was not because of the problem of too much property, but about his own life experience. Am I really a descendant of the Chun family? Forget it. Anyway, I have no father or mother. I accept this identity. I will worship my ancestors seriously on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month in the future. After making up his mind, Chen Fan took a car to the Zijin Villa district to see his ancestral property. Soon, he arrived at the destination according to the address. A magnificent villa district dazzled Chen Fan and made him yearn for it. Looking at the 3-story villa in front of him, the romantic and solemn temperament, the high foyer and the magnificent gate, the round arched windows and the stone masonry at the corners, all show the elegance and luxury. The villa has 3 floors, built against the mountain, and the scenery of each floor is different. Entering the gate, there is a path paved with pebbles. On both sides of the path are a row of stone benches, on which are arranged various bonsai of flowers and trees, which are pleasing to the eye. Turning left on the path, there is a moon gate. Entering the moon gate is the yard on the 1st floor of the villa. In just one day, he had a deposit of 100 million yuan and owned a single-family villa. Chen Fan's heartbeat quickened, and he felt like his heart was about to jump out. So this is what it feels like to be rich, walking with the wind. Chen Fan took a few steps, and a phone call suddenly came in. Hello, who are you looking for? Who else? Chen Fan, do you want to quit? I'm giving you half a day off, but you're not back to work now, come back to me quickly. A frantic voice came from the other end of the phone. Before Chen Fan could reply, the other party hung up. Chen Fan was a chef in a Chinese restaurant. Today, because the landlord introduced a blind date to him, he took half a day off. Now that such a huge sum of money has come out of nowhere, Chen Fan has forgotten about work. He has money, but he still works a stupid job. But thinking about how he has worked hard for more than half a month, and the hard-earned money is still in the restaurant, even if he quits, he has to get back the earlier wages. Okay, I'll go back to finish today's work, and then quit and enjoy life. Chen Fan, who made up his mind, called a Didi and set off to go back to Dihao restaurant. It was lunchtime when Chen Fan returned to the restaurant, and because it was the weekend, there were many customers. There were still 3 or 4 tables of people queuing outside the door. Brother Chen, you're back. How was your blind date? Tan Kei, who was serving dishes in the hall, saw Chen Fan come back, walked over, and asked mysteriously. How did you know I was on a blind date? Brother Yuan said so. Everyone in the restaurant knows about it. How is it? Is my future sister-in-law pretty? Feng Wei Yuan is such a tight-lipped guy. I should have known not to tell him. By the way, where is the manager? Chen Fan complained, and then asked Tan Kei. In the office, but it seems he is not in a good mood. Brother Chen, don't bother him if you have nothing to do. Okay, I get it. See you later. Brother Chen, you haven't told me yet, how was your blind date? Tan Kei's complaining voice came from behind, but Chen Fan ignored it and walked straight to the office. After knocking on the door a few times, Chen Fan walked into the office and submitted his resignation directly to the manager. Resign? It's not impossible, but you see so many customers today. After finishing today's work, I will settle your salary when I get off work. Okay, no problem. Chen Fan is a responsible person. There are many customers today, and the kitchen must be very busy. It is not right for him to leave at this time. Anyway, it is only half a day, so he might as well take it as the last half day to experience the hard work of the job. He went to the locker room, changed into the chef's clothes, and joined the ranks of cooking. During the work, the chefs who were familiar with Chen Fan teased him about his blind date. Chen Fan didn't want to say too much and just dealt with it casually. Just when he finished cooking a dish and wanted to relax, there was a sound of dishes falling to the ground at the kitchen door. Ah, Brother Chang, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I'm sorry. Chen Fan looked over there curiously and saw Tan Kei hurriedly picking up the plate on the ground, and at her feet was a plate of scattered dishes. Kei, do you know how much effort I put into this dish of scallion fried deer tendons? Now you have knocked down my hard work. What do you say we should do? I'm sorry, Brother Chang, it's my fault. I apologize to you. How about I buy you a cup of milk tea as an apology? Are you thinking of getting rid of me like this? So, what do you want, Brother Chang? It's simple. Go on a date with me after work, and have a late-night snack and watch a play. As the chef Liao Changwei finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter and booing around. Tan Kei stood aside with a flushed face, looking at a loss. She was not a long-term waitress here, but a college student who came to the hotel to work during the summer vacation. She was pretty, especially her legs. She always attracted a lot of attention when she passed by. Because of this, she was often teased by the chefs in the kitchen. Even a week ago, the chefs made a bet that whoever could seduce Tan Kei would have to give a bonus of 500 yuan each. Brother Chang, can you change to something else? Otherwise, I'll buy 2 cups of milk tea. Liao Changwei said threateningly, but I tell you, this scallion fried deer tendon is the signature dish of our restaurant. Except for me, no one else can make it well. If a customer complains, the manager will probably make trouble for you. At the very least, he will deduct a few hundred yuan, and at the worst, you will lose this job. Brother Chang, please don't be like this. My tuition for the new semester depends on this. Tan Kei said aggrievedly. If you don't want me to be like this, then you can accompany me for supper tonight, eat, watch a play, and then Liao Chengwei said and put his hand on Tan Kei's arm. Tan Kei pushed Liao Chengwei's hand away and said, Brother Chang, please respect yourself. I won't date you. Huh, you dare to embarrass me, Liao Chang, in public. I don't think you want to stay in this restaurant. Liao Chang was angry and shouted. Chef Liao, is there any need to be angry? It's just a dish. Just pour it out and cook it again. If you don't want to cook it, I'll do it for you. A clear voice rang out in the kitchen. The person who spoke was none other than Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you are crazy. You dare to be the first to do it. Feng Weiyuan, who was next to Chen Fan, pulled his sleeve, trying to persuade Chen Fan. But Chen Fan didn't care at all. He had already resigned, so why would he care about the chef's expression? Chen kid, do you want to be the first to do something? Okay, I'll take a look. What are you capable of? Liao Chengwei looked at Chen Fan with a gloomy face. If you can achieve 90% of the effect of mine, I will let it go. If the customer is not satisfied, you must admit your mistake and resign immediately. This kitchen does not welcome you. Do you dare to bet with me? Ding, the host is being questioned. Please choose A. Take the initiative to admit your mistake to Liao Chengwei, saying that he was just joking, and be rewarded with the skill of not being tough and being cowardly. Speaking to the other party in a humble manner will increase the probability of letting him let you go. B. Choose silence, and be rewarded with the dog luck charm. When stepping on dog, there will be a luck bonus. C. Bet with Liao Chengwei, and be rewarded with the maximum level of Chinese cuisine. Don't be tough and be cowardly? Dog luck? Why is this choice so cowardly? Of course choose C. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Ding, host mission completed. Chinese cuisine is loading at the maximum level. In fact, even if Chinese cuisine is not at the maximum level, Chen Fan can still make the dish of scallion fried deer tendons. In the past, in the orphanage, there was no meat to eat, and they mainly ate vegetarian food. Back then, there was an old chef in the orphanage who cooked various dishes in various ways to let the orphans eat good food. This dish was one of them. When Chen Fan was 7 or 8 years old, he often helped the old chef. He couldn't guarantee other dishes, but he would definitely win this dish. It's just that the chef has always cooked this dish, so he didn't have a chance to perform. After cutting the bean curd and green onions into sections, heat the oil in a pan. This dish of scallion fried deer tendons is very simple to say, with 2 ingredients, green onions and bean curd. But it is really difficult to make it well, and it takes a lot of thought, especially the control of the heat, which must be perfect. The bean curd cannot be fried too old, and the green onion should be slightly browned but not burnt. The tiger skin-like bean curd is soaked in hot water again to soften it so that it can be flavored. Then add the seasonings and stir-fry. After a while, bursts of onion fragrance emanated from the pot. The rich aroma, along with the drifting smoke, instantly filled the entire kitchen. Tan-Kei smelled the onion fragrance and couldn't help but close her eyes, her face full of intoxicated expressions. As the head chef, Liao Qingwei's face was very wrong. Just by smelling the onion fragrance, he knew that Chen Fan had at least 90% of the skills to cook this dish. It's okay, Kei, take it out for the guests. Chen Fan served the dish and arranged it successfully. Yes, brother Chen. Tan-Kei trotted over, holding the plate carefully, and walked out. Tan-Kei carefully walked out of the back kitchen holding the dish. The aroma suddenly seemed like a kite that had lost its string, wandering freely in the hall and rushing into the diner's nostrils. The diners around all looked sideways and looked at Tan-Kei. Tan-Kei walked to table number 6 and put the dish on the table. Uncle, your scallion braised deer tendons have arrived, please enjoy. Well, okay. The guest at table number 6 was an old man. He picked up the dish with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few bites, tears suddenly flowed down. Tan-Kei on the side was frightened and said quickly, Uncle, are you okay? Is the dish too spicy? No, no. The old man squinted his eyes and smiled and said, this dish is so delicious. It tastes like my childhood and the taste of my mother's cooking. After these words were spoken, the diners nearby could no longer sit still. What kind of dish is this? It smells so good. Waiter, give me 1 portion. I want 1 too. I'll add another portion to my order. Here, 2 portions. Honey, aren't you full? Why are you still eating? Pack it up and take it back. For a moment, the hall was noisy. Chen Fan stretched his back after walking out of the restaurant. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After working hard all day, he was almost falling apart. He regretted making that dish of scallion fried deer tendons, because he was forced to work overtime for this dish. He cooked more than 100 dishes of scallion fried deer tendons all day. Touching the 4,850 yuan cash in his pocket, Chen Fan grinned. Although the system rewarded him with a net worth of 10 billion, the money earned through hard work is particularly precious. Brother Chen, wait for me. Yes, it's you, Kei. Chen Fan saw Tan-Kei running towards him, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After get off work, she changed into her own clothes, a beige shirt and a short denim skirt. These legs are amazing. Brother Chen, are you going home, or together? You going home with me? Ahem, no. Tan-Kei shook her hand in panic and said quickly, that's not what I meant. We should go home together. No, we should walk together. I'll go back to school and you go home. Tan-Kei seemed very nervous and incoherent. You want me to take you back to school, right? No problem. Anyway, I'm passing by Nanshur University. Chen Fan smiled and walked side by side with Tan-Kei. Nanshur University is a famous university in the city. Chen Fan's score was poor in the college entrance examination and he failed to get in, so he chose another university. Yes, Brother Chen, you haven't told me how the blind date was today? Is my future sister-in-law pretty? Don't mention it, it's over. Ah, is the other party not pretty? Not really, we just don't have the same values. Oh, it doesn't matter. Brother Chen, you are such a good person, and there are a lot of girls who like you. Maybe someone around you likes you, you don't know. TSK, don't say I'm a good person, I don't want the good person card. Chen Fan said quickly. Brother Chen, can I add you on WeChat? Sure. How could Chen Fan miss the opportunity to add a beautiful woman on WeChat? He quickly took out his phone. After adding WeChat, the two kept walking. On the way back to school, they didn't have many topics to talk about. They just talked about things in the restaurant. 10 minutes later. Kei, we're at your school. Ah, so soon. Tan-Kei showed a reluctant expression on her face. Okay, Brother Chen, see you tomorrow. Tan-Kei raised her hand and said goodbye to Chen Fan. Well, see you tomorrow. Oh, no, I'm quitting my job starting tomorrow. He was about to say something, but Tan-Kei had already walked into the school. Forget it, resigning is not an honorable thing anyway, there's no need to publicize it everywhere. Chen Fan left the school and stopped a taxi on the side of the road. He said to the driver, "Master, take me to a place where I can get a massage." Massage? Man, there are so many massage places in Guangzhou, and the prices are different. What level do you want? It's okay if the price is a little higher, the most important thing is good technology. Chen Fan replied. He found that his consumption concept has quietly changed after he became rich, and he pursued the best in everything. He was really tired today and wanted to have a massage to stretch his muscles. Hey, brother, you know how to enjoy it. Since you said so, I'll take you to the best one. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Sit tight, I'm driving. The taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and the car ran on the bustling street. Perhaps because he was too tired, Chen Fan actually fell asleep in the car. It was the taxi driver who woke him up. Hey, buddy, we're here. This club guarantees that you will be satisfied. If you have to choose, 36.98, 100, and 168 are all good. Chen Fan didn't waste any words. After paying the bill, he got off the car and strode into the club with a grand and upscale decoration. Welcome, sir. What service do you need? I want a massage. Chen Fan replied. It was his first time to come to such a place, but he was not shy or timid at all, because he had money in hand, so he was naturally bold. Sir, please follow me to the second floor. I will take you to the room. Soon, the waiter took Chen Fan to a separate room. The light inside was quite dim, but the environment was not bad, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Sir, do you have any familiar technicians, or can I recommend one to you? Number 100. Chen Fan heard the driver mention that there were several good technicians, so he picked one at random. Okay, sir, what price range do you need? There are 99 Thai massage, 199 health massage, 299. Let's just go with 300. Chen Fan didn't know so many terms, so he picked a price casually. Okay sir, take a shower first, we'll be there in 15 minutes. I'll arrange a technician for you. After the waiter left, Chen Fan went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then lay on the sofa and played with his mobile phone for a while. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Hello, sir, I am technician number 100, is it convenient for you to come in? Come in. Chen Fan replied loudly. The door was pushed open, and a woman in her 20s, dressed fashionably, stood outside the door. She was wearing a black dress, and her pants were cut high, exceeding her calves. After getting Chen Fan's answer, she walked in with a small shoulder bag and a smile. She has a good figure and looks, and even makes people feel a little fanciful. But when Chen Fan saw her appearance clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Hello, sir, 300 is for a simple massage. If you need other services, you can add extra money. Hey, it's you, scumbag. When the woman said this, she recognized Chen Fan and couldn't help but exclaimed. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh that the world is really delicate. The woman in front of him was none other than Su Shanshan, who had a blind date with him this morning. He just didn't expect that she who asked for 300,000 yuan in the morning would now ask for 300 yuan. Oh, it's you, double standard. Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer. He thought that Su Shanshan, this double standard, was so high standard. She asked for 300,000 yuan for a betrothal gift, but it turned out that she wanted to find an honest man to take over. Su Shanshan felt a surge of heat rising from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to explode, but this was her workplace and she didn't dare to mess around. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me a massage. I don't do this. Find someone else. Su Shanshan left the room in a hurry after saying this. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter, chuckling. There was a knock on the door. Chen Fan thought Susan had returned, but it turned out to be the waiter who brought him in earlier. He looked embarrassed at this moment. I'm sorry, sir, number 100 suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. How about I change a technician for you? How about number 168? Her skills are the best here. Okay, I'll do as you arrange. Okay, sir, wait a moment. The waiter left the room with an apologetic smile. After the waiter closed the door, he was immediately puzzled. Number 100 has always been very enthusiastic towards guests. Why is she so abnormal tonight? An hour later, Chen Fan left the store. The 168 technology is pretty good, and Chen Fan felt that all the fatigue in his body had almost faded away. He hummed a song and called a Didi to go back to the dormitory, planning to officially start his rich life tomorrow. After getting off the car, Chen Fan walked towards his rental house. When he turned into an alley, two tall figures suddenly came towards him. An inexplicable sense of crisis entangled Chen Fan's heart. He couldn't help but be alert and hurriedly chose to take another road, but after he took a few steps, 3 or 4 figures came towards him on the other road. Chen Fan knew one of them. Su Shanshan. It turned out to be her. It must be the matchmaker who revealed his residence, and Su Shanshan led people to ambush him nearby. Brother Tian, this is the rubbish, you have to teach him a lesson for others. Su Shanshan snuggled up to one of the bald men and said angrily, "If you dare to bully my sister, you are against Hao Tian. Don't worry, I won't let him have it easy, but you have to comfort me tonight." The bald man said this and pinched Su Shanshan's thigh with a smile. "Brother Tian, you are so bad." The bald man walked up to Chen Fan with a smile and said, "Boy, I will give you two choices now. One is to kneel down immediately and kowtow to me and my sister 10 times. The second is that I hit your pig head, you kneel down and kowtow to me and my sister 10 times. You have 10 seconds to choose." Ding, the host is facing the option of dignity selection. Option A, kneel down and admit your mistake immediately, and reward the knee magic skill, even if the knee kneel for a lifetime, it will not feel tired. Option B, choose to run away, reward the leg stretching pill, after eating, you will feel refreshed and have agile legs and feet, which is a must-have for running away at home. Option C, slap Lu Haotian and tell him to eat, and reward the level of Wing Chun martial arts grandmaster. Kneel? How can I kneel? Run? It is even more impossible. Even if he has to fight his way out, Chen Fan will not sell out his dignity. What's more, with the help of the system, he has nothing to fear. The only difficulty now is how to approach Lu Haotian and slap him. What's the matter, kneel or not? You call me Brother Tian, right? In fact, we don't have to fight to the death. Why don't we talk about it? Chen Fan looked at the bald man. The man said, and then slowly walked towards him, 5 meters away. What nonsense, I asked you whether you would kneel or not. Kneeling is impossible, but I can give you money. 2 meters away. Money, huh? Don't expect me to let you go without 100,000 or 80,000. Is that so? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and walked to a place less than 1 meter away from Lu Haotian. Then you eat. With a crackling sound, Chen Fan slapped Lu Haotian in the face with lightning speed. Ding, host completes option C, Wing Chun Grandmaster loading, kill him. Beat him to death. Lu Haotian didn't expect Chen Fan to do this, and he covered his red face and shouted. Seeing their big brother injured, these younger brothers rushed over with anger, and everyone's expression was extremely ferocious. Loading completed, as the system voice fell, Chen Fan felt that everything around him seemed to slow down in an instant, and these strong men who attacked him seemed to be projected in slow motion in front of him. Chen Fan took a deep breath, dodged a fist that was coming towards him, and then kicked the other person with his leg. Wow! The young man in front of him fell to his knees with a plop, and he cried out in pain. At the same time, 2 gangsters rushed to Chen Fan, and the wooden sticks in their hands were aimed at Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan raised his hands and grabbed the wrists of the 2 gangsters who were coming towards him. The sticks of the 2 gangsters were stuck in the air and could not fall. At the same time, Chen Fan swung his legs and kicked the 3rd legs of the 2 men. Oh my god! Oh my god! After 2 screams, the 2 men covered their 3rd legs, and sweat as big as beans rushed from their foreheads. The remaining Lu Haotian and another big man frowned and did not dare to get close for a while. But the 2 men were gangsters after all. They had seen all kinds of fighting scenes. They took a deep breath and attacked together. But with 2 screams of "ah!" the 2 men fell to the ground one after another. Lu Haotian was hit in the nose by Chen Fan's punch, and his nose bled wildly. Another big man was kicked in the abdomen by Chen Fan, flying a meter away and crashing into a pile of garbage nearby. Chen Fan took advantage of the victory and attacked the 5 people who fell to the ground again, punching and kicking them. After a few minutes, no one could stand up. As for that Su Shanshan had disappeared at this time. I don't know when she saw that the situation was not right and sneaked away. Chen Fan walked up to Lu Haotian, grabbed his head and said, Brother Tian, right? I will give you 2 choices now. One is to kneel down immediately and kowtow to me 10 times. The other is that I will beat you for another 10 minutes, and you kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. I will give you 10 seconds to choose. Lu Haotian looked painful. He didn't expect that the other party would return the harsh words he just said to him. It's just that the strong and weak sides have switched now. He has become the one who has to kneel down. This buddy, we were blind and offended you. We were wrong. Please let us go this time. Chen Fan nodded and said, apologizing is good. But let me ask you what choice you have. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he slapped Lu Haotian in the face. It seems that Chen Fan's slap was a little strong. After the slap, Lu Haotian actually fainted. So weak, one slap made him faint. In fact, it was not that Lu Haotian and the others were inferior, but that Chen Fan, who had reached the level of a Wing Chun master, was now first class in both strength and offensive moves. This slap would not only hit Lu Haotian, who was dizzy, but even an ordinary person would probably have black eyes. Ah! At this moment, a shocking scream sounded from the other end of the alley. A beautiful woman in her early 20s ran over in a hurry. Chen Fan thought that the other party saw someone fighting, so she screamed in surprise, but the next moment he was wrong. The little beauty ran to the car parked in the corner of the alley, touched the dented car body with heartache, and said angrily, "Who is it who smashed my car?" Chen Fan looked at the woman in front of him and saw that she had black, straight hair, a delicate face and a first-class figure. She wore a black baseball cap, which made her look more youthful and energetic. The beautiful woman with long black hair glanced at Chen Fan, the only person standing at the scene, and shouted angrily, "Did you smash my car?" "It wasn't me, it was him." Chen Fan pointed at an unlucky guy who was unconscious on the ground with an innocent look. "I just kicked him, and he crashed into your car and smashed it. Wing Chun is online." Hearing Chen Fan's sophistry, the black long straight beauty felt that she had suffered the greatest insult in her 20 years of higher education. She was so angry that she jumped up and down, pointing at Chen Fan angrily and said, "What a joke in the world. He is so big, and you are so small, you kicked him and hit my car?" She certainly didn't believe it. In her eyes, it was Chen Fan who kicked it. After all, it is understandable that an ordinary adult can kick a groove when kicking a car. Chen Fan wiped his nose, with a hint of modesty. "Would you believe me if I said I was the Grandmaster of Wing Chun?" Puff. Before Chen Fan finished speaking, the black long straight beauty held her belly and laughed, and tears came out of her eyes. "Then do you believe me if I say I am the 360th generation descendant of the 9-in white chicken claw?" The black long straight beauty blocked Chen Fan with such a sentence. Chen Fan pouted and said innocently, "Believe it or not anyway, it was not him who did it, so it's better to leave now." "Okay, I have to go home." "You should wait for him to pay for the car after you wake up." "Oh, by the way, I slapped him just now. I guess he won't wake up for half a day or a day." What needs to be said has been said, and Chen Fan will not make himself bored, so he just left. "Stop, don't even think about leaving. You ruined my car so much, and you want to run away?" The black-haired beauty noticed that Chen Fan wanted to run away and stopped him immediately. "Ruin?" "Yes, ruined. Pay for my car." "No. Will you pay or not? If not, I will call the police and let the police arrest you. By the way, if you fight collectively, according to the relevant laws, you will be detained for at least 15 days, and you will have to pay me money then." The black-haired beauty took out her mobile phone and shook it, seeming to have a little temper. "Ding, the host is being provoked. Please choose a, scold the woman in front of you, make her feel ashamed, and then take the opportunity to escape, rewarded with the god-level thick-skin magic skill. No matter how embarrassing it is, the thick-skin magic skill can keep you calm at all times. If it's not you who is embarrassed, then it's others. B. Choose silence, rewarded with the dog luck charm. When stepping on dog, there will be a luck bonus. C. Choose compensation, indicating that what happened just now was your fault. If you do it, you will be rewarded with 1 or 2 Rolls-Royce Dawn, limited edition S, worth 10 million yuan. Hiss. Rolls-Royce Dawn, the world-famous top luxury car, is different from luxury sports cars. Rolls-Royce Dawn focuses on business style, and at the same time has a very luxurious and solemn feeling. By the way, it also makes up for this car-free trip, so that he doesn't have to take a taxi every time he goes out. Only a fool would not choose it. Profit. Hey, are you deaf? Okay, you forced me to do it. The black long straight beauty felt that she was talking to a fool. She dialed 110 directly with a fierce momentum, and then picked up the receiver and spoke directly to her ear. Who knew that the next second, a strong and powerful big hand came and snatched the phone in her hand, went over, and hung up. Fortunately, it didn't get through. Seeing Chen Fan's behavior, the black-haired beauty's eyes froze. She took a step back, swallowed, stared at Chen Fan, and said with a trembling voice, You, what do you want to do?" When the black-haired beauty looked at Chen Fan, she looked around slightly and found that there was no one here. It was late at night. If the other party really wanted to do something, she would have to pay the price. At the same time, she regretted it so much that she would have endured it earlier. Don't come over. If you come over again, I will call the police. If you dare to do anything to me, I guarantee that you will die ugly." The black-haired beauty's legs and feet trembled slightly and retreated to the back, but Chen Fan followed closely, which scared the black-haired beauty again. Could it be that the other party wanted to use force? She regretted it 10,000 times in her heart, and even wanted to say that she didn't need to pay compensation. But, the next second, Chen Fan stopped moving forward, but raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and walked directly towards her beloved car. Chen Fan gently stroked the dented part of the car and took a closer look. It was just a dent, without any scratches, and it was easy to fix. The black-haired beauty saw the whole scene, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Okay, I was excited just now. I will compensate you for this car. I recognize your car. It's an Audi A5, right? It's about 500,000 yuan. Do you want to repair it directly or change it? Chen Fan said to the black-haired beauty with a slight smile. But when the black-haired beauty in her eyes, the smile was not kind. Thinking of the scene when Chen Fan snatched her phone, her words of repairing and paying for it changed when they came to her lips. She waved her hands hurriedly and said bitterly, "Hey, forget it, forget it, forget it, you don't have to pay." Just kidding, the force just now was too strong. If she really angered Chen Fan in front of her, she might really end up in a bad situation. She didn't want to suffer any losses in this dark light. No compensation? Chen Fan's face changed. Yes, no compensation. I remember that the dent might be made by me during the day today. The black long straight beauty's eyes were full of hatred, and she could only lie with her eyes open. But this is not a stopgap measure. As a lawyer, she will make the other party pay the price, but not now, yes, not now. Be patient for a while, and the wind will be calm. Take a step back, and the more you think about it, the angrier you will be. No. Chen Fan shook his head and said directly, this male god is not the kind of person who does not admit his mistakes. Now, do you want to repair it directly and then pay for it, or just replace it? I can accept it. No need to pay, then the Rolls-Royce Dawn will be ruined? He doesn't want to get that thick-skinned magic skill. Ah. The black long straight beauty was stunned. She was completely dumbfounded. The other party was not like this just now. Could it be cheating? She asked tentatively, do you really want to pay? Yes, I will definitely pay. It depends on what plan you choose. You can choose to replace it or choose to repair it directly. Chen Fan tried his best to keep his expression calm. After all, what should he do if he scares the black long straight beauty in front of him? Okay. I choose to pay. I have car insurance, and I can reimburse part of it when the time comes. The black long straight beauty said weakly. Okay, then this is the plan. Let's add WeChat and I will transfer the money to you directly. Chen Fan waved his hand. The black long straight beauty looked at each other, then gritted his teeth and agreed. After quickly agreeing, Chen Fan transferred the money, 5,000 yuan. The black-haired beauty looked at the money transferred on her phone in disbelief. It turned out that she really had to pay compensation. Okay, the compensation has been made. We are fine now. Chen Fan suddenly felt relieved. He got the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the system voice came from the mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, and the reward is being distributed. However, the way the system buys cars is a bit special. The system spends money to buy it at the 4S store, and it is estimated that it will arrive tomorrow. Hey, don't be in a hurry to leave. The black-haired beauty saw that the other party was about to leave, and boldly stopped him. It seems that she is not afraid now, but a little guilty. After all, she wronged him. Well, let's add a WeChat. The black-haired beauty looked at Chen Fan and said, in fact, she was still a little uneasy in her heart. She felt that Chen Fan was not the bad guy he thought, otherwise she would have taken the money and ran away. That little groove could be solved with 1 or 2,000. Don't get me wrong, I mean maybe the car is not repaired or something, so I can ask you to reimburse. If it's too much, I can refund you some money. This evasive and hesitant words made Chen Fan feel that the girl in front of him was a little cute. He had to say that after a closer look, she was really a big beauty, with long straight black hair, fashionable clothes, and conspicuous white legs. Not bad, then add her. Chen Fan nodded, called up the WeChat QR code, and then the two added WeChat friends. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Muxin, what's yours? Chen Fan. Okay, then I'll go first, and we'll talk about the follow-up. After that, Muxin drove away. It can be seen that she didn't seem to be annoyed by the grooves of her beloved car. Chen Fan waved his hand and ran to the side of the road to take a taxi. Then he waved on the side of the road, took a taxi and arrived at the Zijin Villa district. As soon as he got in the taxi, the phone rang. Ding ding ding. The phone rang immediately, and the phone number was marked as Donghai City 4S Auto Shop. So fast? Chen Fan answered it without thinking, but the phone was too slow, and he swiped several times before answering the call. As soon as he answered the phone, a respectful voice came from the other end. The voice was loud and clear, and it was a middle-aged man. Hello, are you Mr. Chen? I am the general manager of Liandong Auto Shop, Chao Jianben, you can just call me Xiao Chao. Is Mr. Chen here? Mr. Chen? Yes, I'm here. It's like this, Mr. Chen Fan, the Rolls-Royce Dawn that you ordered is in stock at our store. If you need it, I can send someone to deliver it to you immediately. Well, no need, I'll come to your car dealership tomorrow. Chen Fan thought about it. It was late at night now, and it didn't matter if he got it. Anyway, he had quit his job and had nothing to do, so he could go to the car dealership when the time came. Okay, Mr. Chen, you can call this number directly when you arrive tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you. The person on the other end of the phone said respectfully. Then Chen Fan hummed and hung up the phone, feeling refreshed. When he was entering and leaving the villa, he was stopped by the security guard. After seeing Chen Fan's key, he was so scared that he quickly bowed and apologized. Chen Fan didn't have any heirs. After all, it was not reasonable for people who could live here to take a taxi. This also made Chen Fan more determined to pick up the car early tomorrow morning, feeling very happy. Back to the Zijin Villa district, lying on the big bed in the master bedroom, I felt even more comfortable. The Zijin Villa district has everything, nothing is missing, and all the specifications are of the highest quality, full of the smell of money. After lying for a while, I went to take a shower. After washing, I felt more relaxed. Ding ding. As soon as I got into bed, 10K sent a message. Brother Chen, are you home? Well, just arrived. Then have you finished taking a shower? Are you ready to go to bed? 10K replied in seconds. This straight woman's remarks embarrassed Chen Fan, a straight man. Just finished taking a shower, how about you? I finished showering too. Okay, go to bed early, then we'll see you tomorrow. 10K, who was lying on the upper bunk in the 553 female dormitory of Nanchur University wearing cute pajamas, replied with a smile. K, why are you laughing so much at night? Hey, tell me the truth, are you in love? Suddenly, the lower bunk of 10K said while applying a facial mask. After hearing this voice, 10K's face changed instantly, like a thief who stole honey, a little embarrassed. No, I'm not in love, hee. I don't believe you're lying. K, have you forgotten? You'll be hesitant when you lie, but I know you very well. There are 5 people in a dormitory, and the remaining 4 people all looked at 10K with scrutiny. 10K was like a red-faced cat at this time, eager to find a hole to crawl into. She took the initiative and pressed the pillow on her head before the 4 people could ask. I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. But 10K can't play with her phone now, and can't reply to Chen Fan. Oh, forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, I can see Brother Chen tomorrow. After replying to 10K, Chen Fan saw a message from Muxin, whom he met tonight. Well, Chen Fan, it's too late today, the forest shop is closed. I'll go to repair it tomorrow. I just called and estimated it, it will cost about 2,000 yuan, and I will refund you the extra money after I take it for repair. Okay, no problem. If there's less, just tell me. If there's more, that's fine, just keep it. No. Muxin replied with 2 words, indicating the firmness of his attitude. Chen Fan didn't care. He now had a Rolls-Royce Dawn, so he didn't care even if he had to pay for another one. It's not that he looked down on this little money, but he really didn't care. This empty big villa didn't seem to be popular at all. Although it was big, it was not comfortable at all. After tossing and turning, Chen Fan decided to spend money to hire a nanny tomorrow, otherwise it would be difficult to just clean this villa. After thinking about it, Chen Fan opened this year's most popular game, King of Glory. It's not that he didn't like games, but because when he was a chef, he was exhausted after get off work every day, and he didn't even want to touch his phone when he got home. Now it's good, he has a car, a house, and savings, he is a real rich first generation, very beautiful. No work, every day is a holiday. After downloading, Chen Fan started his game journey. But what made him most explosive was that this mobile phone was too stuck when playing games, it was so stuck that it exploded. It's not the network card, it's the mobile phone card. He was more frugal before, and his mobile phones were all from a few years ago. As we all know, mobile phones have developed rapidly in recent years, and the latest models are eliminated once a year. What's more, this is a mobile phone from a few years ago. You can see how slow it is. Forget it, I'll change my phone tomorrow. Buying a mobile phone costs thousands or tens of thousands, which is just a drizzle. After Chen Fan checked the latest models this year, he fell asleep. When people are not under pressure, sleep is the most comfortable. You don't have to worry about what to eat tomorrow, how long to go to work tomorrow, or how much salary you can get this month. Everything is stress-free. Time flies, and Chen Fan, who was in deep sleep, woke up at more than 9 o'clock. At first glance, the sun is already shining on his buttocks. It's really nice to have a stress-free life, but I didn't sleep well last night. After all, I changed to a new environment. From today on, I will enjoy the life of a rich person. According to yesterday's plan, Chen Fan got out of bed slowly to change clothes and wash up. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Chen Fan felt elated. A handsome face with the vicissitudes of beard, quite manly, sizzle, I'm so handsome. Before, being handsome had no advantage, but after becoming rich, being handsome became the biggest advantage. After washing up, Chen Fan hailed a taxi and drove towards Liandong Auto Shop. Good boy, you are so rich and still take my taxi. The taxi driver was a kind middle-aged man. He saw Chen Fan in the rearview mirror and said happily, "Ha, uncle, this is called Loki." Oh, I understand, Loki. Liandong Auto Shop is not far from Zijin Villa District. It took about 10 minutes to drive there. When I got off the car, a ray of hot air swept over. Donghai City, a famous hot furnace city, is now midsummer, so it is naturally very hot. At first glance, this Donghai City auto shop is quite stylish. This commercial street is full of 4S stores in a row. Each store is decorated very luxuriously, which makes people feel ashamed. Pedestrians walked along the road, looking into the 4S store from time to time, their eyes full of envy. After looking around, Chen Fan fixed his eyes on the largest 4S store, Liandong Auto Store. He learned about it last night. Liandong Auto Store is a very large 4S store. S Store is one of the best car dealerships in Donghai City. There are numerous luxury cars in it. There are 6 or 7 security guards standing in front of the store. Each of them is very strong and powerful, holding electric batons. It is enough to see the strength of Liandong Auto Store. Walking quickly towards Liandong Auto Store, Chen Fan suddenly understood after entering the store. Big, in one word, big. And extremely luxurious. There are dozens of customers in the store, and there are also 30 or 40 salesmen. As soon as he entered the store, a saleswoman with a good appearance and wearing OL clothes walked straight towards Chen Fan, and she always kept a professional smile on her face. This place is not like other small stores that look down on customers, even if Chen Fan is dressed very simply. "Sir, what do you need to see?" "Well, I'm just strolling around." Chen Fan pursed his lips and planned to take a look first. Anyway, he was here. If he saw a car he liked, he could buy it all at once. After all, he is rich now. What's more, the underground parking lot of Zijin Villa District alone is more than 100 square meters, which can accommodate dozens of cars. "Okay, sir, I'll take you to have a look. I wonder what price range of cars you are going to look at," the saleswoman said respectfully, holding her hands. Chen Fan thought for a while, it's probably between 1 or 2 million and 10 million. "Well, that's the price." "Ah?" The saleswoman didn't seem to understand. She asked tentatively, "Cars between 1 or 2 million and 10 million? Chen Fan nodded. After hearing this confirmation, the saleswoman worked harder, and her tone was a little excited. "Okay, sir, please follow me. I'll take you to have a look one by one." "Are you kidding? Cars between 1 or 2 million and 10 million? Although it's just a look, she will try her best to show her performance. Maybe she will really buy it?" After the voice fell, the saleswoman took Chen Fan to a Mercedes-AMG Benz S-Class AMG. As she spoke, she introduced it carefully. "Hello, sir. These two Mercedes-Benz S-Class AMGs are business style. They are the first models released in 2020. The new cars are equipped with a 60T V12 engine and adopt a new family design language. The body details are more rounded. The new car adopts a narrower rectangular shape. The LED headlight design is in the form of a matrix, and the signature polygonal shield grille still appears on the new S-Class, further enhancing the overall momentum of the front face. It must be said that this saleswoman has a very solid foundation. She introduced the car slowly and with great momentum, which made Chen Fan's heart move. However, after thinking about it, he found that it was still not suitable. This car was obviously not suitable for him. He still likes sports cars, similar to the Rolls-Royce Dawn. He had taken a look online before. The Rolls-Royce Dawn is a sports car type, which is very suitable for his temperament. The system is so smart that it can even detect his interests and hobbies. "Sir, don't you like it?" Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, the saleswoman asked apologetically. "Well, I don't like it very much. Let me introduce you to sports cars. I prefer sports cars." Chen Fan nodded and said without any airs. The next second, a loud voice rang out. "Where are the people? Where are the people? I have been here for so long, and I didn't see me? Is this how you receive customers who want to buy cars?" The voice was very loud, and most people looked in the direction of the voice, including Chen Fan. A fat man in a suit, a gold chain around his neck, and a big mouth appeared in everyone's field of vision. This fat man looked very funny. The suit he wore could not cover his beer belly, and there were many pimples on his face, which looked a bit disgusting. In the fat man's arms was a hot and beautiful woman. The beautiful woman wore very little and had a happy expression on her face. The key was that the beautiful woman did not have any expression or appearance of disdain for the fat man. Seeing such a scene, a word appeared in everyone's mind. How rich and how many billions. Of course, Chen Fan was no exception. The fat man roared several times in succession, and finally a salesperson came up, but after being scolded, he even arrogantly said that the salesperson was too ugly and affected his appetite for lunch. It was simply arrogant to the limit. Finally, the fat man looked left and right, and saw the saleswoman next to Chen Fan, and seemed to have fallen in love with her at first sight. "You, come here." The fat man ignored Chen Fan and pointed at the saleswoman and said, "What are you looking at? Can't you hear me? I'm talking to you. Come here and introduce the car to me." After pointing, he kept muttering, "Is there something wrong with your brain? You don't even want the money?" But the saleswoman seemed to be afraid. She glanced at the expressionless Chen Fan and bowed slightly to the fat man. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm introducing a car to this gentleman. If you need to see the car urgently, my colleague can receive you. Liendong Auto Store has a rule that customers must be 100% respectful, and anyone who enters the Liendong Auto Store must be received. Come on, introduce him to me. Where are your eyes? Can this guy afford a car? Oh, you're introducing a Mercedes-Benz S. I think you're confused. It's worth 2 million. Look at this guy. Does it add up to 200 yuan? The fat man sneered and said sarcastically. The beautiful woman in his arms giggled even more. She seemed to not care about it at all. Instead, she looked at Chen Fan arrogantly. "What are you looking at, poor boy? I told you that you are also a fool. I just heard that he wants to buy a sports car. You didn't believe it, did you? Ha ha." Faced with this situation, Chen Fan looked at the two people who sang the same tune with an expressionless face. The salesperson next to her was a little shaken, but when she saw the disgusting look of the fat man scanning her body up and down, she couldn't help trembling. She felt like vomiting from the bottom of her heart, but she still held it back. "Yes. I'm sorry, sir." "No need to say sorry to him. I don't want to pay attention to him. Take me to see the sports car." Chen Fan didn't bother to care and sneered. But the next second, the fat man couldn't help it, pointing at Chen Fan's nose and cursing, "Boy, I think you are looking for death. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Do I have to know you?" Chen Fan saw the attacking dog paw and stretched out his hand to twist it with a snap. He has already reached the level of a grandmaster of Wing Chun martial arts. Isn't it easy to twist this dog paw off? Ah! In an instant, the whole 4S store was filled with screams like slaughtering pigs. The fat man didn't expect that the boy in front of him was so strong. The huge force made him scream, and the pain quickly spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but spasm because of the pain all over his body. "Ah! Boy, I want kill you, ah!" The fat man's eyes were red with pain, and bloodshot eyes were all over his eyes. He swung his fist and hit Chen Fan directly. Ha ha! Seeing the two fists coming at him, everyone seemed to have seen Chen Fan's end. This fat man has such a large tonnage and is very powerful. If he is hit by the hammer, he will be bruised at the least, and vomit blood at the worst. Seeing that the fat man is trying his best, Chen Fan did not overestimate it and clenched his fist fiercely with his backhand. Bang! The two fists collided, and the sound of bones breaking rang out again. When everyone thought that it was Chen Fan's fist that broke, another pig-killing scream came from the fat man's mouth. Ah! Forgive others when you can is said to those who have no ability to listen to, but Chen Fan didn't think so. He turned over with an extremely fast speed and did a spinning kick, which was so powerful that it was painful. With a bang, the fat man, who weighed about 200 kilograms, was kicked 5 meters away, hitting the glass door and directly shattering the glass door. However, the glass door was of good quality and did not fall down, but cracked all over. The 20 or 30 guests present, as well as dozens of salesmen, took a deep breath when they saw this scene. Ah! Murder, murder, murder! The beautiful woman saw this scene and reacted from her confusion. She hurriedly shook her head and yelled like a mad shrew, and then went to help the fat man. Husband, you must not die, you must not die." At the same time, the security guards came over after hearing the sound. They all pointed their eyes at Chen Fan, with a trace of solemnity in their eyes. Some of them were retired security guards and knew how much strength it took to do this. It was too scary. Seeing the security guards coming, the instigator of all this was still standing there, ignoring them at all, not taking the security guards seriously at all, and even shook his hands, muttering, "My hands hurt. This face is really thick." Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter, including the salesperson who received Chen Fan, the woman who acted like a shrew just now, and even the security guard. After hearing this, the fat man's face was so gloomy that blood could drip out. At the same time, when he saw the beautiful woman laughing, he got angry and slapped her in the face. "You dare to laugh at me? Little you are a fool, I will put you in jail for 10 or 20 years today. I don't believe it. Security, are you guys eating? If you don't catch this guy, my hand will be broken." The fat man was furious, like a mad lion. The security guards must be unhappy to be scolded like this. After all, this fat man is too arrogant and deserves to be beaten, but their job is to protect Liandong Auto from violent factors, so even if they are unhappy, they must take Chen Fan down. But at this moment, a middle-aged man came out in a hurry. "Manager Ma! Manager Ma! Manager Ma!" All the sales staff shouted. Manager Chen is the deputy general manager of this Liandong Auto, and his position is second only to one person. When he saw the mess on the ground, he was furious. "Old Chen, you are finally here." After seeing the newcomer, the fat man said as if he was crying, as if he had infinite grievances. After the so-called manager Ma looked at the fat man, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Fan, looking him up and down. After looking at him for a few seconds, he said to the security guard in a menacing manner, "What are you doing? Arrest this kid and send him to the police station." "Old acquaintance. Ha ha. Boy, I said that if I don't let you go to jail for more than 10 or 20 years today, I won't believe it." The fat man was so excited that he wanted to bite Chen Fan now, and he was extremely arrogant. But Chen Fan still looked at everyone expressionlessly, and then glanced at the security guards, shocking them so that they dared not to take action. "I say, Manager Ma, it seems wrong for you to do this. Without asking the reason or the development of the situation, you have convicted me so quickly?" Chen Fan said calmly. But in the eyes of Manager Ma, he smiled coldly. "Do you know who this is? Manager of Bowning Real Estate Group. Who are you? You can still run away after beating Manager Fan? If you know what's best for you, you should kneel down and beg for mercy from the manager. If you still insist on being stubborn, then I'll have to teach you a lesson." Manager of Bowning Real Estate Group. Bowning Real Estate Group. After hearing these words, everyone was slightly startled. Bowning Real Estate Group, a group ranked among the top real estate groups in Donghai City, has numerous industries under its umbrella and a market value of over 5 billion. A simple manager has an annual income of no less than 500,000 yuan, and all the miscellaneous income is calculated. There is really a cost of arrogance. It is fun to fight, but it will ruin your next life. "Boy, kneel down." After hearing Manager Ma introduce himself, Fan Minghui's arrogance became even more arrogant. After being helped up, he shouted at Chen Fan with pain. He wanted to humiliate the other party severely, and then send the other party to prison for decades to let him know the consequences of offending himself. But Chen Fan, his face was still expressionless. Bowning Real Estate Group. The manager is very powerful? Chen Fan smiled disdainfully. If the other party was the president of Bowning Real Estate Group, he might have to temporarily avoid the edge, but the other party was just an ordinary manager. "Good boy, arrogant enough. Security, go." Manager Ma felt that he was slapped in the face, took a step back, and waved to let the 7 or 8 security guards go. Being so arrogant in Liandong Auto, Chen Fan would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. The customers around him were watching the show. They wanted to see whether this guy was better at fighting or the security guards were better. But they already had their own results, which was that Chen Fan would be beaten so hard that he couldn't get up and then thrown into the police station. Although the security guards didn't want to go, they had to listen to Manager Ma's words, and they rushed towards Taigun with ugly faces. What they expected still happened. Chen Fan was like a walking professional boxer. He knocked down one person with one punch, and even the retired ones couldn't stand it. The security guards were scattered on the ground in a blink of an eye, and they kept shouting ouch, ouch. Manager Ma was so angry that his head was swollen, and he was even more crazy than Fan Minghui. The salesmen on the side were scared when they saw this scene. "Ah, a bunch of good-for-nothings, old Ma, you hired such rubbish security guards?" Fan Minghui was so angry that he trembled all over. The security guard lying on the ground was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard this. "We are trash? You yourself have been beaten like a dead pig." Chen Fan picked up the phone and dialed the number. A respectful voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Chen, have you arrived?" "Yes, I have, but I encountered something." Chen Fan sneered. "Ah, where are you? I'll come to you right away." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone said anxiously, as if he wanted to express something. "Hee hee, at your car dealership." "Car dealership? Oh, then I'll be back right away, please wait. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan still maintained a calm demeanor, but Manager Ma, who was standing nearby, had already sweated on his forehead, and a storm was rising in his heart. He heard the general manager's voice. He stared at Chen Fan intently, as if trying to find the reason. The next second, he seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and asked, "You? Oh no, you are Mr. Chen?" he asked tentatively. The momentum before and after was completely different, leaving everyone confused. Fan Minghui looked at him in confusion. "Ming, have you eaten too much?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted with a roar. "Shut up!" After yelling, Fan Minghui was completely stunned. But at this moment, Chen Fan looked at Manager Ma, sneered, and nodded. "It's Chen, what's wrong?" Hearing the exact answer, combined with what Chen Fan said on the phone just now, Manager Ma was also dumbfounded, trembling with fear, his head turned rapidly. Fortunately, he had been in society for many years and reacted quickly. He slapped himself hard in the face, clenched his fist and said to Chen Fan, "Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, you came here without telling me?" Everyone didn't understand, only Chen Fan knew. It turned out that the other party must know him. How could Manager Ma not know Chen Fan? Big customer. Manager Chow specifically mentioned it. Now he is in big trouble. If Manager Chow comes back immediately, he may lose his job. Seeing this, he hardened his heart and kicked the security guards up. Everyone, get up. Take this fat guy out and beat him up." Just as the security guards were about to attack Chen Fan, they were stunned. "Wait, a fat man? Why are you still standing there? Don't you want to do it anymore? This moment, take this fat guy and this out and beat them up." "Lao Ma, you took the wrong medicine. You actually want to beat me? You're crazy." Fan Minghui was dumbfounded and cursed loudly. But Manager Ma took action directly and slapped him in the face. Fan Minghui's pig face was slapped, and it turned red. Seeing this extremely reverse scene, everyone wiped their eyes fiercely, with expressions of disbelief and surprise on their faces. But at this moment, a Mercedes-Benz stopped outside the door, and a middle-aged man with a formal suit and a sullen face got out of the car. When he saw the crowd gathered in the car dealership, his eyelids jumped violently, and his face became even uglier, so that his calm expression changed in vain. Seeing the middle-aged man getting off the car, Manager Ma's heart jumped violently, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. "Speak of the devil will appear." The middle-aged man with a sullen face looked around, took Chen Fan in his eyes, and asked, Are you Mr. Chen Fan?" "Yes, I am." Looking at the meticulous middle-aged man in front of him, Chen Fan nodded. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am the general manager of Liendo Auto. My name is Chao Jianben, that is, Xiao Chao, who contacted you on the phone." Hearing Chao Jianben's words, Manager Ma was frightened and trembled all over. His face was extremely ugly. Really? He even had weak legs and feet, and almost sat on the ground directly. It's over. His career is over. At this time, Fan Minghui's face was also confused. Who doesn't know Chao Jianben? The biggest figure in Liendo Auto. Looking at Chao Jianben's attitude towards Chen Fan, he seemed to be fully aware that he had caused trouble. He trembled unconsciously all over. "Mr. Chen, you came at the right time. Shall I take you to see the car first?" Chao Jianben's face was not very good. He knew what happened here even with his big toe. But what surprised him very much was that Mr. Chen on the phone was just such a young man, but he was more respectful. "Forget it first, the matter here has not been resolved yet. If you come a little later, I might be beaten down and sent to the police station," Chen Fan said slowly. Everyone present was motionless, the atmosphere was very strange, only he was walking slowly alone, and then gently stroking the nearby vehicles. Sure enough, hearing this, Chao Jianben's face became even more ashamed and angry, and his eyes went straight to Manager Ma. "Tell me, Ma Guangxi, what happened?" Chao Jianben said with anger on his face. The aura was so strong that Minghui began to tremble while speaking. What do you mean by me? Say it." Chao Jianben narrowed his eyes and stared at Minghui, and slapped him with his backhand. "You can't even speak clearly. I think you don't want to do this anymore." "You say?" Chao Jianben directly set his eyes on the salesperson who had just received Chen Fan. At this time, the salesperson who received Chen Fan also recovered from the shock. She said carefully, "Yes. It's like this, manager, just now Mr. Chen wanted to buy a car, and then the fat man came up." "What did you mean by coming up?" "He came up and scolded Mr. Chen, saying that Mr. Chen..." The salesperson stammered and let out a sigh of relief after finishing speaking, as if she had survived a disaster. After listening to the whole process of the situation, Ma Guangxi and Fan Minghui were in great trouble. Especially Fan Minghui, he was so scared that he trembled all over, and even his legs and feet could not stand steadily. He sat on the ground with a thud. Manager, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault, it's my fault. He was scared, completely scared. Even a fool could see that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. As Chen Fan said, he was just a manager, with an annual income of only 200,000 yuan, plus various other benefits. It was only 500,000 yuan a year. Get lost. Don't beg me for mercy. If Mr. Chen doesn't forgive you, I can't save you. Chao Jianben slapped Fan Minghui on the other side of his face. Although Fan Minghui was in pain, he had no intention of resisting. He even turned his eyes to Chen Fan, who was stroking the car. He knelt on the ground, ran towards Chen Fan on his knees, and kowtowed on the ground. Mr. Chen, please forgive me. It was me who didn't recognize the great man. Just treat me as you. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't speak, he fell directly to the ground. He continued to kowtow. Ma Guangxi, who was standing by, saw this frightening scene and was so scared that his face turned purple. Fan Minghui kowtowed 20 or 30 times in a row and fainted from dizziness, but Chen Fan still didn't say anything. Seeing Fan Minghui fainted, Chao Jianben directly shouted at the security guard to throw him out. Finally, it was Ma Guangxi's turn. Chao Jianben was a businessman, he knew how to deal with it, and fired Ma Guangxi directly. Hearing that he was fired, Ma Guangxi collapsed to the ground. He also wanted to ask Chen Fan to spare him, but after seeing the end of Fan Minghui, he wanted to slap himself hard. Why did he help this? Now he has killed himself. He wished he could cut Fan Minghui into pieces right now. Fortunately, Chao Jianben was more decent and didn't throw him out directly. All these reversals were too fast, and all the customers didn't react, and they were all dumbfounded to the extreme. Playing the pig to eat the tiger? I actually encountered. After Chao Jianben dealt with these, he walked towards Chen Fan respectfully and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, do you think you are satisfied with the handling of this matter? Well, it's okay. Chen Fan nodded. This Chao Jianben is indeed a businessman. The handling made him feel a little comfortable. Hearing the affirmative answer, Chao Jianben was extremely grateful. But the next second, Chen Fan raised his hand and said to the salesperson, who was still a little scared, come on, I'm rooting for you. After saying this, the beautiful salesperson nodded subconsciously, then looked at Chen Fan with a little more respect, and said hesitantly, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for the compliment. Chao Jianben was too smart. He figured out Chen Fan's thoughts and subconsciously said to her, what's your name? I'm Manager Chao, my name is Yi Shinran. Very good, Xiaoyi, since Mr. Chen thinks you are very good, then you can follow me. Starting tomorrow you will replace Ma Guangxi's position. Hiss. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Directly replacing Ma Guangxi's position, that is, General Manager. But, Manager Chao, I have only been working for less than a month. Yi Shinran's face instantly changed when she heard this. Her face flushed, and she spoke to Chao Jianben hesitantly. As soon as these words came out, the salesmen present were extremely ashamed and angry. They wanted to refuse the promotion? Why not them? You know, salesmen are very hardworking and need to introduce customers every day to make money. And what about the deputy manager? He only needs to go around every day, and then he can get money, with a guaranteed minimum of 10,000 yuan. As long as there are transactions in the store, the deputy manager can benefit from it. It can be said that he really makes money while lying down. So what? I believe you have the ability. Ability is something that needs to be cultivated slowly. Follow me and do a good job. Chao Jianben shook his head and said nonchalantly. In his own words, he can promote someone effortlessly, but he needs to give a reason for the promotion. This reason is obviously caused by Chen Fan. This is very reasonable. Well, thank you, Manager Chao. Yi Shinran's heart thumped. No, thank Mr. Chen if you want to thank him. Mr. Chen has a good eye for people, otherwise I wouldn't have found you. Chao Jianben shook his head again and flattered Chen Fan effortlessly. Chao Jianben was a very smart man. Everything he did had to earn value, which made Chen Fan admire him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Yi Shinran said cutely, with a blush on her pretty face. She was grateful from the bottom of her heart. Don't thank me. I said this is what you should do a good job. After that, Chen Fan said to Chao Jianben calmly, Manager Chao, let's go, I'll go check out my car. Okay, Mr. Chen, follow me. Seeing that the storm had subsided, Chao Jianben took a breath and said directly to Chen Fan, and then led the way in front. Everyone was so envious. What is low-key? This is low-key, flashy and pretentious. When he got inside, Chen Fan found that Liandong Auto Shop was a different world. The area inside was larger than the outside, and all of them were luxury cars worth millions, such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, and everything else. Among the cars, a gray and black sports car was lying in the center of the more open space, which attracted Chen Fan's attention at first sight. Looking at the little golden man, Chen Fan confirmed at a glance that it was his car. Rolls-Royce Dawn. Rolls-Royce Dawn appeared in front of Chen Fan, giving him a refreshing feeling, the most prominent of which was the silver-white lifting golden man. Silver bullet paint, unique ingenuity. The design inspiration of the Rolls-Royce Dawn Silver Bullet Collector's Edition comes from the convertible sports car of the 1920s. Rolls-Royce defines this car as the first collection car of the 2020s, mainly for those who do not follow the rules/love to pursue fun. In terms of appearance, the Rolls-Royce Dawn Silver Bullet Collector's Edition uses a unique supermetallic bespoke high-end custom silver paint, showing its meaning of silver bullet. In addition, the car is also equipped with new dark wheels and dark front bumper trim. However, the biggest highlight of this car is that the rear seat is changed to two raised arrow cowlings, fairings. The color of the fairing is the same as the interior color, and the central panel is the same titanium silver as the body, and it is also equipped with a silver bullet logo. Of course, these are all what Chen Fan searched online. Mr. Chen, that's your car. I'll take you to see it. Xiao Jianben smiled and took Chen Fan to the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Okay. Chen Fan felt completely refreshed. Is that the only pleasure for men? Besides women, there are only sports cars. Sports cars can stimulate all the blood and chi of men and make them excited. At this time, Chen Fan was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan took 2 steps at a time and walked towards the Rolls-Royce Dawn. He gently stroked the shiny surface of the Rolls-Royce Dawn. A special feeling was transmitted to Chen Fan's heart from the touch. This feeling was really great. Chen Fan had touched the cars outside before. The two feelings were incomparable. Its material could beat other cars. The title of the king of cars of this Rolls-Royce was indeed not covered. Xiao Jianben saw Chen Fan's expression with a hint of joy, so he boldly began to introduce it, like an enthusiastic salesman. I'm afraid that Chen Fan is the only one who can make the manager introduce the car in this way since the store opened. After all, some corporate bosses do not have these qualifications. If it were an ordinary person, Xiao Jianben would at most warmly welcome Chen Fan, but would not do this. The real reason why Xiao Jianben did this was that Chen Fan had great potential. His purpose was obvious. He wanted to get close to Chen Fan. Judging from his age, Chen Fan was only about 24 years old. At this age, he could raise his hand and buy a Rolls-Royce Dawn worth 10 million. What kind of potential was this? Master Chen, let me introduce you. This Rolls-Royce Dawn is already the most luxurious car in our store. In terms of power, the Silver Bullet Collector's Edition is expected to remain unchanged. It is still equipped with a 66L twin-turbocharged V12 engine with a maximum power of 420 kilowatts, 571 PS, and a peak torque of 820 Nm. The transmission is matched with an 8-speed manual transmission. In terms of interior, the Rolls-Royce Dawn Silver Bullet Collector's Edition has added more exclusive designs, such as carbon fiber instrument panels and interior panels. In addition, the center console is wrapped in leather, and multi-layer leather stripes are added to the side. Hearing Xiao Jianben's introduction, Chen Fan nodded, but his eyes never left the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Master Chen, the introduction is almost over. You can try driving it first to let you feel the pleasure. Xiao Jianben said respectfully. After speaking, Xiao Jianben put the key in his hand into Chen Fan's hand. Okay. At this time, Chen Fan was already impatient, and he took the key and pressed the start button. At this time, Chen Fan slightly opened the door, and in an instant, exquisite metal push rods and wood grain appeared in front of Chen Fan. After a brief hesitation, Chen Fan sat directly on the extremely comfortable seat wrapped in delicate calfskin. A strong sense of compactness and comfort came over him, making the excitement in his heart even stronger. A clock appeared on the far left. The placement of this clock was ingenious. At this moment, the roll of the clock far exceeded the significance of examining time. At this time, Chen Fan personally touched the steering wheel that would communicate with him the most. After gripping the steering wheel tightly, he savored the delicate and soft touch. Master Chen, can you drive? If you can't, can I send someone to take you back? Xiao Jianben spoke at this time, but after he found something wrong, he smiled and said, Master Chen, don't worry. I don't look down on you. I'm just afraid that you are not very skilled in driving. After all, every car has its own soul. You need to be more familiar with it before you can drive it successfully. Chao Jianben was very precise in what he said, and with his noble soul, Chen Fan couldn't lose his temper even if he wanted to. He was indeed a shrewd businessman. At that time, Chen Fan was unsure. Although he had a driver's license, it was a year or two ago. He hadn't touched a car for so long, so he was naturally a lot more unfamiliar. Besides, the Rolls-Royce Dawn is a luxury car, and the operation is naturally different from ordinary cars, and it is even more different from the broken car for the driver's license test. Just as Chen Fan was about to nod, the system voice came in his mind. Ding, the host is being questioned, please choose A, take the initiative to tell Chao Jianben that you can't drive, and ask someone to send you back to the Zijin Villa district, and reward the thick-skinned magic skill. As long as the embarrassing moment is triggered, keep a blank expression at all times. Anyway, you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed, Aligu. B. Choose silence, reward horse luck charm. When stepping on horse, there will be a huge luck bonus, making you the ultimate European emperor. C. Take the initiative to tell Chao Jianben that you can drive, show your confidence, and reward extreme driving skills SS. No matter what vehicle, even airplanes and tanks can be easily driven. The system voice fell, and Chen Fan's mouth slightly changed. Don't worry, Manager Chao, it's just a commuter car, my nanny can drive it. Chen Fan said calmly, as if it was really true. Hearing this, Chao Jianben was slightly startled and nodded subconsciously, but he seemed to find something wrong. Wait, commuter car? Rolls-Royce Dawn is a commuter car? A 10 million commuter car? This is outrageous. My nanny can drive it? The nanny can drive a Rolls-Royce Dawn? Manager Chao had a series of question marks in his mind, but he didn't think the young man in front of him was joking with him. Chao Jianben almost vomited blood in anger when he realized what was happening. He just smiled awkwardly and said, okay, Master Chen, you can get familiar with it first. If you are still not proficient enough, I can still send someone to send you back. Chao Jianben still didn't say anything final. He knew that these rich second generations liked to pretend, so he just went along with what Chen Fan said. If Chen Fan couldn't pretend anymore, he still had a way out. This is why Chao Jianben was able to sit in the position of manager. He said what he meant, very smooth. Okay, I'll try it. As soon as the voice fell, the system in his mind sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, and the reward is being distributed. Suddenly, there were some more things in Chen Fan's mind, which made his eyes light up. Obviously, driving a Rolls-Royce Dawn at this time was a piece of cake for Chen Fan. It was just like a sixth grader looking at a first-grade question. Not to mention other things, Chen Fan was no problem with airplanes and tanks at this time, let alone this mere car. As he said this, he casually pressed the start button of the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Suddenly, an ethereal roar of the Rolls-Royce Dawn echoed throughout the hall. The sound was extremely crisp and ethereal, and very pleasant to hear. There is a saying that goes, to see whether a car is luxurious or not, you only need to listen to the roar of the car. In addition, there is another basis, that is, to see if the car has a huge vibration on the road. Each car is equipped with a shock absorption system. Based on the world-class luxury car Rolls-Royce Dawn, the natural shock absorption system has also reached the extreme. Chao Jianben was slightly surprised to see that Chen Fan was really skilled in operating it. Could it be that what Chen Fan said was true? Manager Chao, I'll go out for a walk first and get all my documents. Chen Fan said directly. Okay, Master Chen, don't worry, I have already done all these things for Master Chen. As he said this, Chao Jianben personally walked out of the hall to get these documents for Chen Fan, and then took the license plate together. Hi A 9988. The license plate is not bad, it must have taken a lot of thought, which is enough to show Chao Jianben's sincerity. Chen Fan didn't expect Chao Jianben to be so sensible, and secretly sighed that it was so easy for rich people to get things done. If it were an ordinary person, it would take several days to get a license plate. Maybe there were many people in line, or it might take more days to get it. What about me? I don't need to worry about these things at all, it's so cool. Why? Master Chen, drive slowly on the road. If you have any problems in the future, you can call today. I will do my best to help you, no matter what. Chao Jianben said seriously, and put all the documents on the co-pilot of Chen Fan, with a smile on his face. Okay, Manager Chao, I will come more often. Chen Fan also said calmly. As for luxury cars, one is definitely not enough, just like women's clothes, at least one piece a day, changing and wearing. Luxury cars naturally have to be changed and driven, only then it is really fun. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Fan held the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator and walked out of the hall lightly. With the use of Chen Fan's Rolls-Royce Dawn, everyone in the store focused their attention on Chen Fan. That rich guy just now. Rolls-Royce Dawn. 10 million. Oh my god, it's true. He just said he bought a sports car worth 10 million. Manager Chow personally received him. He must have an extraordinary background. Aren't you talking nonsense? A person with an ordinary background drives a luxury car worth tens of millions in his 20s? Oh my god, I'm so envious. Rolls-Royce Dawn is worthy of being called a silver bullet. Not only is it fast when driving, but even the color is also eye-catching, especially the wheels under the car, which give people the feeling that they have not been turning. No matter where they go, they always attract countless envious eyes. Wow, so handsome, little brother. Come on, he is handsome, but he has more money, right? Will I believe you? As they said, the young couple who bought the car together also quarreled, which was simply a joke. After leaving Liendomato, Chen Fan also stepped on the accelerator like a galloping buffalo and blasted to the bottom. Rolls-Royce Dawn also flew like a silver bullet. It's cool. The key is that with the extreme driving technology SS, Chen Fan can drive the Rolls-Royce Dawn in an orderly and relaxed manner. Beep beep. Just when Chen Fan was driving very happily, the sound of WeChat rang. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Tan K. Brother Chen, why haven't you come to work yet? Brother Chen, I heard from my supervisor that you resigned, sad brother Chen. What are you doing? You resigned, where are you going now? It's only the middle of the month. Can your salary support you to find a new job? Brother Chen, why don't you reply to me? What are you doing now? Messages came one after another. Looking at the messages between the lines, Chen Fan felt a little unhappy in Tan K. I have already resigned and don't plan to do it anymore. Let's talk about work later. Chen Fan thought about it and replied directly. He was too lazy to say those miscellaneous things. But the next second after replying, Tan K sent another message. Sad, brother Chen, you finally replied to me. So what kind of work do you plan to continue? I don't want to do it if you leave. At worst, we can resign together and we can still work together then. No, I don't plan to work after I resign. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. This Tan K is really true to her nature. She actually wanted to accompany him to resign. However, he is not short of money now, but Tan K, so Chen Fan does not want Tan K to resign. Sad, brother Chen, did you quit because you were tired of me? Why don't you come back? I'll just quit. What are you thinking about? I quit because not knowing how to say this, Chen Fan replied hastily, just do it first, and I'll tell you when the time comes. After saying that, Chen Fan put down his phone. There is really a lot on the agenda for today. Buy a mobile phone, find a babysitter, that's about it. After thinking about it, Chen Fan drove slowly along the side of the road. Rolls-Royce Dawn is the focus of attention wherever it goes, not to mention that this is a 4S street, and there is an endless stream of people buying cars. Naturally, all the attention is on it. There are also many women who are crazy about Chen Fan, and they are flirting with him. How do you say it? They can't wait to jump into Chen Fan's car. Driving slowly away, Chen Fan saw a figure in a purple skirt outside an Audi 4S store. When he drove closer, he saw a beautiful woman on the side of the road hailing a taxi. She seemed to be annoyed that she couldn't get a taxi. But when he looked closely, he found her a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Xin? Oh, I remember. It was the woman with long black hair last night, the woman whose car he dented with a punch. After a careful look, it was true. After that, Chen Fan drove the car in front of Xin. At this time, Xin was annoyed that she couldn't get a taxi. There were many vehicles coming and going here, but there were not many taxis. She wanted to take a taxi online, but she was still queuing. I'm going crazy. If that hadn't dented my car last night, how could I be so embarrassed? Xin murmured, and her fists were about to clench. But the next second, seeing a luxury car parked in front of her, her eyes were immediately attracted, but this was not the attraction of money, but the attraction of the people in the car. Her brain short-circuited all of a sudden, as if she felt that Chen Fan looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. Hey, are you repairing the car here? Chen Fan smiled slightly, looking at the dazed Xin. At this time, Xin also reacted. She stared at Chen Fan and said in surprise, "Why are you here? Is this your car?" Xin had certainly seen Rolls-Royce before, not because she saw it often or because she had it, but because of the brand effect. After all, as long as the little golden man is mentioned, people will unconsciously think of Rolls-Royce, and after thinking of Rolls-Royce, the price is not ordinary low. Yes, you remembered me, let's go, get in the car, I see you have been here for a long time. Chen Fan thought about it and asked her to get in the car. After all, Xian's car was taken for repair by himself, so let's go along the way. Anyway, it's not very urgent now. Hearing this, Muxian got in the car in a daze. Her expression was always slightly sluggish and surprised. It was not until she got in the car that she slowly reacted, and the corners of her mouth twitched from time to time. Comparing Chen Fan with his appearance yesterday, no matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a rich man. Is this really your car? Muxian said in surprise, and at the same time she was shocked and couldn't close her mouth. Yeah, I just picked it up this morning. Chen Fan turned the steering wheel and drove towards the center of the road. He suddenly accelerated and caught Muxian off guard and swayed backwards. However, this Rolls-Royce Dawn is the king of cars. After a brief sway, it became as stable as a dog. Muxian also felt that she was not sitting in the car, but standing on it. On the ground, because there was no shaking, even when going over a speed bump, one could only feel a slight vibration. Compared with his own car, it was like one in heaven and one on earth. Thinking of this, Muxian became nervous. And his heart became even more confused. How much did it cost to repair the car? Is it enough? Chen Fan thought for a while and said, well, enough, it only cost 2,000. I'll return the remaining 3,000 to you. Muxian was like a little white rabbit, speaking hesitantly, and his momentum was not as strong as yesterday. No, I said, if it's more, I'll give it to you as compensation. If it's less, I'll just transfer it to you. Chen Fan shook his head and refused, then continued, by the way, where are we going? You can't let me take you around all the time, right? Oh. To Qingyuan Law Firm in Sanxia Plaza. Muxian said without thinking, with a little panic on her face, but because she was too nervous, she simply tilted her head to face the window to avoid embarrassment. The breeze blew over her hair, and her hair also spread out and blew towards the back. Oh? You're a lawyer? Chen Fan said in surprise. Sanxia Plaza is in the city center, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and the most shocking thing is that Qingyuan Law Firm is one of the top 10 law firms in Donghai City and is very famous. Well, can't I be a lawyer? Muxian felt that Chen Fan looked down on her, and rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. Okay, I envy you for being a lawyer. Chen Fan said leisurely. To be honest, lawyers make a lot of money, otherwise they wouldn't open a business in a place as expensive as Sanxia Plaza. What's there to envy? Muxian complained, don't think too much, I'm just a trainee lawyer, 10,000 yuan a month. I have to live without food and drink for 83 years to be able to afford your car. Muxian just took out her phone to check it out, and was shocked when she found out that the car cost 10 million. After learning the price, she was naturally cautious, after all, she couldn't afford to pay for it if it was bumped. Ahem, okay. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. This little girl seemed to be a bit jealous of the rich, but she didn't what? He simply accelerated. A sports car, of course, is called a sports car only if you can experience the thrill. If it is slow, you might as well buy a grandma's car. The speed was too fast, which completely stimulated Chen Fan's driving pleasure. When entering the city center, Chen Fan wanted to cry. Traffic jams. Too prosperous, traffic jams have become a more prominent feature of developed urban areas. However, this did not give Chen Fan too many bad experiences, because the front and rear cars were at least 10 meters away from him. The reason was naturally because he was afraid of bumping into them, which was very refreshing. Hee, look at that kid, he is so rich, and there is such a beautiful hot girl sitting in the passenger seat. If I had money, I would change it every day. Oh, it's a pity that I was born into a bad family. I worked hard for decades to drive a broken car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, but others can drive a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan with just a flick of my finger. With such a luxury car, I'm afraid there will be no shortage of girls wherever I go. Several car owners stuck in traffic were quietly complaining, and naturally they were envious and jealous. The traffic jam was soon cleared, and Chen Fan took Muxian to Qingyuan Law Firm in Sanxia Plaza. When they stopped the car, at first glance, Qingyuan Law Firm was so magnificent, and there were endless clients coming and going to sue. It was hard not to make money. Okay, we're here, get off the car. Chen Fan said calmly. Ah, we're here? Muxian, who had been ashamed and angry, just reacted. Her tone was a little unkind. She had heard all the dirty words before. Hey, what kind of person did they say she was? That's all. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen, then I'll leave first. Muxian nodded and left with the bag in her hand, walking towards Qingyuan Law Firm. On the way, she naturally saw envious eyes and weird eyes coming from countless directions. Envious eyes come from women, and weird eyes naturally come from men. Envy and jealousy, this is a real person. Even though Muxian didn't do anything and just took a ride with Chen Fan, she has been labeled a money-worshipping in the minds of countless men. Hey, guess what kind of exciting thing I just discovered? Ha ha ha. What's the matter? Tell me, what makes you so happy? Tell me, I'm afraid you will be shocked if I tell you. Do you know the new intern lawyer? The one named Muxin. Yeah. I know, the one with long white legs and a great body. She looks pure, sizzle, she's my goddess, what's wrong? Yes, she has a great figure. She must have practiced yoga a lot. If she does, hee hee. I just don't know which will get her. In Xingyuan law firm, a group of men sat together and gossiped. Naturally, there were also women who loved gossip the most. Seeing that they were talking about women, they would definitely complain and ridicule them. Don't talk about whether she is a goddess or not. Just now, when I went downstairs to get information from a client, I saw Muxin getting out of a luxury car worth tens of millions. Oh my god. As soon as this sentence came out, the eyes of everyone present were shocked. You dare to slander my goddess, I will kill you. It's true, I didn't slander her, I can tell her figure at a glance, and I even paused there for a few seconds. The customer was angry about this, I guarantee it's not wrong. I saw it with my own eyes, I swear on my personality. It seems that what he said is right, no wonder her figure is so good, it turns out that she is spoiled by rich people. Gold digger. A group of people were bustling and slandering, and they had already taken the matter as a capital for talking and laughing. Some people are happy and some are sad. At this time, Muxin was already sitting at her workstation, her expression numb and ashamed. She clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to rush out and tell them that she just took a ride and didn't know them at all. But the more she explained, the more irritated she became, so she kept silent. But in the eyes of some people, silence is tacit consent, and explanation is covering up. People's hearts are complicated, and people are also colorful. She can't control what others think, but she can control her own behavior, it's that simple. Suddenly, when Muxin was in a daze, a petite, cute and beautiful girl came up to her and quietly said beside her seat, Xin, what happened? Why do I hear so much many people are talking about you? Yuan Yao, like Muxin, is an intern lawyer at Xingyuan law firm. The two are also besties and good friends. Yao, don't listen to any nonsense, he is just one of my clients, I just took his ride. Muxin said irritably, I really want to tear their big mouths, they use everything as a topic of conversation. Seeing Muxin so angry, Yuan Yao also covered her mouth and sneered, really? But they all said, hey, forget it, tell me, is he your new boyfriend? No. Really? I said it's not, he is just one of my clients. Muxin said in annoyance, how could I have a boyfriend who is a rich second generation? Well, that's not certain Xin, you have such a good figure, and you are mature and sensible, it's not certain that you have a boyfriend who is a rich second generation. Listen to me, hold on to him, then you will become a rich wife. And then I can follow you to eat every day without having to work. Yuan Yao sneered and said mischievously, and from time to time she thought about going out to play, that would be really good. Oh, Yao, I'm too lazy to care about you, I have to work. You go and get busy too, and wait for them to talk. Muxin didn't want to care anymore. The innocent will be innocent. Maybe it's just a gust of wind. There have been such gossips before, and maybe it will die down after a few days. Okay, then you must remember to hold on. Yuan Yao finally sneered and left, leaving Muxin pretending to organize documents. But Muxin didn't know that when Yuan Yao walked to the bathroom, her expression changed from joy to anger and hatred in an instant, and in the end there was even a hint of jealousy. The so-called changing one's face faster than turning the pages of a book probably means this. Why, how come you are better than me in everything? Yuan Yao and Muxin have been good friends and besties since childhood. After graduating together, they still went to work together. No matter how hard she tried, she could not compare to Muxin. Muxin would always be the child of other people's families in her family's eyes, and she would be nothing. Seeing that the gap between the two was getting smaller and smaller, but now Muxin suddenly had a rich second-generation friend, who made her finally the sense of contrast disappeared. I can't refuse to admit defeat. As she spoke, Yuan Yao smiled ghostly, turned her face again in the toilet, turned into that cute and innocent appearance, and walked out of the toilet. She seemed to have brewed a trick in her heart. A trick that could make Muxin lose to her. At the same time, Chen Fan had come to a relatively large talent market. After targeting the position of nanny, Chen Fan began to look for the target. He had thought about recruiting online before, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was a bit troublesome. It would be better to select on the spot and take it away directly. Sir, are you going to select a nanny? Chen Fan said respectfully to a talent consultant. Yes, a nanny. What are your requirements? The talent consultant asked, and it was natural to do so according to the process. Chen Fan thought about it and said, female, about 20 to 24 years old, no bad habits, hardworking, not lazy. That's about it. It's definitely okay for a female, otherwise why would you hire a male nanny? There's nothing to say about 20 to 24 years old. It's definitely not good to be older. If it's the level of an aunt, that's definitely impossible. Chen Fan doesn't have that kind of hobby. Hardworking is naturally the simplest requirement. After all, the villa is so big, it's estimated that 1 or 2 people will have to be hired. Oh, that's right, sir. Your conditions are a bit harsh. The talent consultant frowned slightly when he heard Chen Fan's request. Harsh? Chen Fan asked back. Yes, sir, it's a bit harsh. You also understand that this kind of girl should have just entered the society not long ago, and they may not be willing to work as nannies. Compared with the traditional concept, nannies are more embarrassing. How to say? In the traditional concept of some people, after graduating from college, they must find a stable, easy, and high-income job. How can they become nannies just after graduating from college? Isn't that embarrassing? Because in the eyes of these girls, they haven't been subjected to too much pressure from society, so they think that as long as they have money and stability, they will not be realistic. It seems a bit harsh. But there is no condition to avoid it. That's all. These are my conditions. Chen Fan didn't plan to change it, and even added one more thing, at least the appearance should be acceptable, after all, we'll see each other every day. He didn't ask for the figure, after all, it seemed like he was asking for something like that. Hearing this, the talent consultant's face turned slightly black. He didn't seem to want to receive Chen Fan, but he decided to calm down and asked, Sir, what are your requirements for the salary of your employees? Well, I may be away from home often. I don't have to work when I'm not at home. The hours are not fixed. I have at least 2 days off a week, and as for the salary. Speaking of salary, Chen Fan hesitated. No one would work if it was less. Anyway, he didn't need this little money, so he said directly, 10,000 a month. 10,000? The talent consultant was stunned. 2 days off? Is there such a good thing? After all, Donghai City is not very poor, but it is not very developed either. The average salary is about 5,000. Those who have just graduated and entered the company to work can be considered umatba to have 4,000 a month, and they are also squeezed by overtime. Compared with the salary offered by Chen Fan, he was tempted. After all, he worked so hard here as a talent consultant and only had a guaranteed monthly salary of 2,000. If he wanted to get a higher salary, he could only survive with commissions. The talent consultant reacted and asked solemnly, Sir, can you not be so rigid about your gender? Ha? Chen Fan was slightly startled, obviously not keeping up with the pace of the times. What do you mean? Oh, sir, this is it. I mean, do you still accept male nannies? No, to be precise, can I? I am not lazy, and I cook delicious food. The talent consultant said excitedly. Get lost. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him, and the gender was so rigid. Then is it too late for me to go to Taiji for surgery now? The talent consultant smiled bitterly. It's too late. I already know you're a man. Chen Fan wanted to say something sweet, but it also proved that the salary he offered was more appropriate. Okay, sir, I won't force you then. The talent consultant said disappointedly. He was really tempted. You said 2 or 3,000 yuan. What can he do in this city? Nothing. If he gets a monthly salary of 10,000, he will work even if he is exhausted. If he gets a monthly salary of 100,000, he will work even if he is skinned. Then, sir, I will write this for you. Recruiting a full-time home nanny, requirements, female, age 20 to 24, dignified, hardworking, 2 days off on holidays, monthly salary of 10,000, is that okay? Well, that's okay. Chen Fan nodded, not bad, this should be able to recruit a better nanny. Then where should I fill in the work address? The talent consultant asked actively. Although he couldn't hire a nanny directly, if the monthly salary was high enough, he could get a certain commission from Chen Fan every month. This was his way of making money, so he had to be respectful to this gentleman. I also need to fill in the address? Chen Fan was slightly stunned. Yes, that's right. Our company strictly requires that you fill in the address to facilitate screening of people who don't meet your requirements, such as those whose residential addresses are too far away, or practitioners also need to screen you. Screening by both sides is quite interesting. Okay, write Zijin Villa District as the address. Okay, Zijin Villa District. The talent consultant took the pen and started writing. As he was writing, he seemed to notice something and asked tentatively, Sir, Zijin Villa District? Yes, it's Zijin Villa District. Chen Fan said calmly. But the talent consultant's face was full of disbelief. He was stunned. He was shocked. A big customer. A big customer. A rich man. Maybe if he performs better, he can get some extra benefits. For example, tell Chen Fan that no one is recruiting and needs to increase a little extra income. Then publish it at the original price. Wouldn't it fall into his pocket? After all, a nanny with a salary of 10,000 yuan is already a high-level nanny. To grab such a golden job, you have to give some benefits? He. This is why he is so happy. Ha ha. Really a talent. The talent consultant laughed wildly in his heart. After all, rich people would care about this or $2? They only care about how things are done. Okay, sir, leave your phone number. I can report to you at any time if there is anything happening. Talent consultant. He spoke sincerely and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Okay. Chen Fan left the phone number and felt good. Then he thought of something and asked directly, by the way, can we find one today or tomorrow? Yes, you can. Don't worry, sir. We are one of the best talent markets in the city. There are more than tens of thousands of people coming and going every day. We guarantee that we can find the most suitable and satisfactory nanny for you. Okay, then I'm relieved. After saying that, Chen Fan got up and walked out. It's time to change the phone. It's that simple. After Chen Fan left, the talent consultant in the room finally couldn't help laughing excitedly. He must seize Chen Fan, a big customer, and there will definitely be benefits in the future. Money can make the devil push the mill. He directly pushed away the tens of thousands of recruitment information that had been accumulated before, helped Chen Fan to handle it first, and went directly to the accelerated channel. After leaving the talent market, Chen Fan drove the car to a street of mobile phone stores. This street is full of mobile phone stores selling all kinds of Apple, LG, Huawei, and Rice phones, including domestic, non-domestic, European, American, and African phones. However, Chen Fan has made his own choice, and he wants to choose Apple. The reason he chose Apple is not because of the brand effect, or the so-called saying that using Apple means being rich, but because he heard that Apple phones are not stuck at all. Before that, he planned to experience it. After all, no matter how rich he is, he can't spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy a piece of garbage. As he said, Chen Fan parked his car in the parking lot. Rich people's luxury cars are the focus of attention wherever they go. After entering the parking lot, 2 or 3 security guards saw that there were no parking spaces and directly called someone to lift the car to clear the way. That taste was simply wonderful, and the feeling of preferential treatment was really great. Chen Fan left without a look and entered the largest Apple mobile phone store. Entering the Apple mobile phone store, Chen Fan was slightly surprised. Whether it was mobile phones, computers, or tablets, there were all Apple brands here, and the gorgeous appearance deeply attracted him. No, not only buying a mobile phone, but also a computer. This is how you enjoy life. After all, Chen Fan also liked playing computer games before, but he just didn't have the free time to go online. Entering the Apple store, Chen Fan almost became a transparent person, and many idle salesmen did not put their hopes on him. After all, Chen Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes, and it was probably impossible to buy a mobile phone, so he just came to take a look. Since it was just a casual look, they naturally did not have the heart to receive him, but a clerk still came up to ask Chen Fan, "Sir, do you need anything?" A woman with wavy short hair came forward and asked. Her tone was not very good, but it was not very respectful, which was quite different from the clerk who was warmly entertaining and serving tea and water. Chen Fan did not think anything and went straight forward to check. "Sir, what do you need? I can introduce it to you." After all, Apple mobile phones are divided into many types, and each mobile phone has advantages and disadvantages, so that you can judge it. The salesperson with wavy short hair seemed a little unhappy. After all, she was ignored, but she still suppressed her anger and spoke, putting her status at the bottom. "Well, okay, do you have the latest Apple mobile phone here?" Chen Fan nodded and asked directly. "The latest model of Apple mobile phone?" The salesperson with curly short hair was slightly startled. The voice was neither loud nor soft. The salesperson who was too lazy to receive Chen Fan even if he was free heard it and held back his smile. "Fortunately, we didn't go to receive him. This guy probably came to take a look again." "Yes, just take a look and buy next time. I don't know when the next time will be." Mobile phone sales are commissions for store employees. Every time a mobile phone is sold, there will be a commission of several hundred or thousands of yuan. The more they sell, the more expensive they sell, and they will naturally make money, but they seem to have gotten used to it. Apple stores naturally don't have those who are obviously high-minded but low-skilled. Their quality is okay. At least they don't shout loudly. After all, Chen Fan is a customer. This is also the rule of mobile phone stores. In recent years, there have been many incidents of mocking customers, which has led these stores to try their best to rectify. At least the atmosphere on the surface has improved a bit, but it is inevitable that it will become a topic of conversation among these idle salespeople. No, this guy doesn't seem to be here for the first time. I remember he came many times. Really? Why haven't I seen him before? Hey, you know what? He's quite handsome. Don't you really have the money to buy it? Come on, I'm sure I've seen him many times, and I guess he must have thought about it after seeing it. Although the voice was very low, Chen Fan still heard it more or less, but he ignored it. There was no point in getting angry with such a person, it would affect his mood. Yes, take me to have a look. Chen Fan nodded. Sir, it's like this, our latest Apple mobile phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. If you don't have enough money, maybe I can take you to see other price ranges, such as the Apple 8 Plus that came out the year before last, which is also a very good phone, and you can buy it for only 4,000 yuan. At the same time, we still have many discounts and discounts. The salesperson with short curly hair seemed reluctant to take Chen Fan to have a look. She thought for a while and introduced other mobile phones. No, 10,000 is 10,000, take me to have a look, and buy it if it's suitable. Chen Fan shook his head. 10,000 yuan for a mobile phone was beyond his imagination, but when he thought about the durability of Apple phones, which could be used for 4 or 5 years without any lag, it was still acceptable. After all, he was not short of the 10,000 yuan. Ah. Okay. The saleswoman with short curly hair shook her head and sighed slightly. Her tone became a little stiff. Then follow me. The only respect he had disappeared, which surprised Chen Fan. In fact, the salesperson with short curly hair must have thought that Chen Fan was just waiting to see what he wanted to buy next time, which was understandable. At this moment, a customer who came in with Chen Fan directly bought an Apple X for 8,000 yuan. The salesperson with short curly hair felt even more unbalanced when she saw this. That customer came in with Chen Fan, and they were both dressed similarly. It was only because she was short-sighted that she received Chen Fan, which made another salesperson get a great bargain. She was so angry that she thought she would die on the spot. For a mobile phone worth 8,000 yuan, the commission she could get was at least 800 yuan. The rule in the store was that the more you sold, the more commission you would get, and the minimum commission was 800. When she thought of this, the salesperson with short curly hair no longer had the heart to receive Chen Fan. She was so unhappy. Ha? What are you doing? Chen Fan saw that the salesperson with short curly hair was not leaving, so he spoke directly. Come with me. I'll take you to have a look now. Apple stores are more popular. Because it is large, each type of mobile phone is divided into an area. The latest mobile phones are naturally in the innermost, most noticeable, and most conspicuous place. Walking to the front of the glass counter, Chen Fan was attracted by the Apple 12 Pro Plus in the glass cabinet at a glance. Full screen, super large screen, gorgeous appearance like flowing water. This is the first feeling that this mobile phone brings to Chen Fan, very refreshing. Quick, pick it up and show it to me. Chen Fan pointed to the Apple 12 Pro Plus in the cabinet and said, Sir, if you don't buy it, you can't actually operate it. The salesperson with short curly hair said with anger. In her eyes, Chen Fan is already a complete garbage, especially his current appearance. Although he looks handsome, it doesn't affect her feelings about Chen Fan at all. Ding, the host is being questioned. Please choose A, indicate that you are just looking and will buy it next time, and indicate that you are really garbage, and reward garbage pills. After eating garbage pills, your words and deeds will be like a gangster in garbage, but there is a charm value bonus, which will make garbage girls like you. B, choose silence, reward dog power symbol. When you step on dog, the power in your body will multiply. C, buy this phone and get a super high-tech computer, the world's most advanced 1nm CPU chip, equipped with advanced technology for the next 1,000 years. Hearing the voice from the system, Chen Fan was slightly stunned, and then reacted immediately. How can I buy it if you don't take it out for me to see? Don't you allow people to try out mobile phones in your store? Chen Fan said angrily, what's the rule? This kind of people is the most annoying. They come to see it every day, and then every time they say they will buy it next time. The key is that they occupy the resources in the store. Obviously, the salesperson with curly short hair has blamed Chen Fan for not getting the commission before. If Chen Fan is not there, then she will run the fastest, and she will definitely be the one to receive another customer, and the commission will naturally be hers. Rules? You're not buying it, what if you break it? Seeing Chen Fan was angry, the saleswoman with short curly hair also gave up, but after thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, forget it, I'll take it out and show it to you, so that you don't ruin the reputation of our store again. After the words fell, the salesperson with curly short hair reluctantly put on a pair of white gloves and carefully took out the Apple 12 Pro Plus from the counter. All her actions seemed to be holding a treasure, but for her it was a treasure. The official price of the Apple 12 Pro Plus was 12,888 yuan, which was only a few months' salary for her, so she was very careful, afraid that it would drop to the ground if she was not careful. This Apple 12 Pro Plus is priced at 12,888 yuan, without any discounts or offers, but there are official gifts: a 100W fast-charging wireless charger, an earphone, a mobile phone case. The iOS 14 system is equipped, and the fully closed system keeps the entire phone in a smooth state. In addition, the front camera adopts an under-screen design, which can reach 15 million pixels. In addition, the rear camera uses 3 cameras, and the central camera uses a wide-angle camera to ensure that the photos are more three-dimensional and vivid. The 3 cameras combine to 100 million pixels. This phone has witnessed the pinnacle of the industry in the most advanced technology, which is incomparable to domestic mobile phones, but she has another shortcoming that she didn't mention, that is, the battery is not very durable. At best, the phone will be completely out of power in less than half a day. After saying that, she didn't care about Chen Fan's feelings. The salesperson with straight wavy short hair took the Apple 12 Pro Plus in her hand and put it away. After putting it away, she took a deep breath. Okay, now you've finished reading. I've introduced what I should introduce. By the way, we only have this one Apple 12 Pro Plus in our store. If you want it, go home and get the money. Go home and get the money? In this era, who keeps their money at home? Obviously, the salesperson with short curly hair just wanted to get rid of Chen Fan. Hee, I said, that kid was just playing around, and he only wanted to look at the 12888 phone. He just wanted to satisfy his curiosity because he had never seen it before. This silly girl really took it out to show him. I would laugh if it broke. If it were me, I would directly ask the security to get him out to avoid taking risks. The salespeople on the side whispered, as if seeing Chen Fan leaving in a hurry without face. But Chen Fan didn't care. Only one? Yes, only one. Buy it and take the money home. At this time, the salesperson with short curly hair had already put the Apple 12 Pro Plus into the glass cabinet, and seemed to be ready to leave. When she received Chen Fan just now, other salespeople had already closed 1 or 2 orders. And she was still receiving him stupidly. If she wasn't afraid of being criticized, she would have wanted to throw this guy out. Okay, I want this phone, Chen Fan said, and took out the bank card directly from his pocket. With a snap, he threw it on the glass cabinet. For a moment, the salesperson with short curly hair, who was about to leave in a bad mood, was slightly startled. She looked at Chen Fan with curiosity, but she still didn't believe it in her heart. Do you really want it? Nonsense, why would I throw away the bank card if I don't want it? Come on, wrap it up for me. Chen Fan was a little impatient. Why are you so slow? Just swipe the card. Regardless of whether there are any tasks, he likes this phone very much, and it is worth the price. It is quite comfortable to use it to watch live broadcasts and play games. Oh. The salesperson with short curly hair picked up the bank card on the glass cabinet stupidly. After a brief trance, her face turned red, not because of excitement, but because she was too angry. What kind of card is this? Nonsense, a bank card. This is a night card. What the hell is this? You are fooling me. The salesperson with short curly hair couldn't help but curse directly. She looked at the card repeatedly. Isn't it the night card that has been popular on the internet recently? What discounts, gas discounts, and coupons? Anyway, you only need to spend 5 yuan to hold it and you can get it back. This gold-plated pattern is exactly the same. Chen Fan's face was full of black lines, and he wanted to beat the salesperson in front of him. What the hell is a night card? This is a black gold card, right? Forget it, he sighed, too lazy to get angry with the other party. Why do you care about my card? If there is money in it, you can know it by swiping it. Chen Fan said speechlessly. The salesperson with curly short hair muttered and reluctantly took out the post machine beside him. After a while, it didn't work. The machine beeped. Puff, it's really a night card. Ha ha ha, you can't even enter the password? I laughed. I thought you were really going to buy it. Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. I think this kid can do great things. He hasn't run away yet, and he has to keep pretending. I laughed to death. How can this man be so shameless? Could it be that he likes our wavy girl? Virtue. After swiping several times in a row, the salesperson with short curly hair was extremely embarrassed. She threw the card in her hand directly on the face of Asterisk and said unhappily, "Boy, get out of here. If you play tricks on me again, don't force me to call security." Chen Fan was also slightly startled. Is there really something wrong with this black gold card? No, there must be nothing. Isn't this the bank manager who changed it for me? Is that old guy cheating himself? The money will definitely not run away. Maybe there is something wrong with the entry of this card, and it can't be swiped. No, this card is fine. Try another post machine to swipe it. Chen Fan suppressed his anger and put the card back on the glass cabinet. The next second, a crisp, sarcastic and mean voice sounded. It turned out that there were two people standing behind him. A man and a woman. The man looked so ugly, but the woman was okay with a good figure. However, after seeing her face, Chen Fan wanted to vomit. Isn't this Su Shanshan? Hey, Chen Fan, why are you here? Su Shanshan said sarcastically, and she leaned her head on the man's shoulder. The difference between the two looks was too big, and it felt very inconsistent. Based on Chen Fan's initial understanding of Su Shanshan, this man must be very rich. None of your business, Chen Fan said calmly. When everyone saw this scene, they covered their mouths and watched the show. What kind of show is this? One after another? Could it be that the two are ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends? However, they seemed to look at Su Shanshan's expression abnormally. After all, anyone can think about it. But then again, money makes the world the best. They would rather find a rich boyfriend than a poor and unmotivated boyfriend. It's that simple. What do you mean it's none of my business? We finally got to know each other, right? Su Shanshan frowned and said, trying to suppress her anger. Shanshan, who is this guy? The man next to Su Shanshan pointed at Chen Fan and said disdainfully. Husband, who else could it be? It's that weird guy who went on a blind date with me before. Didn't I tell you? He's the toad who wants to eat swan meat. Susan was unhappy when she thought of what happened before. Her face was all over the floor, and now she wants to get it all back. As she said that, she raised her proud head slightly and leaned on the man next to her. That expression, exclusive to double standard, made Chen Fan sick. Oh, I see. This guy is the poor guy who makes a few thousand yuan a month you mentioned, right? Ha ha. The ugly man laughed disdainfully. Boy, you look pretty handsome, but you have no money. Ha ha, in this era, having no money is a hard flaw. The man belittled Chen Fan and raised himself, as if he wanted to express that even if he was ugly, he could find women who looked down on him. Come on, you're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You even want this pair of shoes. I'm really impressed by you. It's true that when you're hungry, you're not picky about food. Not picky about food. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the salesman around burst into laughter. It feels so good to be rude. He looks very kind, but I didn't expect him to be rude without using any dirty words. What did you say, you little brat? Su Shanshan hadn't gotten angry yet, but she didn't expect the ugly man to get angry first. Boy, if you dare to say anything bad about my girlfriend again, I'll kill you. Oh, husband, don't get angry over this poor boy. Don't forget what we're doing today. Su Shanshan turned into a little bird, shaking the ugly man's shoulders, making Chen Fan want to vomit. Chen Fan really wanted to tell Su Shanshan about working in the foot massage parlor. It was disgusting to the extreme. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't want to get mad at this idiot. Today is our 1-week anniversary. I'm going to bring you to buy an iPhone 12 Pro Plus. The ugly man ignored Chen Fan with a look of disdain. 1-week anniversary. We've only known each other for a few days. Ugh. Chen Fan wanted to vomit even more. He just had a little bit of bad taste in his heart. He didn't know how ugly this ugly man's face would be when he knew Susan worked at the foot massage parlor. But Chen Fan wanted to vomit, while the customers and salespeople present were envious. 1-week anniversary, so romantic, and such an expensive gift. Wow, I really want a boyfriend like this. Thank you, husband. Susan looked so happy, afraid that Chen Fan didn't know that he was going to give her an Apple 12 Pro Plus. That arrogance was simply amazing. Take out the Apple 12 Pro Plus for me and swipe it directly. The ugly man took out a golden bank card from his pocket. As soon as this bank card came out, it scared the saleswoman with curly short hair. She was ecstatic, and her whole face was filled with excitement. This card is a gold card. It's not a night card anyway. And someone searched for this card on the spot, which was even more shocking. This bank card can only be withdrawn if the deposit exceeds 1 million. And it must be 1 million at the beginning. If it is less than 1 million, the card may be withdrawn at any time. Hiss. Oh my god, so he is a walking millionaire? You can say that. It's a good thing that woman didn't find that poor. I'm just a little envious. But I envy the girl with curly hair more. She can get at least 1,000 yuan in commission right away. The gesture of taking out the card is so handsome. Even if the person is ugly, he can have such a demeanor. It's so. The salesperson with short curly hair took the gold card excitedly and swiped it directly on the post machine. It was still beeping. Ah? The salesperson with short curly hair was confused. Is there something wrong with the post machine? She hurriedly took another post machine and was about to swipe the card when Chen Fan suddenly stopped her. Everything should be based on first come first served. I said before that this post machine was broken, and you didn't change it for me? Now you change it for him? Change it, uncle. Let go of your dirty claws and don't force me to call the security. You can't swipe your night card even if you replace 100 post machines. The salesperson with short curly hair was trembling with anger. She wanted to swipe it, but Chen Fan was too strong and she couldn't get an inch. Puff. Susan couldn't help hearing about the night card. Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to have fallen to this point, and you actually used the night card to buy a mobile phone? Are you trying to make me laugh? Do you want you to buy the Apple 12 Pro Plus in full with the coupons on the night card? Get lost. Chen Fan was determined not to let go. This salesperson looked down on him and he was very upset. And this Su Shanshan ridiculed him again and again. Did she really think he was a sick cat? Buddy, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Your so-called girlfriend works in a foot massage parlor. Fortunately, I didn't find such a double standard, otherwise I don't know how many green hats I would have worn in a day. Look, I went there last night, and she was the one who received me? As soon as the voice fell, the whole store was silent, and the ugly man's face sank, and he stared at Chen Fan. Su Shanshan on the side was also stunned, and her face immediately showed panic. In less than a few seconds, she immediately reacted and said frantically, Chen Fan, how dare you slander me? Husband, don't believe him, this guy just can't stand us doing well, so he slandered me. Husband, you must believe me? Su Shanshan wanted to kill Chen Fan in her heart. She explained again and again, and fortunately the ugly man didn't doubt her. Boy, do you really think I'm joking with you? Do you believe that I can make you never see the sun tomorrow with just one phone call? The ugly man didn't expect that the ignorant boy in front of him would dare to slander his girlfriend. He also showed his manliness and domineering attitude that should belong to a man. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, don't come and cry when you get injured. Chen Fan smiled disdainfully. Forget it, I'm too lazy to play tricks with you. Ask your manager to come out. I'll pay 20,000 yuan to buy this phone. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to these people. He didn't believe that a store was full of these people who looked down on others. As soon as the voice fell, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes hurriedly walked out of the store. He had a tag hanging around his neck with his public number and position on it. Public number 001, name Hong Jingxin, position is naturally the store manager, that is, the manager of this store. What happened? Hong Jingxin said in a loud voice, with a meticulous expression. He glanced at everyone and set his sights on Chen Fan, who had said he was looking for the manager before. Are you the store manager here? Chen Fan looked at Hong Jingxin and said calmly. Yes, I am the store manager here. Hong Jingxin nodded after a brief hesitation. It's like this, I want to buy a mobile phone, but I didn't expect that everyone in your store is so arrogant, which makes me very unhappy. So, I decided to buy the whole store and get all of you out. Calculate how much it costs. Chen Fan's face was extremely cold at the end, and even Hong Jingxin felt a little depressed. Of course, Hong Jingxin definitely didn't believe it, but when Chen Fan took the black gold card in his hand, he was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. His eyes almost fell to the ground. Hong Jingxin swallowed hard, and suddenly panted quickly, this. His tone was also hesitant. He immediately reacted and bowed fiercely, Hello, sir, I am the store manager Hong Jingxin here. If you have any neglect just now, please don't be angry, I will definitely take care of it. As he said, Hong Jingxin personally poured a glass of water in front of the water dispenser and handed it to Chen Fan. At this time, his face was already extremely ruddy, and sweat was pouring out on his forehead. Quick, pack up the mobile phone that this gentleman needs to buy. Hong Jingxin said very quickly. Hurry up. What are you still standing there for? But the store manager, his card is a night card. The salesperson with short curly hair hadn't even figured out what was going on from the store manager's face. Seeing this, Hong Jingxin couldn't help it and shouted, Get lost, you don't need to come to work tomorrow, get as far away as you can. Not only that, you can't even think about going to work in any of the dozens of stores here. These store managers are usually friendly and naturally know each other. It's easy to get him to not go to work just by saying hello. Why? The salesperson with short curly hair was stunned. Hong Jingxin didn't bother to answer, and directly pushed the salesperson away, and personally picked up the Apple 12 Pro Plus from the glass cabinet, with his mouth twitching from time to time. It all happened so fast that everyone was stunned, and even Susan and the ugly man couldn't react. By the time everyone reacted, Chen Fan had already picked up the Apple 12 Pro Plus in his hand. Master Chen, this is the phone you need. Since your shopping experience was unhappy due to problems in the store, this is considered as compensation. I'll give you a mobile phone. No money. Free. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Could it be? Could it be that Chen Fan is not a piece of trash, but a powerful person? Otherwise, why would their store manager change his attitude? You know, their store manager is much more arrogant than the salesperson, and basically kicked him out for small quarrels, but now not only did he not kick Chen Fan out, but he also gave him the Apple 12 Pro Plus for free. Master Chen, look, are you calmed down? Hong Jingxin wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked tentatively with some trepidation. At this time, Chen Fan still did not change his expression. Forget it, you are the only one who doesn't look down on others, so let it go this time. Chen Fan was not just talking big. To buy this store, at most it would cost 1 or 2 million, and he could still afford this money. But Hong Jingxin didn't dare to gamble. It was obvious that he recognized this card. Hey, what do you mean? You are the store manager and you can sell this phone to him. We have to pay first. Why should I give it to him? Su Shanshan exploded with anger. She bared her teeth and claws like a shrew scolding in the street. Hearing the scolding, Hong Jingxin's face suddenly turned cold. The ugly man next to her wanted to slap Su Shanshan hard. Didn't she understand? Su Shanshan was stupid, but he was not stupid. It was obvious that the other party had bad intentions. If he was really a poor rubbish, why did Hong Jingxin treat him like this? Why? Huh, just because I'm the store manager, who do you think you are? Also, I've seen your card. The threshold for opening a card is only 1 million. Master Chen's card has a black gold card with an opening amount of 100 million. 100 million. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. 100 million. 100 million. 100 million. Opening the card is 100 million. Even though the ugly man was prepared, he still couldn't help being shocked. The gap is too big. He admitted that his family had a little money, but at most he was a small rich second generation. This 1 million card was still his father's, and the total assets of the family were only 10 or 20 million. It's over, I have offended someone I shouldn't have offended. But in this way, Hong Jingxin gave Chen Fan a mobile phone for free. It makes sense, and only in this way can Hong Jingxin be willing to give it away. Giving away a mobile phone is a small thing, but it leaves a big impression. Impossible, he has a night card. What a 100 million black gold card. Su Shanshan reacted and her face flushed. Although she was not confident enough, how could she believe that Chen Fan could have a deposit of 100 million? It's up to you to believe it or not, but if you slander Master Chen again, don't blame me for asking the security guard to throw you out. Hong Jingxin was too lazy to say such words to such a shrew, which simply lowered his status. You should know that he was respectful to Chen Fan, but to someone like Su Shanshan, it was obvious that there was a world of difference. If it sounded good, it was a customer, and if it was not good, it was a troublemaker. Since she was here to make trouble, he had his own way. I don't care, we want this phone, and I have already paid for it just now, it's ours anyway. Su Shanshan still refused to give in. He didn't believe that Hong Jingxin would throw her out. But as soon as the voice fell, a snap sounded. Snap! The person who was beaten was Su Shanshan. The right half of her face was swollen, white and red, and there was a trace of bruises. The person who beat her was the ugly man next to her. He was Su Shanshan's current boyfriend. Lu Huan, you dared to hit me? You dared to hit me? Su Shanshan was slapped in the face, and all her anger was swallowed up. If you say another word, I will beat you to death today, believe it or not. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Lu Huan looked straight ahead, and was trembling with anger. Did this woman get kicked in the head by the donkey of the production team? Provoked again and again. It's okay that Su Shanshan got into trouble, it has nothing to do with him, but he was afraid that Chen Fan would get angry and deal with him too. Once his family knew that he had offended a rich young man, 800 legs would be broken. It can be said that in the face of these things, he still knew what to do. His father had also told him that he could go out and have fun, and he could find women, but he couldn't mess with people he couldn't afford to mess with, especially those rich young men. If his father knew about it, he would die 800 times. Lu Huan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. What the hell are you talking about? Who am I to care about you? Get out of here. I don't have a girlfriend like you. Get lost. Lu Huan couldn't hold back his anger. After all, he was a rich second generation. Why should he be so respectful to such a stupid woman? It seemed that he had spoiled her so much that she couldn't find her way. "Ah, I'm going to kill you, Lu Huan, you're not a man." Su Shanshan went crazy and scratched Lu Huan's face with her fingernails, which completely angered Lu Huan. He kicked Su Shanshan to the ground. "You crazy woman. From today on, I have nothing to do with you. Life or death has nothing to do with me." After the voice fell, he hurriedly calmed down his anger. He didn't know whether this play was real or fake, but it was for Chen Fan to watch. "Mr. Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you have any questions, go find this stinky woman. I am very sorry. I misunderstood you just now. Please be generous and treat me as a," Lu Huan said respectfully. After all, he is a man who knows the current situation. But in the eyes of the people around him, that is awesome. A millionaire actually begged for mercy. At this time, they have completely changed their thoughts about Chen Fan, with blazing eyes. A deposit of 100 million. The family property must be tens or hundreds of billions? If they marry Chen Fan, then they will be the wives of rich young men, flying directly to the branches and becoming phoenixes. At worst, being Chen Fan's girlfriend, isn't it easy to get hundreds of thousands or millions of pocket money a month? Of course, it's just thinking so, but I don't know if you have the courage. But at least now no one dares to come forward to find Chen Fan or show off. The one who regretted the most was the saleswoman with wavy short hair. She regretted it so much that she wanted to slap herself hundreds of times. She even wanted to die. Fortunately, Chen Fan didn't take her seriously. She just lost her job and commission. "Okay, then you can go away. Remember to keep an eye out next time," Chen Fan said calmly. Naturally, he was too lazy to embarrass the other party. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Huan's eyes lit up with excitement. He sighed in his heart and bowed hurriedly. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you, Mr. Chen. Oh, by the way, I didn't lie to you before. You should go to the hospital for a checkup to avoid contracting any disease." Chen Fan thought of something and reminded him. But this reminder made Lu Huan's face extremely pale. He stared at Susan, who was crying on the ground, gritted his teeth and kicked her, then turned back to Chen Fan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for reminding me. I'll go check it out now." It's true. Because in Lu Huan's eyes, Chen Fan would definitely not lie to him, and what he said before must be true. But he didn't think about why Chen Fan went to the foot bathing city to wash his feet. Isn't it uncomfortable to soak your feet in the villa swimming pool? After saying that, he hurried out of the store. Everything is over. Hong Jingxin, who had been standing aside and didn't dare to breathe, immediately handed out a business card with various contact information on it. "Master Chen, if you need any equipment next time, you can call this number. You don't have to come here in person. I will send someone to deliver it to you immediately," Hong Jingxin said respectfully, naturally wanting to climb up the big branch of Chen Fan. "Okay, sure." Chen Fan nodded and stuffed the business card into his pocket casually. Not bad. He walked over as if he had never seen Susan crying on the ground. "Wait, Chen Fan, oh no, Mr. Chen. Wait." Suddenly, Susan said excitedly. She immediately wiped away the tears on her face and tried to keep herself calm. After taking 2 or 3 breaths, she immediately looked at Chen Fan and said, "Mr. Chen, are you still short of a woman by your side? I can do anything you want me to do. I will serve you well and I will be very good and obedient." Su Shanshan was abandoned by her last sponsor, so she immediately set her sights on Chen Fan, the super sponsor. Shameless? So what? As long as she can get close to Chen Fan, let alone being shameless, Su Shanshan won't frown even if she wants to do something. As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Su Shanshan, a person with no moral bottom line. Hiss. No wonder Chen Xiao said that she was a gold-worshipping in a just now. It was true, but the men around her envied Chen Fan very much. After all, although Su Shanshan was materialistic and disgusting, she had a very good figure after all. The clothes on her body alone could not the hotness of her figure makes people imagine. With such a figure, her skills must be very good. Envy, jealousy. Some people think that Chen Fan will agree, but some people think that Chen Fan will refuse. But no one thought that Chen Fan would ignore it at all, and even didn't bother to say the word "get out" and just snorted coldly. Hiss. Domineering. Su Shanshan didn't expect that she had done this and the other party refused. She was hit hard. The whole person was dumbfounded, but after hesitating for a minute or two, she stood up with her hands on her abdomen and walked out of the store step by step, but she didn't give up or get angry in her heart. She even secretly swore that she must become Chen Fan's woman. Not only that, she also wanted to become a rich and powerful wife and control all of Chen Fan's wealth. She even wanted to take over all of Chen Fan's wealth in the future and do whatever she wanted. I'm afraid that only a foolish woman like Su Shanshan can think of such a wild idea. However, in Chen Fan's view, the first step was wrong. Becoming his woman? Am I dreaming? How can I say such a thing? After leaving the Apple Store, Chen Fan headed for the parking lot. A system voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is being distributed. The reward was distributed, and it was naturally the reward just now, a super high-tech computer. It was just stored in the warehouse. If you want it, you can take it out at any time, but Chen Fan doesn't plan to take it out now. I'll talk about it when I get back to the villa. I can save money on buying a computer. I'm so happy, but when I walked to the parking lot and reached my parking space, there were already several security guards watching my car, and they kept saying it was over, and so on. It seemed that everyone was terrified and didn't know what to do. It's over. What should we do if that young master comes? What should we say? What else can we say? Tell the truth. Do you want compensation? Anyway, it wasn't us who bumped into each other. Let the young master go find that woman. Yes, I recognize that woman, but I can't remember her name right away. Didn't she leave her phone number? Anyway, she doesn't look like she's going to run away. The young master shouldn't make things difficult for us. How about we look around first? When Chen Fan heard the conversation and the security guards surrounding his car, his face suddenly turned cold, and he walked forward quickly with his mobile phone. What happened? As soon as these words came out, the security guards with their backs to Chen Fan trembled at the same time, sweat on their foreheads, and everyone's face was filled with hot sadness and fear. It's over, it's over, it's over. At this time, different situations appeared in the hearts of each security guard. But Chen Fan was too lazy to ask, and pushed them aside. Sir, listen to me, it's not that we are unprofessional, we have been carefully guarding it. Yes, it's not us, we have surveillance here, and we guarantee that it's not us, don't bother us. We have old and young people above us, please don't embarrass us, a small security guard. Several security guards cried, and kept spitting out unclear words. After the Rolls-Royce Dawn entered Chen Fan's field of vision, his face became even colder, so cold that it could emit a cold light. At this time, there was a scratch on the leftmost hood of the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Although this scratch did not affect the beauty, it did make Chen Fan furious. Cars are like women. If your woman is hit or scratched, can you tolerate it? The answer is of course not. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and gently touched the scratch. Then his vision was instantly attracted by a piece of paper stuck on the rearview mirror. There were two big characters written on it, sorry. Under the sorry, there was also a string of numbers. Where is the person? Chen Fan's face turned cold and he stared at the security guards. The security guards had never been glared at like this before, and they were scared at once. Master, the man ran away. When I went to check the surveillance just now, it was a woman who deliberately scratched it. That's right, it was a woman. This phone should be her phone. We don't know what it means. Who deliberately scratched a scratch on a luxury car? I don't know if it was a bubble in my brain. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and directly picked up the newly bought mobile phone and called the number. Seeing Chen Fan made the call, all the security guards held their breath. If it was fake, then the property management of the parking lot would definitely be in big trouble, and in the end, they would be the ones who would suffer. How tragic. At this moment, the security guards were cursing the person who scratched the car in their hearts. At the same time, after Chen Fan called, there were a few beeps, but no answer at all. Just when he decided to hang up the phone, it was connected. Within a few seconds of the connection, a very pleasant voice came from the other end. It was a woman. Hello, who is it? I am the owner of the car. Chen Fan said calmly without any expression. But the other party was not panicked or terrified, but said in a very calm tone, Sorry sir, I accidentally scratched your car. Don't worry, I will definitely compensate you. Please forgive me. Oh, then what? Chen Fan didn't say anything, but simply replied. How about this, sir? I'll treat you to a meal at about 5 o'clock this afternoon to express my apology. By the way, I will arrange for your car to be repaired later. The address has been booked, Ningjian Hotel, how about it? The other party said slowly and calmly, and he was not panicked at all when handling things. Instead, he felt that he had planned it for a long time. Well, okay, just do as you say. Chen Fan is not a good man. Since the other party wants compensation, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. By the way, he will see which stinky woman dared to scratch his car. You know, this Rolls-Royce Dawn was just picked up this morning. It's really sad. Okay, sir, that's it. After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, glanced at the security guards who had already been terrified, and said, "Don't worry, I won't bother you, you can do what you need to do." After the voice fell, several security guards were incredibly surprised, and then showed a feeling of relief. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You are so great. Sir, you are sensible. You deserve to be rich. You deserve to be rich for the rest of your life." Several security guards cheered, and it was obvious that they were flattering him. After all, they didn't know much. Chen Fan tried to keep himself calm. With a peaceful mindset, after sending the security guards away, he carefully observed the scratches on the Rolls-Royce Dawn. From a distance, the silver appearance made the scratches not obvious, and it can be said that they were completely unnoticeable. Only if you carefully check, you will find them. In addition, the location is not so conspicuous, the scratches are short, and it doesn't seem to be a big problem. It only needs simple maintenance. However, Chen Fan was slightly confused. Who scratched his car? The scratches were obviously not made accidentally, but by a simple blunt instrument. The location was also awkward. Unless it was done deliberately, it would basically not be scratched. Simply put, it was deliberately scratched, but it was unknown what the purpose was. Let's talk about the subsequent appointment at Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan, who used to be a chef, must know that Mingjiang Hotel is a 5-star hotel in Donghai City, one of the top 5 hotels. The consumption is naturally not flattering. Basically, only the rich and powerful can go there. Otherwise, one dish may cost a month's salary. Of course, this is just the most basic understanding. How luxurious it is, we can only see it after we go there at 5 o'clock this afternoon. As he said that, Chen Fan got into the car and downloaded a map on his newly bought mobile phone. After all, he was driving and there were unfamiliar roads everywhere, so he could give him some advice. It was already lunchtime, and Chen Fan was going to find a place to eat something, and then go back to the villa to live a lazy life. Just as Chen Fan was about to step on the accelerator, a WeChat message came over, and the person who sent the message was Tan K. "Brother Chen, where are you? Something big happened, something big happened." "What happened?" Chen Fan took a look and replied casually. It must be said that this mobile phone is as smooth as silk, and the speed is also extremely fast. It is really worth the money. After Chen Fan sent the message, Tan Kei replied immediately. "Something big happened at Dihao restaurant. Now the guests are making a fuss, and the manager is so busy." Tan Kei replied anxiously. "It has nothing to do with me. I've already resigned. I'm too busy to do this, so I can just hire someone else." Chen Fan replied with a little confusion. Why would this girl say that? "No, listen to me, brother Chen. After you left, the restaurant has changed dramatically. Let me make it short. Do you remember the dishes you made before? They were well received." "Yes, I remember." He remembered the scallion fried deer tendons that he made hundreds of times a day. He almost broke the whole thing. Those diners were so crazy that they didn't have enough to eat and had to pack up. Some diners were even more hateful and came several times a day. Yes, it's that scallion fried deer tendons. Now those diners are shouting that the taste has changed. They want refunds and smash the store, saying that they brought a fake one up for them to eat. After the voice fell, Chen Fan burst into laughter. Liao Changwei is the chef. After he left, he must have been the chef. Now it seems that these diners know that the taste is not right, so of course they will smash the store and spit on him. Liao Changwei's cooking skills are good, but how can it compare to his full-level Chinese cooking skills? Now Chen Fan wanted to see how embarrassed the arrogant Liao Changwei was now. "It has nothing to do with me. I have already resigned, hee hee." Chen Fan was laughing in his heart. The Dihao restaurant didn't like him before. He would definitely not go back. What's more, he had so much money. Why should he go back and be a grandson? Can't he be a salted fish that eats, drinks, defecates and urinates every day? It's very beautiful. At the same time, in the kitchen of Dihao restaurant, several chefs gathered together to look at the news in Tan Kei's hand. "It's over, oh, it's over. What's wrong with that kid? Why did he resign for no reason? Oh. A bald man in a suit and tie scratched his head and said, and several people were like ants on a hot pot. "Manager. Maybe Brother Chen doesn't want to come back," Tan Kei said weakly, but in fact, she was also a little happy in her heart. Maybe the manager will let Brother Chen come back, so that she can work with Brother Chen every day again. No. What if he doesn't come back? What if so many diners make a fuss? The manager yelled and took out his phone to dial. The number was naturally Chen Fan's. The most angry person here was naturally the chef Liao Changwei. Who could admit that he can't beat the other party? He certainly won't admit it, but there's no way now. The scallion fried deer tendons he made can't satisfy the appetite of the diners at all. He can only silently why these rubbish diners don't know real food in his heart. The manager's call was quickly hung up, and he was confused for a while, but his expression didn't change at all. If it was compared to before, he might have just cursed, the kind of parents who took care of him. But now there's nothing to do, he definitely can't curse. As he spoke, the manager walked directly to his office. Chen Fan on the other end naturally hung up the phone, humming a little song, very beautiful. As soon as the phone was hung up, the skinning disgusting monster called again, and Chen Fan hung up again without hesitation. Hey, it's like there's nothing to do. After hanging up, he called again. In desperation, Chen Fan had to answer the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Chen, where are you now? Hearing the phone call, Chen Fan was stunned. He looked at the phone number again and again. Is this the former manager's? No, Chen Fan immediately asked, who are you? Brother Chen, I'm the former manager. I just resigned for a day or two and you don't recognize me? Oh my god, he's really the manager? This sentence, why is it wrong? Brother Chen, are you working now? No. Then can you come back now? We need talents like you in our store. Really, after you are gone, the customers in the store are making a fuss. How about you come back and help? As soon as the voice fell, just when Chen Fan wanted to refuse, the system voice came in his mind. Ding, the host is being selected, please choose A, directly reject the manager and tell him that he has found a new job. The reward is not to be tough and to be cowardly, speaking to the other party in a humble manner. There is a 50% probability that he will let you go. B, choose silence, and the reward is silence is gold. Whenever you are silent, there is a chance that $1 will appear under your feet. C, directly and tactfully agree, saying that you are able to come to work, and reward you with SS for proficiency in hacking technology. This is an option? Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, and after a few choices, he could only choose C. He had just got a black tech computer, and maybe this hacker SS skill could help him reach the top. Brother Chen, are you still here, Brother Chen? The manager asked like a younger brother. Yes, I am. I have found a new job. It is a restaurant with a similar scale to the Dihao restaurant. When I went for the interview, they told me to be a sous chef first. The salary is about 10,000 yuan a month. Well, when Chen Fan finished speaking, the manager hesitated. The sous chef is a slightly lower position than the head chef. The sous chef is usually the second in command of the kitchen. His duties are to assist the chef. If the chef is away for some reason, the kitchen affairs will be presided over by the so-called head chef. Of course, sometimes there are part-time chefs who are entrusted to temporarily serve as the head chef. It may be difficult to understand this way. The head chef is the head of the kitchen, and the sous chef is the core chef of the kitchen. The purpose of saying this is naturally to give the manager a choice. Since I want to go back, I certainly can't go back so easily. Even if I go back, I can't be a grandson, right? At least he is a big boss. Sure enough, the manager made a decision immediately. Brother Chen, if you come back, I will immediately make you the head chef. As for the monthly salary, I will give you 20,000 directly. How about I give you a higher salary after I ask the boss? As long as you come back, these are not a problem. Ah, isn't the head chef Liao Changwei? Chen Fan asked with a deliberate sneer. He is a chef. How can Liao Changwei's cooking skills compare with yours, Brother Chen? As long as you come, I will immediately let him be your assistant. Oh no, as long as you say a word, I will immediately fire him. There is no place for him in the entire restaurant industry. The manager's words were excited and funny at the same time, and Chen Fan laughed again and again. Okay, then I'll turn that down first. I'd better come back to help. After all, I have feelings for it. Dihao restaurant is where Chen Fan has been working. It would be a lie to say that he has no feelings for it. At least the environment is more familiar and the people are more familiar. Okay, then, Brother Chen, can you come to work today? I'm very busy here. You know, the diners all say they won't eat anything other than the dishes you cook. The meaning of this is naturally to let Chen Fan go back to work immediately. Okay, I'll come over now, but I still have something to do at 5 p.m. You shouldn't have any objections to me leaving then, right? All the things that should be done have been done. Except for something else at 5 p.m., there is almost nothing else to do. It's okay to go back now. Okay, absolutely. As long as Brother Chen comes to work here, I basically don't ask about your affairs. Just say a word. The manager is also very sensible. After all, the Dihao restaurant is afraid that it will not be very good without Chen Fan. The restaurant is most afraid that the dishes are not delicious. In this case, customers will be lost, and the restaurant's revenue will be greatly reduced. It is basically not okay to fall into this situation. So, now Chen Fan means one thing, and he can't disagree. Okay, then I'll come over now. Okay. After speaking, Chen Fan hung up the phone directly and went to the Dihao restaurant. He was in a good mood. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, and the reward is being distributed. The hacker technology reward has been issued, but Chen Fan is a little indifferent now. The parking lot is not far from the Dihao restaurant, and it is not the morning rush hour, so it took 10 minutes to get there. After searching for the parking lot, Chen Fan went directly to the Dihao restaurant. When Chen Fan returned to the restaurant, he was shocked. Is this a restaurant or a vegetable market? All the seats were full of guests. Although there were dishes on their tables, they didn't eat them after eating one or two pieces, and some even didn't touch them at all. At this time, the guests were clamoring to eat the dishes that were cooked before, and some were knocking with chopsticks. I'm sorry, everyone. Chef Chen is coming back soon. Chef Chen is coming back soon. Please be patient. Please be patient. What the hell? I came here specifically to eat the braised deer tendons with scallions. What the hell are they serving me now? I really think it's a gimmick. The other dishes are a bit normal and acceptable, but what on earth is this braised deer tendons with scallions? The only dish in your house that's worth eating is braised deer tendons with scallions. That's right, we all came here specifically to eat the braised deer tendons with scallions. Well, these diners can accept or slightly like other dishes, but after eating the scallion fried deer tendons, their appetites became very picky, and they were not satisfied with even the previous dishes. In other words, some people came specifically to eat the scallion fried deer tendons. The manager cried with joy when he saw Chen Fan coming. Brother Chen, you are finally here, Brother Chen. At this time, Tan Kei was also standing beside the manager. Her anxious face was ecstatic after seeing Chen Fan. Brother Chen, you are finally back. When the group of diners saw Chen Fan, who was called by the manager, they all paused slightly. So young? And he cooks so deliciously? Chen Fan nodded, and looked at these moments. Suddenly, something more happened in his heart. He immediately waved his arms, and the scene instantly became quiet. Ahem, thank you all for your support. I made the scallion fried deer tendons that you like. I had to take a leave of absence for something, which resulted in me being late today. So please bear with me. To express my apology, there will be plenty of scallion fried deer tendons today. As soon as the words fell, applause swept in. Papa papa pa. So young, and so handsome. It seems that skills are not determined by youth. That's right, he cooks such delicious dishes and is so handsome. I have to ask for his contact information later, ha ha ha. Yes, a good man, he cooks delicious dishes and is the chef. Is this the legendary good man? After the processing was completed, the diners quieted down. The women among the diners all looked at Chen Fan with golden eyes, and only when Chen Fan entered the kitchen did they stop looking at him with infatuated eyes. After entering the kitchen, a group of chefs all cast their eyes on Chen Fan, calling him Brother Chen all the time. Although Liao Chengwei's face showed reluctance, he still called him Brother Chen symbolically. Brother Chen, you are. Well, those diners are so greedy, why don't you work harder? Well, cook all the dishes? Or let them prepare the ones that need to be fried, and you cook them? The manager said a little embarrassedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole kitchen fell silent. Chen Fan pursed his lips, and even cursed in his heart, are you trying to tire me to death? But the words were blocked by the system. Ha, do you think you can do it? It is roughly estimated that there are at least hundreds of orders this time. If you copy one copy at a time, you need to copy hundreds of times. You will be exhausted to death? Liao Chengwei, who was standing aside, said disdainfully. This was not directed at Chen Fan, but at everyone. Even the donkey in the production team would not dare to do this. Ding, the host is being questioned, please choose A, directly refuse, saying that he only cooks scallions and deer tendons, and does not cook anything else, showing the style of a chef, and rewarding the arrogant talisman. No matter where you go or who you meet, using this talisman can make you quickly become arrogant. B, choose silence, reward dog luck talisman. When stepping on dog, there will be a luck bonus. C, directly agree to it, and say it is easy, reward gene enhancement potion. After using the gene enhancement potion, you will get a superhuman physique, with ruthless and endless power and no fatigue, but it will not affect any sleep and quality of life. The gene enhancement potion can adjust all the genes of the human body to the best state, completely strengthening the human body. It can be said that it can do anything except flying. Agree. Definitely agree. Ha, I'll know if I can do it after trying it. Chen Fan took a deep breath and smiled. As soon as he said this, the whole kitchen fell into silence again. The manager, who originally thought that he would be ruthlessly rejected, was dumbfounded. He even regretted saying this before. What if Chen Fan ran away? But now, he was actually glad that he said this. However, in the eyes of other chefs, there was even a hint of surprise and doubt, and the most direct one was disdain. Why disdain? They admitted that Chen Fan could do cooking, but cooking so many dishes at once would inevitably lead to confusion in the brain, or even lack of strength. You know, the iron pan is very heavy. If you cook for an afternoon, you will definitely have backaches, and maybe you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Besides, he still had anger in his heart. If that was the case, wouldn't they be the accomplices? Brother Chen, are you crazy? Can you fry all these? That's right, are you stupid? Have you forgotten that you almost collapsed after frying for an entire afternoon? The diners are so crazy, ordering food like crazy and cooking like crazy. Maybe they won't be able to get up tomorrow. After all, if the amount of exercise increases, they will be finished. They can't risk their lives for money. Don't worry. Chen Fan nodded and said to Tan Kei and Feng Weiyuan. Chen Fan certainly has his own ideas. The purpose of his agreement now is nothing more than for the gene potion. After cooking for a day, he will say that he is almost unable to do it. Wouldn't he be able to shirk it then? It's a business that is sure to make money. With that, the manager left the kitchen happily. The kitchen officially started to operate. Everyone started to prepare the ingredients in a hurry, and all kinds of ingredients were ready. And Chen Fan, who was holding a big pot on the side, naturally got the reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, and the reward is being distributed. The gene enhancement potion is not a special potion, but the system directly injected into his body. In an instant, he felt a continuous flow of power coming from a certain part of his body. The burst of power made him feel like he was instantly energized, as if there was an endless force urging him to move. The iron pot, which was originally about 3 or 4 pounds, was like a soft marshmallow in Chen Fan's eyes. It was very light and he could not feel the weight at all when holding it in his hand. In addition, his mind seemed to be suddenly much more sensitive, causing him to be familiar with the entire cooking process. To make a simple analogy, before the enhancement, Chen Fan might have to stir-fry one dish at a time. But now, Chen Fan filled 4 large pots at once and stir-fried them at the same time. Moreover, the steps of cooking were different, and he could easily cope with them. Awesome! With that, Chen Fan could only pick up the order on the side. 4 dishes. All of them were scallion-fried deer tendons. It seems that these diners are crazy, and they all come for scallion-fried deer tendons. After reading the order, the bean curd and green onions were already prepared, and Chen Fan began to show his operation. Filling 4 pots at once was a puzzlement to many chefs. But Chen Fan poured oil into each pot, and immediately they were surprised. Crazy, is Brother Chen trying to cook 4 dishes at once? Oh my god, this is such a great show. I think he probably wants to do the same thing. Oh my god, I've been a chef for several years, and this is the first time I've seen such a show, frying 4 dishes at a time. Isn't this too crazy? Will he make it in time? The chefs on the side were all guessing, and the thing that they couldn't understand the most still happened. After pouring the oil, Chen Fan didn't hesitate at all, showing his full-level attitude of Chinese cuisine. Heat the oil in the wok. His control of the heat at this time has reached a level of perfection. After watching the 4 oil pans rolling, the heat was ready, and the bean curd was fried directly. The eye-catching thing really happened. The kitchen was silent, and they all watched Chen Fan's operation show. The bean curd cannot be fried too old. The bean curd that has become tiger skin-like is rinsed with hot water again and stir-fried directly. After a set of operations, it was smooth and flowing. Chen Fan also stir-fried the 4 pots meticulously, and there was no abnormality in each pot. Oh my god, so strong? He holds 2 pans in his left and right hands and doesn't even need a spatula to stir-fry? Oh my god, I was really shocked. This is too powerful. It is quite difficult for ordinary people to stir-fry a pot. After all, this pot is different from the pot at home. It is surprisingly heavy, but in Chen Fan's eyes, it seems that he doesn't use any effort at all. By the time they reacted, the rich aroma, along with the drifting smoke, had filled the entire kitchen. 4 dishes have been placed on the table. After making these 4 dishes, Chen Fan's first feeling was that he didn't use any effort at all. He even became more and more motivated. Strong. This gene potion is really too strong. He even secretly touched the bulging abdominal muscles on his abdomen. Chen Fan is a physique that is easy to lose weight. Although this physique looks nothing, it is all bones when you take off the clothes. This physique has a title of abdominal muscle and chest muscle insulator, but at this time, Chen Fan already has strong abdominal muscles and chest muscles, and the feeling of strength is slow to the touch. It is simply a killer for men, women, young and old. Tan Kei on the side was stunned, and after smelling the onion fragrance, she couldn't help closing her eyes, her face full of intoxicated expressions. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare the ingredients. If it's time to serve the dishes to the front desk, go and serve them. Chen Fan spoke directly, and all these people were stunned, feeling somewhat unhappy. Okay. I'll go now. I'll prepare the ingredients. I'll serve the dishes. I'll get the order. As they spoke, the group quickly moved, leaving behind Liao Changwei, who was severely slapped in the face and even had no sense of existence. At this time, he gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Fan fiercely, his eyes full of anger. In the end, he also went to prepare the seasoning. He was originally a chef, but he ended up being such a helper chef. For his face, it must have been a heavy blow. At the same time, Tan Kei, who was full of excitement in serving the dishes, was also smiling. Brother Chen is back, and she is very happy about this. Tan Kei carefully held the dishes and walked out of the kitchen. The aroma suddenly seemed like a kite that had lost its line, wandering freely in the hall and rushing into the diners' noses. The diners around looked sideways and looked at Tan Kei. Some were expecting, some were excited, and some were regretful. They regretted why they didn't come earlier. It smells so good, hurry up and cook for me. Ah! I'm starving. I'm starving. Yes, I still have to go to work. I regret it so much. I just delayed a little time after get off work. It's so annoying. Hurry up and serve the food, serve the food. The guests saw the waiter bringing out the dishes, and they shouted excitedly. But Tan Kei was helpless, and she just shouted softly, "Everyone, please be patient, everyone, please be patient, just wait a few minutes, and Chef Chen is cooking now." After that, she walked to table 6 and put the dishes on the table. "Uncle, your scallion fried deer tendon is here, please enjoy it slowly." Okay. The guest at table 6 was an old man. He picked up the chopsticks and put the dish in his mouth. Just after chewing a few bites, tears suddenly flowed down. It's still the same taste, it's still the same taste, my half-life has not been lived in vain. It tastes like my mother. Yes, it's the same taste as my mother, so delicious, such a familiar taste. The old man alone ordered 2 servings, and the other 2 were ordered by 2 couples. When they put the food in their mouths, they couldn't stop tears from flowing down their eyes. This behavior was the envy of many diners. After the food arrived at the designated location, Tan Kei entered the kitchen again. It was obvious that she was very fast and seemed to be in a hurry. "Hey, do you think this food is real? Why do I feel like an extra?" In the corner, there was a girl holding a mobile phone. She had light makeup, 3-dimensional features, and black hair. She looked very fresh. She was wearing a suspender top and shorts. Her fair skin looked conspicuous. This combination was pure and innocent. With her age of about 20, she was a otaku killer. In addition, this girl had a playful and cute face, and she was a beautiful scenery wherever she went. "Goddess Chi-Chi, don't say that, I feel it's real. It's fake, absolutely fake. No matter how delicious this dish is, it can't be this delicious. I don't believe that this small workshop can be better than a 5-star hotel. That's right, it must be extras. This acting is too fake. It's so embarrassing that I want to find on the ground to eat." Ha ha ha, you find on the ground? The most embarrassing thing is that I can use my thumb to make a 3-bedroom and 1 living room on the ground. It's so funny, what are you arguing about, whether it's fake or not? Won't you know it after Goddess Chi-Chi eats it later? It turned out that this girl was called Chi-Chi, a female anchor of Guya Live. Looking at the popularity of this room, it was as high as more than 300,000 people, which is too scary. The number of fans has also reached nearly 400,000, and this number is still rising sharply. Don't tell me, I just grabbed a seat, I will know whether it's fake or not after eating it. As a cute, kind and innocent food anchor, I won't lie. Chi-Chi said with a smile. "Hey, my goddess is laughing, my goddess is laughing, ha 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 ha. Please don't eat sloppy food, Goddess Kiki. Are you a slacker upstairs? Or are you a new fan? Our Goddess Kiki will never eat sloppy food. That's right, if you keep talking nonsense I will curse you. Our Goddess Kiki will never eat sloppy food, so don't talk nonsense, you newcomers." The number of men and women in the room surprisingly maintained a balance, which also indirectly proved that Kiki as the anchors did not win because of their looks, but because of the program effects or characteristics. It is hard to say for sure. But to be honest, Chi-Chi is really beautiful. This kind of beauty is not caused by makeup. After all, she only put on light makeup, and it is obviously natural beauty. At the same time, Tan K, who had just returned to the kitchen after serving the dishes, was stunned. Because she saw 4 more plates of scallion fried deer tendons on the table. So fast? You know, she just went out, and at this time, Chen Fan seemed to be cooking another pot. The pot here is not 1, but 4. Oh my god. Looking at Chen Fan's appearance at this time, it seems like he has been injected with chicken blood, which is too scary. Not only Tan K, but all the chefs present were stunned. K, are there any guests outside who are dissatisfied? Feng Weiyuan is Chen Fan's best friend, so of course he is more concerned about the situation outside. Brother Yuan, no, they are not dissatisfied with the dishes cooked by Brother Chen. Tan K said with a slight start. Chen Fan is such a beast, he's like a donkey in the production team. What kind of medicine did he take to become so powerful all of a sudden? Feng Weiyuan muttered to himself, good guy, I have to ask him later, maybe he can help me a little. K, don't look at it yet, there won't be enough room later. Chen Fan, who had cooked another pot of food, turned around and looked at Tan K. There were already 8 freshly cooked dishes. It was so beastly that even Chen Fan himself felt that he was too powerful. No, it was the gene enhancement potion that was too powerful. So in the end, Chen Fan decided to stir-fry the scallion-fried deer tendons first. He could cook 2 servings in one pot, and 8 servings at a time. This way, it would only take more than 10 minutes to completely digest the orders, and it would also save a lot of time. Let's see what you're going to do later. Liao Chunwei on the side laughed disdainfully. Now the 4 pots are all fried the same, and the steps are similar, but in the end, some picky diners order different dishes, and the steps are definitely different. The indirect impact will naturally lead to the wrong ingredients or insufficient heat, and the most direct impact is the change in the taste of the dishes. Of course, this is all his guess. But in the end, everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Fan. Really a beast. Even if it was a different dish, he handled it in an orderly and meticulous manner. Liao Changwei, who didn't believe it anyway, went out to ask the diners, and the unanimous answer he got was that the taste was very good. Much better than before. Just because of this sentence, he was so angry that his face turned black, and he didn't know why. He just took off his clothes and walked away in shame. Brother Chen, don't you know? Liao Changwei ran away. That's right, don't you know that Liao Changwei's face was so angry before, and he even went to ask the diners and was mercilessly ridiculed. Yes, I laughed to death. Brother Chen, you are really strong, stronger than the donkey in the production team, your brain is so powerful, and you didn't make any mistakes in the steps. Oh my god. A group of chefs in the kitchen were chasing Chen Fan to flatter him, even Tan K and Feng Weiyuan were the same. As for why they kept talking about the production team's donkey, it was because Chen Fan's speed had never slowed down within the 1 or 2 hours from the beginning to the end, as if he had endless power. It was too scary. Okay, do what you need to do. Do you have any orders now? Chen Fan stopped the group of people from flattering him, but in fact he still had a little smugness in his heart. Brother Chen, there are no more. Tan Kei thought for a while and said, I think the fried and packed dishes have been fried. It's past mealtime, and basically there are no new customers. Okay, that's good. He glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So fast? It's been 4 hours. Chen Fan's cooking speed is so fast, which shows how crazy these diners are. In fact, Tan Kei knew that there was a customer who was so crazy that he said he would pack 10 portions. By the way, Brother Chen, there is an old man who wants to see you. Tan Kei suddenly remembered something and said directly. A customer? Chen Fan was slightly surprised. Yes, it's a guest. He has been waiting there and refused to leave no matter what. Tan Kei pouted. Okay, let's go out and take a look. Chen Fan took off his apron and walked directly outside. After that, the two hurried out of the kitchen. At this time, almost all the customers in the store had left. After all, it was not dinner time now, but people would be here in an hour or two. Chen Fan followed his gaze to the open area, where there was an old man. Brother Chen, it's that old man who is looking for you. Tan Kai said. Well, I'll go and see. Chen Fan nodded and walked over directly. Old uncle, I heard you were looking for me? Chen Fan looked at the kind and amiable old uncle in front of him and said. The old uncle was slightly stunned, and then his face was full of smiles. Young man, is this scallion roasted deer tendon made by you? Yes, is there any problem? Chen Fan's heart tightened. Could it be that he was dissatisfied? But the next second, his thoughts were dispelled. There were 2 plates of scallion roasted deer tendons on the table. There was nothing on the plates except a little residue, which was comparable to washed dishes. If it weren't for the residual smell, even Chen Fan might not recognize that it was scallion roasted deer tendons. Sit down, young man, ha. The old man led Chen Fan to sit opposite him, showing great enthusiasm. Young man, don't worry, I'm not looking for trouble with you. Today I mainly want to see who made this dish of scallion fried deer tendons. I came here last time and couldn't forget it after eating it. As he said this, the old man seemed to recall the taste of the previous time, and his eyes suddenly became red, but he didn't squeeze out a single tear. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Old man, you are too kind. No, it's exactly what I said, young and promising, ha. Seeing that Chen Fan was still modest, the old man kept praising him. Finally, the old man stated his purpose. Young man, how much do you make in this restaurant per month? The old man asked tentatively. Why do you ask this? Chen Fan was confused. Young man, you should know what I mean. I want to hire you as my personal chef. Don't worry, it's not a restaurant, but I will cook for me alone. The salary is as follows. I will give you double the salary of this restaurant. If you perform well, I can consider giving you triple the salary. How about it? Not only that, if you want to take a leave, it's basically no problem. You only need to do it once or twice a day. How about it? Triple salary, which is equivalent to 60,000 a month. If it was the previous Chen Fan, he might not be able to hold back and directly agreed, but now he doesn't plan to do this. Sorry, old man, I don't care about the salary. I cook according to my mood. I don't like to pursue fame and fortune. Chen Fan shook his head. He is rich enough now, even if he eats, drinks, defecates and urinates casually. In addition, he has no parents, and the situation that one person can feed the whole family makes him feel like a salted fish. Brother Chen, are you crazy? After hearing Chen Fan's answer, 10K on the side ran to him and said, with a little panic on his face, Brother Chen, didn't you resign because of too little salary before? Why don't you want to go now? In 10K's eyes, it is naturally wonderful to get the most money and do the least work. Seeing that Chen Fan has such an opportunity, she couldn't bear to let Chen Fan give up. Kai, that was in the past. Now is now, and I am different. Chen Fan's impetuous heart has become somewhat calmer. He is different from others. If he had so much money at once, he would definitely spend it on wine and women and live a life of luxury, but he just wants to do a stable business. It sounds a bit funny, but it is indeed Chen Fan's inner thoughts. The old man on the other side opened his mouth and said nothing, but his face showed disappointment and loneliness. He took a deep breath and smiled again. Young man, you remind me of when I was young, but this era is different. There are too few people like you, which makes me want to train you. Thank you, old man, although I can't be your private chef, if you really like my scallion fried deer tendons, you can come often. Okay. The old man nodded heavily, then took out a business card from his arms and placed it on the table. Young man, I have high hopes for you. If you are not satisfied with your work in this restaurant in the future, I still welcome you to be my private chef. If the salary is not enough, I can still add more. The old man was a straightforward person. Although he did not achieve his goal, he was not angry or discouraged. It was in line with what he should do at his age. However, judging from his appearance and the requirements of a private chef, the old man should be a rich man. Okay, then I will come to you, old man, if I am not satisfied with my work in the future. Chen Fan nodded and put the business card on the table into his pocket. As for what was printed on it, he was too lazy to look at it. He just followed the old man's heart. After the two chatted for a few words, the old man slowly left. The whole restaurant was also very empty. Brother Chen, why don't you agree? There is nothing wrong with cooking with the old man, and it is easy. The key is that the salary is so high. Tan Kei complained on the side. Oh, Kei, you won't understand. Food is not simply shared with one person, but to let as many people as possible enjoy it. We chefs pay attention to letting everyone enjoy it. If it is just one person, there is no motivation at all. Chen Fan talked about feelings, and it really sounded like that. Tan Kei naturally nodded, not quite understanding, but mostly still a little puzzled for Chen Fan. Hey, handsome guy, wait. Just as the two were about to leave, a cute girl appeared from behind. The girl's appearance and figure made Chen Fan's eyes light up, and his heart was thumping, but he fell into calm again after a short time. Handsome guy, is this the dish you cooked? No, it was you who cooked it just now? Chi-Chi stared at Chen Fan with her eyes wide open. Yes, is there any problem? Chen Fan said calmly, but when he saw Chi-Chi holding a mobile phone in her hand and filming herself, he subconsciously pushed the phone away. Sorry, beautiful girl, I don't like taking pictures. Why, you are so handsome, why don't you like taking pictures? And there is something wrong with your dish, it's too problematic. What's the problem? It's so delicious, super delicious. Are you the legendary treasure boy? A series of questions were thrown out, and Chi-Chi's live broadcast room exploded instantly. Ah, this straight guy made me laugh to death. But you know what, he's really handsome. My goddess Kiki is actually this kind of person. When she sees a handsome boy, she goes up to chat with him. To be honest, this way of teasing is simply amazing. Choose me to go up. I want to be this boy's wife. He cooks delicious food, is handsome, and has a high salary. He is simply the best man in the world. You're dreaming. Kiki will ask for her contact information later. I will definitely go and get involved. I will definitely want such a good man. Hearing this, Chen Fan's face was full of black lines. He subconsciously grinned speechlessly and said with a wry smile, "Thank you for the compliment, but I have to get off work now, and may not be able to chat with you." Why? I just saw you, and you're leaving. No, isn't your restaurant open at night? Kiki said disappointedly. Open, of course, it's open until 9 in the evening. Then why did you say you were off work? Because I can get off work whenever I want, and no one can stop me? Are you so arrogant? Chi-Chi pouted, I haven't left for so long, and you're telling me to leave now? What about my dinner? At this moment, in Chi-Chi's heart, Chen Fan's cooking was delicious, super delicious. And she sat for so long just to eat lunch and lunch together, and now Chen Fan was going to get off work early. How could she tolerate it? Don't you have to support a girlfriend? No, I don't have a girlfriend. Don't you have to support your family? No. Then don't you buy a car and a house? If you don't work hard, what will you do when you have no money? You are still so young, why do you want to be a salted fish? Chen Fan was speechless for a moment. Okay, beauty, I really have to get off work now. It is already past 4:50, and they still have to talk about the car maintenance. If you still want to eat the food I cook, you can come here on time tomorrow morning. After speaking, Chen Fan took the unhappy Tan Kei to the side and walked inside. It's over, goddess Kiki was directly rejected. I laughed to death. This little brother is definitely a steel titanium alloy straight man. This operation show made my eyes pop. It's so funny. I remember that before, other people always came to flirt with goddess Chi-Chi and were rejected, right? It seems that this is the first time that goddess Chi-Chi has been rejected. What a cycle of fate. What are you talking about? Was goddess Chi-Chi rejected? That's because the man knew that he was not worthy of goddess Chi-Chi, so he ran away in shame. Oh, don't say anything, I'm very angry now. Since there is no food to eat in the evening, I will go off the air. See you tomorrow morning. After saying that, Chi-Chi closed the live broadcast room without any hesitation. Countless confused viewers were left behind, but they all exited the live broadcast room after more than 10 or 20 minutes. After exiting the live broadcast room, Chi-Chi wanted to wait for Chen Fan, but after waiting for a full 10 minutes, only Tan Kei came out, and she was stunned. Where is that little brother just now? Chi-Chi's mouth twitched slightly. He wouldn't come out yet? Why did it take so long? It's a pity that she couldn't enter the place where employees change clothes, otherwise she would have gone in to find Chen Fan a long time ago. You mean Brother Chen? Tan Kei was slightly stunned. Brother Chen left a long time ago, don't you know? Leave? Where to go? I've been standing here. Chi-Chi's face instantly turned red, with an expression of shame and anger. Oh, that might be the back door. Brother Chen left a minute or two after changing clothes. After Tan Kei finished the last sentence, Chi-Chi had already disappeared without a trace. It can be seen how angry she was at this time. You stinky man dared to dump this girl, I will kill you. At this time, Shinanchi wanted to scratch Chen Fan's face a few times, and he dared to let her wait all the time. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had already driven away. He left quietly, because Chen Fan felt that Shinanchi was annoying, so he left quietly. Chen Fan turned on the map navigation and drove the Rolls-Royce Dawn towards Mingjiang Hotel. When he arrived at Mingjiang Hotel, he was also shocked. 1 word, big. 2 words, luxury. Mingjiang Hotel is not a 3-no hotel, but a whole building. What does that mean? Some small hotels rent 1 or 2 floors of a building as their address, but Mingjiang Hotel is a whole building. Mingjiang Hotel has a total of 14 floors, each of which is very high. Chen Fan also learned about it before. The 7 floors below Mingjiang Hotel are restaurants, and the 7 floors above are hotels. You basically understand that the main purpose of the restaurant being divided into 7 floors is naturally for experience. From the first floor to the 7th floor, the consumption gradually increases, and the status naturally increases. Above the 7th floor is the hotel, which is similar to the restaurant. The top floor is naturally the most luxurious suite. From top to bottom, the consumption is naturally getting lower and lower. Of course, don't think that if you don't live on the 7th floor or eat on the 7th floor, the consumption is not high. Even eating on the bottom floor is not something that ordinary people can afford. After driving into Mingjiang Hotel, Chen Fan was taken away by the parking boy to park the car. At first glance, the parking lot of Mingjiang Hotel is full of luxury cars, at least million-level luxury cars. The most common ones here are BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Rolls-Royce. It can be said arrogantly that cars that cost hundreds of thousands or even a million can only be called grandma cars and commuter cars here. Just after parking the car, a phone call came in. There was still a familiar voice. "Well, I've arrived at Mingjiang Hotel, I'm coming up now. 2nd floor, okay, I'll be there soon, tell me about your appearance. Professional suit? Okay, I'll come find you." After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone and took the lobby elevator to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor has the lowest consumption, the 2nd floor has a slightly better consumption, and there is also a unique privilege, that is, you can have a panoramic view of the Yalu River next to Mingjiang Hotel. The Yalu River flows thousands of miles, shaping the different forces of nature, which makes people feel healed. Mingjiang Hotel is indeed a 5-star hotel. Every guest who enters the hotel will have a personal waiter, including directions and serving dishes, and her appearance is comparable to that of the outside world, which is also quite pleasing to the eye. Drop. The 2nd floor is here. Sir, please follow me. The waiter showed a professional smile and led Chen Fan forward directly. The most intuitive feeling when entering the 2nd floor is a visual feast, with glass that has been repeatedly polished and almost reflective on the ground and extremely stylish decorations, which are rich in Western and Eastern elements. It is not an exaggeration to say that the two styles together are a visual feast, which shows how much effort the designer has put in. In addition, the natural floral fragrance and deep greening make Chen Fan feel that he is in an extremely simple and luxurious place. This feeling lingers in the body and mind, bringing a different new feeling, and it is like being away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Everything seems so comfortable. The gentleman is here. Chen Fan, who has been immersed in it, nodded his head and looked at it with his eyes, locking a beautiful figure in his eyes. A simple black and white professional suit, with thick black hair on the shoulders, brings Chen Fan an extremely powerful momentum, which is unfolded invisibly. Walking up and taking a look, the woman's face directly attracted Chen Fan. I saw a pair of clear and bright pupils appeared in Chen Fan's field of vision. Above the pupils were curved willow leaf eyebrows, slender and slightly curled eyelashes kept trembling, the white and flawless skin revealed a hint of light pink, and the thin red lips were like rose petals. In addition to her devilishly hot body, she wore a pair of short black pants under her slender thighs, showing her perfect figure. In addition, her smooth skin was like ice and snow, and her figure was beautiful, which was in stark contrast to her professional attire, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling that made people unable to take their eyes off her. But after a short period of comfort, as the woman's eyes came over, a breath of coldness emerged from Chen Fan's heart. Unlike before, she was like an iceberg beauty at this time. She glanced up and down at Chen Fan's body, and then stared at him intently. "Mr. Chen?" the woman asked tentatively. "Yes, I am." Hearing Chen Fan's answer, the woman was stunned at first, and then a wave of doubt spread in her heart. She slightly beckoned Chen Fan to sit down. Chen Fan was a little nervous. This woman was too beautiful, and people couldn't help but want to see her at any time. The set of rhetoric he had prepared before was now completely forgotten. Well, let's make a long story short. How to deal with the car issue. Chen Fan thought for a while and said directly. But the woman did not answer, but asked the waiter to bring 2 cups of coffee. "Mr. Chen, please introduce yourself first." "My name is Xia Yueshue. I am very sorry for scratching your car before, but please rest assured that all subsequent repair costs of the vehicle will be borne by me." After the voice fell, Chen Fan nodded. Anyone who can come to the 2nd floor of Mingjiang Hotel to eat is definitely not an office worker. Judging from Xia Yueshue's appearance, she is at least a manager in a company, and her annual salary must be at least 500,000. Repairing the car, a simple scratch should not cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Ahem, although it is a scratch, but after all, it is the king of cars, Rolls-Royce, and the repair fee must be more expensive than other vehicles. "Miss Xia, it's like this, what I don't understand is why you scratched my car." Chen Fan asked what he was thinking without thinking. After the voice fell, Xia Yueshue was not panicked at all, she just smiled. "Mr. Chen, this question is to the point, the car was indeed scratched by me on purpose." "Why?" Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Yueshue. "Well, I think it might be to attract your attention." Xia Yueshue pursed her red lips and said directly. Attract my attention? Chen Fan was even more puzzled. Why did he attract his attention? Could it be that the other party wanted to attract his attention because he drove a Rolls-Royce? It was a bit inappropriate to say that. Could it be that the other party was a gold digger? No, if it was true, then she would definitely not say so, but create an encounter. Well, to be honest, I did want to attract your attention. Xia Yueshue nodded. Let's get straight to the point. If there is nothing else, I may have to go home. Chen Fan was too lazy to say anything and spoke directly. Faced with such an answer, Xia Yueshue was not embarrassed, but rather had a hint of calmness. Since Mr. Chen wants to know, then I will tell Mr. Chen. Xia Yueshue nodded and said directly. Well, my company has had some problems recently. The capital chain has been directly broken, and now we urgently need to introduce funds. Xia Yueshue looked slightly disappointed, which was not an expression that a beautiful woman like her could make. That's it? Aren't you afraid that I rented the car? Chen Fan sneered. No, if that's the case, I'll just compensate you. Xia Yueshue shook her head. Well, I can only say that I can't do anything. That's it. I'm just a poor boy. I don't have much to say about investment companies. Chen Fan knew nothing about these things, but these were all capitalists who played with capital operations. He didn't know anything. The funds invested in them could only enter the surface, and there were no ripples. Master Chen, don't rush to make a conclusion. Tell me about my situation first, or you can search for my situation online directly. Xia Yueshue said directly. Chen Fan subconsciously picked up the mobile phone at hand and started searching for the three big words Xia Yueshue. After the search, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Xia Yueshue, 23 years old this year, holds a Master of Finance from Pennsylvania State University. After returning to China in 2019, she founded a cosmetics brand in Donghai City, Snowskin. Its products cover a wide range of categories, covering 68% of the cosmetics market in Donghai City, with a valuation of $5 billion. When it goes public, it will exceed $10 billion. After reading these, there are also various cheating lives of Xia Yueshue. Not only her talent, but also her appearance has been rated as one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City. Wait, what the hell is this ranking? However, there is only Xia Yueshue among the outstanding entrepreneurs in Donghai City. After reading the entire entrepreneur rankings, Chen Fan has a new understanding of Xia Yueshue. Xia Yueshue is really a talent. In 1 year, she has built a company with a valuation of $5 billion, which is a bit scary. How do you feel, Mr. Chen? Xia Yueshue took a sip of coffee and said calmly. I've finished reading it. It's not bad. The life of cheats is exciting enough. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said directly, what puzzles me is why a rapidly developing and huge company would suddenly have its capital chain broken. Eh? Xia Yueshue sighed, shook her head and said, it's not like that. Snowskin has been developing relatively rapidly, so it is naturally the target of all cosmetics companies. In addition, it is in the newcomer stage and has been hit before and after. Shareholders were forced to withdraw their investments, and new products have been delayed, so the capital chain was broken. In fact, the most sad thing here is that Snowskin, as a newcomer, has been developing vigorously, but was suddenly hit by various companies and shareholders were forced to withdraw their investments. Withdrawal of investment is the most important thing, which leads to the break of the capital chain. When new products have not been released, there is no money to be recovered, so the capital chain is broken in a short time. After listening, Chen Fan also had a lot of insights. It seems that the mall is like a battlefield. It is not just talk. In the end, people can do anything for money. Okay, although I know, I can't do anything, but before that, I need to think about it. Tell me, how much money do you need? Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. He had a fluke mentality. After being genetically enhanced, he can naturally analyze things comprehensively. If Snowskin can really survive this crisis, then he can quickly accumulate wealth. Being a shareholder, especially a promising shareholder, is not bad. 150 million. Xia Yueshue was a little embarrassed to say when she saw Chen Fan asking, but she later explained, 150 million is divided into 3 rounds of investment, 50 million in 1 round, and you can get 10% of the total shares of Snowfoozy for every 50 million you invest. As long as we survive this crisis, Snowfoozy can bring you at least 50 million in income every year. After the voice fell, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. It will take 3 years to recover the investment and then make money. If it is about to go bankrupt, then sell the shares. The risk and return have become a huge direct ratio. But Chen Fan wanted to give up because he didn't have 150 million at all. Ding, the host is being chosen, please choose a. Actively explain to Xia Yueshue that you are a piece of trash, that the car is rented, and the rent has not been paid yet, and the car will be returned in a few days. Reward, bad luck charm, no matter where you go, there is a 50% chance of stepping on, and a 20% chance of meeting a stinky woman who likes you. B. Directly choose to refuse, saying that you don't have so much money at all, so that the other party will give up the idea of letting you invest, and reward, laughing charm, if you use the laughing charm directly on the other party will laugh non-stop, and will not stop until it laughs for a full day and becomes invalid. C. Saying that you can think about it first, and agree to invest, but the shares need to be 15%, and you should make more if you want to make money. Reward, God-level trader SS, with a free copy of an exclusive stock that is guaranteed to make money, exclusive trader, allowing you to directly become a trader boss, using stocks as a shortcoming, directly making money crazily, and cutting leaks crazily. After the system voice fell, Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, and was suddenly surprised. Well, I've thought about it. Chen Fan paused and said. But in Xia Yueshue's eyes, there was a hint of disappointment, perhaps. Her methods simply didn't work, that's all, she sighed slightly. Don't sigh, I plan to invest, I can give you 50 million in the first round, but this will be after I inspect your physical company. Ah, Mr. Chen, do you mean you want to invest? Xia Yueshue's pupils were scattered, and her face suddenly became panicked, and the coldness of her cold face gradually decreased. At this time, Xia Yueshue's heart was also excited, and her adrenaline continued to soar. However, the next second, the excitement in her heart had been annihilated, but her rationality had not disappeared. She seemed to still not believe that Chen Fan would invest. After all, Chen Fan was so young, and although he could drive a Rolls-Royce, it was still very choking to take out 50 million at a time. Yes, investment, but don't be too happy too soon. If your company doesn't suit my taste, then the investment is fine. Chen Fan shook his head. He was not a fool, and he didn't have so much money to mess around. Oh, by the way, there is another condition. What condition? Xia Yueshue was slightly stunned. Sure enough, there were conditions for agreeing so quickly, but she had even thought of something in her heart. She clenched her white teeth slightly, as if she was making a decision. Well, the condition is to invest 150 million and get 15% of the shares. Chen Fan spoke directly. There was nothing wrong with it. He was now in control, and if he wanted to invest, he had to agree. In addition, this was not taking advantage of the situation at all. Xia Yueshue was slightly stunned, then nodded briefly. Well, 15% is a bit too much. I need to go back and discuss it with the shareholders. How about this? I'll go back and hold a meeting tonight, and I'll give you an accurate answer tomorrow. Okay, let's discuss it. Xia Yueshue spoke meticulously. She pretended to be unwilling, but in fact she was very willing in her heart. The reason she refused was naturally because she was afraid that Chen Fan would raise the price if she agreed. In the end, 15% of the shares is not too much. Xia Yueshue had also looked for other investment companies to invest before, but the consistent answer she got was either acquisition or the lowest 25% of the shares, and the investment amount was no more than 100 million. Okay, let's eat first. Xia Yueshue nodded and called for the food that had been ordered. The food was very delicious, and the aroma was overflowing. It was a delicious enjoyment to enter the mouth. However, Chen Fan was a little shocked after glancing at the menu. Just this dish of baked abalone with vanilla cheese in front of him was sold for nearly 8,900 yuan per serving. And the quantity was small. How scary is this? What's wrong, Mr. Chen, is it not to your taste? Xia Yueshue has been paying attention to Chen Fan's every move. No, it just tastes average. Chen Fan shook his head. The taste is indeed average, but the ingredients are relatively fresh. Selling at this price is already a sky-high price. If it is priced according to Chen Fan, 1,200 yuan is already the highest. Sir, if you are not satisfied with your appetite, I can ask the chef to accept your opinion. The waiter said respectfully, and did not feel annoyed or angry because Chen Fan belittled this dish. After all, this is a 5-star hotel. First of all, the quality of the employees must be excellent. Otherwise, if they caused trouble for the hotel every other day, the hotel would have collapsed long ago. Of course, compared to this, the service is still worth the price. After a meal, it cost about 40,000 to 50,000, but it was all paid by Xia Yueshue. She was not heartbroken at all, and even felt it was very normal. Mr. Chen, then I will go back and prepare it first, and I will look forward to your visit tomorrow. Well, Chen Fan nodded, exchanged WeChat contact information with Xia Yueshue, and saved the number at the same time. The two walked downstairs together. Today was quite comfortable. It was already around 7 o'clock. The two also ran to different places. Xia Yueshue drove a million-level Audi, which was relatively solemn. Chen Fan was naturally driving a convertible Rolls-Royce Dawn. There seemed to be many women standing in the parking lot, as if they were waiting for something. Chen Fan naturally ignored them and drove directly towards the Zijin Villa district. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed. The system voice came, and Chen Fan had some more things in his mind, naturally the god-level trader SS skills and a stock. He did not study too much, but returned to the Zijin Villa district first. At this time, he opened his mobile phone and saw dozens of messages, as well as several missed calls and text messages. The call was from Ishinran, and also from the HR manager today, who was looking for a nanny. It should be found, but Chen Fan was too lazy to reply, and directly opened Tan K's message. Brother Chen, have you arrived home? Brother Chen, are you busy? Oh, Brother Chen, you don't know that the Dihao restaurant was packed tonight. Because you were not there, those people were very noisy, but they were all suppressed by the manager. Brother Chen, why don't you reply to me? Are you busy? I'm so bored. How about we go out and play together during the holiday? I know there is an amusement park that is super fun, but no one wants to go there with me. Brother Chen, I'm going to wash up first. Remember to reply to me when you see the message later. Seeing this series of messages, Chen Fan smiled bitterly and replied directly, I was eating just now and didn't notice my phone. I turned on the silent mode when I was eating just now, so naturally I didn't notice it. After replying, Chen Fan took off his clothes and prepared to take a shower. He opened the closet and found nothing. I forgot my clothes these days. It seems that I have to find time to buy some clothes tomorrow, otherwise I won't have enough clothes to change. Although Chen Fan doesn't care much about appearance, most of them can increase his appearance points, right? I didn't have time to mess around before, but now I have plenty of time. I can go to work whenever I want, and I have plenty of time. Moreover, Chen Fan also found that he had originally wanted to be a salted fish, but he had also begun to change unconsciously, such as the investment tonight. It seems that the system also wants him to be more than just a salted fish. Forget it, Chen Fan stopped thinking about it and started to take a shower. After taking a shower, Chen Fan sat on the big bed, turned on the air conditioner, looked at the dark water outside, and felt relieved. He suddenly thought of something and directly took out the system warehouse. He took out a computer from the library. This was the super high-tech computer he had obtained before. As soon as he took out the computer, Chen Fan thought it looked great. It was a notebook with a flat and gorgeous pure white appearance. The notebook only slightly opened the screen, reflecting the full screen without any borders. What surprised Chen Fan was that this computer looked like a product of black technology, without a keyboard. And there was no power button. Everything was designed very simply, even without a radiator. This is a black technology computer? Chen Fan was a little speechless. He fiddled with it left and right. The super high-tech computer lit up the screen. Suddenly, a circle appeared in the center of the computer, and Chen Fan's face was also reflected on it. A prompt appeared above. Scanning iris information. Face recognition. Comparison successful. Starting. Suddenly, he entered the computer desktop directly. In order to make it convenient for Chen Fan to use, the super high-tech computer was installed on the Blue Star system. The familiar operating interface gave Chen Fan a little confidence. The next second, the keyboard below the super high-tech computer appeared, like a projection, but touching it lightly, it seemed to have a special touch. Not bad, this is not bad. The super powerful black tech computer is equipped with an advanced processor, which can run anything without any lag, and has super computing power. The more advanced the computer is, the faster it can process tasks. This is why computers have been developing CPUs in recent years. Just imagine that the 12 nanometers CPU has only been developed in this period, but when Chen Fan saw the 1 nanometer CPU equipped with the black tech computer, he knew it was not simple. He checked the number of computer cores, 10,000 cores, and 20,000 threads. Wow. The most powerful computer now has only about 100 cores, and the size is super large. This ultra-thin notebook is equipped with so many cores? If this is taken out and known to others, I'm afraid it will be directly acquired by the manufacturer for research. It's too scary, and this super powerful black tech computer is also equipped with iris and face recognition. These cutting-edge technologies alone are impressive. It's so beautiful. This is the legendary most powerful productivity tool? Chen Fan has the skills of SS, a master hacker, and SS, a god-level trader, so it is not a problem for him to tinker with this computer. But he does not like software programming, so he directly opens a stock trading website. Enter the stock code 025641. This stock code is the reward stock of the previous system. It is said that investing in this stock can make a lot of money. It is a Hong Kong stock. This Hong Kong stock is a mediocre enterprise that operates some relatively niche industries, such as equipment components, which belong to the semiconductor industry. This kind of equipment components is very niche in the end. Basically, it can only maintain the stability of the industry. The price has always been very stable, and the average price is only about 20 yuan. My god? Can this stock make money? Chen Fan has the skills of SS, a god-level trader, and can simply see from the company's business conditions that although this stock has potential, it cannot be seen that it will soar for the time being. It can be said that the investment has potential, but the effect is very slow, unless there is a huge public opinion or other factors, which will also cause the stock price to soar. However, Chen Fan decided to give it a simple try. The greatest skill of the god-level trader SS is trading. What is trading? Using various methods to raise the stock price so that you can make a profit is called cutting leaks. Of course, this is also a means of making money, a formal means of making money. Simply put, if you have the ability and vision to make money, just like Buffett, you can make money continuously. But if you have no ability, no experience, and no vision, you can only be a small leak in the stock market, and you are at the mercy of others. Now Chen Fan has about 100 million yuan. It is not realistic to say that he will invest all of this 100 million yuan. It is really unrealistic. What if it goes down the drain? However, small investments are still possible, such as a few million yuan of drizzle. Now he doesn't take it seriously to take out a few million yuan to test the water. Of course, Chen Fan is not a fool. Since the system allows him to invest in this stock, something will happen to this stock. Although it cannot be seen now, it may happen in the next few days. So he will pay close attention to this stock. Thinking of this, Chen Fan began to collect other stocks. He directly took out the collected stocks for analysis to find out the points worth investing in. But the stock data is too huge, and all the stock markets are too messy, so Chen Fan was scared in the end. I have to find a way to try other methods. Stupid, completely stupid. Chen Fan is proficient in hacker technology SS. Isn't it easy to make an analysis software? You only need to set the desired algorithm yourself, and you can directly replace manual screening. At the same time, after screening, the targets have been greatly reduced. Of course, you can become a productivity giant all of a sudden. It really works. Chen Fan is slightly relieved. Thinking about it, Chen Fan downloaded a programming software. He chose Python, the most popular language this year. In data processing, Python often has a trade-off between scale and complexity, so Python has become a compromise. Even large domestic and foreign companies have the shadow of Python, which is very comfortable to say. Chen Fan is proficient in hacker technology SS, and basically knows all the languages on the market. It is no exaggeration to say that he knows everything about both black and white technology, and has basically become an all-round machine. Hacking technology contains not only positives, but also negatives. However, Chen Fan is not interested in them. No, he does not know them at all. Obtaining proficiency in hacking technology SS does not mean that his thinking has changed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to make money? As he said, after downloading Python, Chen Fan began to write code. After sorting out all the logical projects, Chen Fan roughly drew a chart and made some major steps on the chart. Collect all the stocks on the market and classify them into each industry. Not every industry's stocks can be invested. Naturally, this is also one of the main reasons for classifying them. Next, Chen Fan began a new round of planning. After collecting all the stocks, he conducted a secondary analysis and took the stocks of these excellent companies, the stocks of potential companies, for secondary classification. Step by step, all the stocks that do not meet the rules and requirements are screened out. The main purpose of doing this is to screen out monster stocks. Simply put, the stock market directly selects those stocks with strange stock price trends and irregular price fluctuations. They are called monster stocks. The trend of these monster stocks is completely contrary to common sense and does not conform to human analysis rules. The price trend of monster stocks is obviously more abnormal than that of normal stocks, which is completely contrary to common sense and difficult to understand. Generally, they rise and fall sharply in a short period of time, and there is no pattern at all. It can also be said that this listed company has suffered losses one after another, but it has been rising by the daily limit, and the stock of this company cannot reach such a high stock price, but the price is beyond everyone's expectations. This kind of monster stock has great hidden dangers for investment, and various information such as assets has no reference value at all. However, this does not mean that all monster stocks are garbage. Later, Chen Fan will start with monster stocks. Maybe monster stocks are his best goal to become rich overnight. It was already night, and Chen Fan fell into a state of super strong coding. The computer keyboard in his hand was projected and had no delay, so he was typing code effortlessly. In addition, after the genes were strengthened, he could be vigorous even if he did not sleep for a few days, but it did not mean that Chen Fan would not need to sleep for his whole life. Even Supermen could not bear it. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Fan stopped the task at hand and ran the software thoroughly. There were no bugs at all, at least no bugs in the logic, and it ran successfully in one go. At first glance, the software he wrote has a full 1G. Hiss. 1G memory, my god, how big is this software? Chen Fan didn't think so. Although this software is a little different from those world-class software, these codes were all typed out by him alone. Whether it is the simplicity of the code or the integrity of the code, it is the best. If a development team is asked to develop it, it will not be completed in dozens of days, and even if it is completed, it will be at least about 10G. Although a team has high development efficiency, its communication is relatively weak. The repetitiveness of the code in various problems will greatly take up time and memory, which is about the same. After developing the software, Chen Fan named the software casually and double-clicked it to open it. A dark box popped up, with no data on it. It opens in seconds. Even a 1G software will open in seconds for this black technology computer, and the processing speed is perfect. Everything was at its maximum, even the computer's cooling system didn't turn on. It was obvious that this software seemed to be as easy for this computer as an adult to carry a thumb-sized stone. The next second, a string of characters began to flash in the software box. Suddenly, the software started up and began to frantically collect stock resources. Chen Fan tried to avoid domestic stocks because there were certain restrictions in China. For example, he had a limit mechanism for price increases and decreases. If the price increased to 10% of the stock price of the day or fell to 10% of the stock price of the day, then the price increase would be directly limited. This situation was very unfavorable to him. After all, some stocks would increase with public opinion or good news. When speculating in stocks, you don't necessarily look at the company's potential or the company's profit base, but more at a piece of news, a piece of earth-shaking news. For example, a listed company is running well, and its stock price has been falling flatly, with the ups and downs not exceeding 2% to 5%. But suddenly one day, the company received an investment. As you can imagine, once the news broke, some stockholders began to rush to invest in it. After all, everyone wants to make money, and it is good to make money by riding a ride. So, once the investment amount of this stock is far more than before, then this stock will usher in a crazy rise. Well, what if there is some bad news? For example, a listed company executive sells shares or withdraws capital, or the entire industry suffers a blow. As in the above situation, once the stockholders withdraw their shares, the company's stock will obviously decline. When it declines to a certain extent, it will usher in a frenzy. If public opinion appears again and again, then this stock will be cold. Again, the price of stocks not only reflects the company's operating foundation and operating conditions or profitability, but also has something to do with the major decisions of stockholders. It should be said or not, but monster stocks are still an exception. As mentioned before, monster stocks are stocks that are relatively strange. Monster stocks are also stocks that investors and investment economists dare not touch. The scene goes back to before. Chen Fan has been waiting in front of the computer. There are about 10,000 stocks in Hong Kong stocks. It takes a while to analyze them. It took 5 minutes to complete the analysis. After the analysis, the number of stocks has been reduced to nearly 5,000. All the stocks that are not in line with the rules have been cleared out. It can be seen how many stocks are used to cut leaks. Ordinary people are basically dead and alive. After nearly 5,000 stocks were screened out, Chen Fan did not act rashly, because the screening just now only screened most of the unqualified stocks and the stocks that are about to die, and these 5,000 stocks do not mean that all can be invested. At least 3 rounds of screening are required. According to Chen Fan's guess, there are only about 100 stocks that can be invested in the end, and this is still the most. Sure enough, after the second round of screening, nearly half of the stocks were excluded. Although these stocks are not junk stocks, their growth ceiling is difficult, and there are signs of bankruptcy at any time. Although they are better than monster stocks, they are generally not valued by Chen Fan. There are 2,500 stocks left, and the software will conduct the next round of analysis. Stocks are basically analyzed using software algorithms, and these software algorithms are all built in by Chen Fan. You only need to judge whether the conditions are met or not, which greatly saves Chen Fan's time. If Chen Fan analyzes a stock, it will take at least 1 minute. The same method is given to the software, but it only takes 1 or 2 seconds to analyze it directly. It can be seen that software is always a tool that can greatly stimulate productivity. Since he is analyzing, Chen Fan simply sits aside, looking at the silver moon in the sky, picks up his mobile phone and starts to tinker with it. At first, he downloaded some live broadcast software, which are all rubbish. In the end, he had to download the live broadcast software with the highest ranking, Guya Live, but it was already 3 o'clock at this time. Basically, there are only a few people who stay up late to broadcast live. Of course, this refers to women, not men. Chen Fan doesn't have the heart to watch men, but it still makes him very disappointed, because these female anchors are basically dinosaurs. Opening the cover is one look, pretty, but after entering the room, it is another look, which makes Chen Fan want to vomit. Just when Chen Fan wanted to leave the live broadcast room, a cover caught his attention. A little familiar? No, completely familiar. Isn't this Tan K? Yes, Tan K. Chen Fan clicked in directly with a skeptical attitude, and found that the live broadcast room was dim at this time, but when he saw the person, Chen Fan was completely sure that this was Tan K. Why is she live streaming? No. She is still not asleep at 3 o'clock? Tan K is still a college student. Apart from the necessary classes, she will go to Dihao restaurant to work part-time. How could a relatively simple girl go live streaming? Is she short of money? Chen Fan frowned and stared at the screen. At this time, the number of people in Tan K's live broadcast room was pitifully small, only a dozen people, and some of them were robots, and few of them spoke. At this time, Tan K seemed to be very unfamiliar with live streaming, and she did not interact too much with the audience. Of course, the audience here naturally refers to men who can't sleep late at night and look for prey everywhere. Hey, little sister, are you a college student? Are you in the dormitory now? Oh, I found a treasure, she looks pretty cute. Can you take down the light? I can take a look at other places. Oh my god, the upstairs is too noisy. You are a college student. Can you be a little gentle, like me, little sister? Are you free tonight? Come out and drink with me. If you are happy, I will give you a big rocket. Hey, it's the same. You don't sleep at night. I don't know what you want to do, right? Tan K saw this and felt a little ashamed, but she didn't show it too much. Instead, she was dazed, as if thinking about something. I saw that her eyes were red with dark circles. I don't know what she went through. Even when she was yawning, she was still broadcasting live. After several seconds, Chen Fan reacted, sighed, and went back to the personal center directly. After thinking for a while, he rushed into it for 2,000 yuan, and then quickly returned to Tan K's live broadcast room. After returning to the live broadcast room, Chen Fan directly opened the gift backpack and gave a few small flowers. A few dollars. After sending the flowers, Tan K's face, which was about to fall asleep, immediately perked up. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Chen Chen Chen. Tan K hesitated for a moment, and then she immediately said, thank you Chen 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 for the flowers, but you can just chat in the live broadcast room, you don't have to send me gifts. Why? Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied, you isn't the purpose of opening a live broadcast room just for gifts? Tan K was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted, I'm sorry, Chen Chen Chen, I opened the live broadcast room for the union's task, so I don't need you to send any gifts. It turned out that Tan K had signed a contract with the live broadcast union, and she only needed to broadcast for 4 hours a day. The advantage of doing so was that she could get a guaranteed 1,000 yuan even without gifts. Of course, the live broadcast union was not a philanthropist. As long as you didn't broadcast for the specified time, you would be finished. So, Tan K is still broadcasting. Chen Fan had a black line on his face, and he pointed to 2 carriages on the gift backpack. Chen Chen Chen, send a carriage to anchor K*1 Chen Chen Chen, send a carriage to anchor K*1 Chen Chen Chen, send a carriage to anchor K*1. After 3 rounds, 300 yuan was spent directly, and Tan K was confused by this. Oh my god, a rich man, giving 300 at a time? 666, what's wrong with 300 yuan? Going out for a foot wash only costs tens or hundreds of yuan. The person above knows nothing. 300 yuan is just a beginning. Besides, this anchor is worth the price. Yes, didn't you see that the anchor is not wearing any makeup? She looks quite beautiful. she is the type I like. Hee hee, we are all men, I understand. In their eyes, isn't giving gifts just to make the anchor smile, so as to achieve some ulterior motive? Of course, this is their way of thinking. After Tan K reacted after seeing the gift, she hurriedly shook her hands. Chen, don't give gifts. Don't give gifts. I've already told you I have a guarantee. You can just chat and go to bed. Besides, I'm going to go off the air soon. I have to go to work tomorrow. Tan K looked at her dark circles and felt like crying. It's okay. I have money. Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied directly. Anyway, these 2,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. In Chen Fan's mind, Tan K is not a woman who worships money. At least her money should not be used to buy cosmetics and luxury goods. He and Tan K have known each other for so long, and Tan K has always been a simple girl. There are basically not many such girls in this era. In addition, Tan K had to go to work and wanted to make money by live streaming at night, so she must have encountered some trouble. Although Chun Fan could not ask directly, indirect help was still possible. Chen, send a carriage *3 for anchor key. Chen, send a carriage *3 for anchor key. Chen, send a carriage *3 for anchor key. Chen, send a sedan chair *1 for anchor key. Oh my god, rich man. Sending so many gifts at once, do you have too much money to burn? Oh my god, it's a full 2,000 yuan, my monthly salary you just threw away like that? Don't say anything, please support me. Get out of here, big brother Shinhao, I haven't eaten for a day, please take me with you, I can do anything for you, just give me 5,000 yuan a month, just 5,000 yuan. Please support me, you can do whatever you want, please support me. With the gifts, the whole room quickly became hot. Not only that, Chin Fan's move seemed to bring some heat to Tan K's live broadcast room. The heat here is not the heat of the room, but the heat of the entire live broadcast room, such as some people who are watching the live broadcast room or some people who have not entered the live broadcast room. The number of people in the room jumped from a dozen to 200. Although the 2,000 yuan is not a big deal, the main thing is to have something new and join in the fun. In addition, Tan K has not approved the cover herself, so there is little turnover after entering the room. It's the first time I've seen a cover photo that hasn't been photoshopped. I love it. You're so beautiful. I decided to follow you from today. Oh my god, your live broadcast room is toxic. Why did he click to follow me himself? Ha ha. I said too, is this the legendary treasure girl? Love it. Oh, she's from our Nanchur University. Hee, a junior schoolmate. Ha ha. I didn't expect that I have such a beautiful junior schoolmate. Don't be so arrogant upstairs. I'm going to Nanchur University to find her tomorrow and I'm going to make her my girlfriend. I'm so arrogant, I'm sending a carriage to Anchor K *1K's relatives and friends, I'm sending a little red flower to Anchor K *1K's relatives and friends, I'm sending a little red flower to Anchor K *1 at the same time. 10K. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room, the popularity rose to the extreme, and 80% of the users who came and clicked to follow, which shows that 10K is very good, but just lacks an opportunity. At this time, 10K was so excited that she was incoherent. She kept saying thank you for the gift and welcome. Although the gifts given were only a few yuan, her heart had changed at this time. At least she relied on her own strength to get it. Of course, she still has to thank Chen Shunshan for giving her this opportunity. After a live broadcast, it was already past 4 o'clock. The live broadcast task was almost completed, so she was ready to go offline. Thank you for your support and love. I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm going to end the live broadcast. Thank you. Hey, goddess, don't go. Keep telling jokes. Don't, goddess, I'm not in a hurry to go to work tomorrow. Why are you in a hurry? You rubbish upstairs, why don't you let our goddess K rest if you don't rest? Get lost. Hey, I'm going to sleep too. Although I don't have classes tomorrow, I plan to keep my energy up and continue to listen to goddess K's jokes tomorrow. It turned out that 10K couldn't sing late at night, so she had to tell jokes quietly, which became a feature of the live broadcast room. When she was in the live broadcast room, 10K was shocked when she saw the income of the live broadcast room in the background. The number of new fans, 600, the new popularity value, 35,000, and the total income of the live broadcast, more than 5,000. Seeing this, 10K blushed all of a sudden, and her sleepiness disappeared with the appearance of the income. She wiped her eyes carefully and saw that the income was indeed more than 5,000, and she was very excited all of a sudden. But after thinking about it carefully, of the more than 5,000 yuan in revenue, the platform took half, leaving more than 2,000 yuan, and then the union took another half, leaving only more than 1,000 yuan. Come on, Tan K, you will earn more than 1,000 yuan from the live broadcast tonight. More than 1,000 yuan, she had never dared to think about it before. After all, her goal was to meet the live broadcast requirements, and then get the basic salary at the end of the month. As she said that, she suddenly thought of something, and directly opened the gift-giving ranking list, and found the first place, Chen Chen Chen. As she said that, Tan K sent a message, "Thank you, Brother Chen, for the gift you gave me tonight, but it's too much. I'll give it to you after I make some money in my live broadcast room." Returning the money to Chen Chen was Tan K's initial idea, but she changed her mind later. After all, the amount was too large and she felt uneasy with it. But the others were all made up of smaller amounts, and she felt that it was the result of her hard work. After all, in order to tell a joke just now, she was searching on Baidu while live broadcasting, and her mouth never stopped, waking up her roommate several times for this. "Well, it's okay, these are all gifts from me, just take them. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Go to sleep quickly and do a good job of live broadcasting tomorrow." Seeing the message sent by Chen Chen, Tan Kei felt dazed. Where did she feel familiar with this kind of tenderness? She shook her head hurriedly. "Okay, I can pay you back when I make money. Next time if you want to come to my live broadcast room, just spend 3 or 5 yuan. Don't spend more. Your money is not earned in vain." After sending the message, Tan Kei lay on the bed and fell asleep. On the other side, Chen Fan received Tan Kei's message and laughed. This little girl really likes to think about others. In fact, from the words sent by Tan Kei just now, Tan Kei is not a person who curry favor with others. She didn't come to lick him just because he gave her a gift, but because she wanted to pay him back. These 2,000 yuan are really nothing to Chen Fan. Just give it away. Put down the phone, the stock data has been processed at this time. After processing nearly 10,000 stocks, only about 50 are left, which meet the requirements. It's not that the eliminated stocks are not suitable for investment, but because these stocks have various risks and are not suitable for investment for the time being. There are still 50 stocks. Chen Fan decided to clean them again and start manual analysis. In the end, almost all of them were qualified. It can be said that even if you throw money into these 50 stocks, you can basically make money in the short or long term. This is the result of the knowledge circulation brought to him by the god-level trader SS skills. Of course, Chen Fan is not a god and cannot determine the increase in stock prices. It can be said that even a god cannot determine the increase in stock prices. So, Chen Fan carried out the second round of development. The main goal this time is to collect news about these stocks, yes, news from the entire network. Once collected, they will be automatically identified and connected to the entire stock system. Simple purpose: if the news is good, then add to the purchase directly; if the news is bad, then simply release a little, and when there is news to warm up, buy it frantically immediately. In fact, the first and most important point in playing stocks is news. The news must be well informed. If the news is not well informed, the entire price will inevitably be out of control. There is a simple conspiracy theory here, that is, the entire enterprise will be a leaks cutter. They usually leak the news, for example, before investing, then after he leaks it out, his own people buy frantically, so that the value rises after the news is released, and before the bad news comes out, sell frantically, so that the loss can be stopped in time. Of course, this is the way capitalists play, and Chen Fan's approach is also simple: stop loss at the fastest speed, and try to make profits at the fastest speed. The entire small software is not as big as the analysis software. It took less than an hour to complete. After everything was connected, Chen Fan took out a small amount of 20 million to try it out. 10 million is the total investment for the more than 40 stocks, and 10 million is the stock given by the investment system. At the same time, Chen Fan is also testing the stock given by the system. If there is bad news, he will try his best to buy it at the lowest price. The method is different from other stocks. The difference is that this is a stock given by the system. After a simple completion, Chen Fan lay on the bed. This is not the essence of the god-level trader SS, but simply from the perspective of an investor, there is nothing wrong with doing this, because investment can also bring Chen Fan better returns. It should be too late to start trading now, because I have to go to work soon. Simply Chen Fan took another shower and lay directly on the bed. He was still full of energy at this time after being genetically enhanced, but this did not make him insomniac. He fell asleep a few minutes after lying down. Woke up on time at 8 o'clock the next day. Dihao restaurant is basically closed in the morning. And Chen Fan had made an appointment with Xia Yueshue in advance. It was at 6 p.m. to check the company, because he was not busy at that time, so it was a good time to go to the appointment. Chen Fan naturally did not dare to underestimate the investment, so he planned to thoroughly investigate the prospects of Snowskin before that. Time passed quickly, and after 9 o'clock Chen Fan slowly drove the Rolls-Royce Dawn to work. Is it too high profile? Chen Fan suddenly thought that he was driving a luxury car worth tens of millions to work, which might be a bit high profile, right? Forget it, when I go to Snowskin today, I will talk to Xia Yueshuat about vehicle maintenance. At worst, I can buy a commuter car worth hundreds of thousands or millions to drive. This is a bit low-key, which is not bad. Zijin Villa District is not far from Dihao Restaurant. It took about half an hour to get there. There was a little traffic jam on the road, so it was normal to go to work. Just when he was about to go to Dihao Restaurant, a call came in. It was the manager. The first sentence after answering the phone was a respectful "Brother Chen." "Brother Chen, where are you?" "What's the matter, manager?" Chen Fan took the phone and said, "Hey, Brother Chen, why haven't you come to work yet? It's just time to go to work now. There aren't many people in the morning anyway. It's okay to arrive a little later." Chen Fan has his own heirs, but he is not an heir. He doesn't need this little money. He can leave at any time. It's that simple. "Hey, Brother Chen, you are too worrying. The dishes you cook are so delicious. They are popular on the internet. There are all kinds of food anchors and videos of our Dihao Restaurant. Now Dihao Restaurant has also become a popular check-in point. The current situation is not the same as before." The manager wiped the sweat in Dihao Restaurant and said, "Before, there were not many people in Dihao Restaurant in the morning. Although the consumption was affordable, they were all office workers. Office workers definitely didn't have the energy to eat well in the morning. At most, there were a little more people at noon or mealtime. But at this time, Dihao Restaurant became popular on the internet, and naturally attracted more diners." Okay, then I'll come right away." Chen Fan was a little speechless. Which guy is looking for something to do? No, he has to get a raise. Is this amount of money worth his time? I was so busy these past 2 days that I couldn't even take care of the babysitter. I thought the manager was exaggerating, but after entering the Dihao Restaurant, Chen Fan was stunned. Completely stunned. There were dozens of seats full, and some of them were newly added. It was okay to eat at the same table, but there were rows of guests standing outside the door, roughly estimated to be at least 20 to 30 people. Seeing this, Chen Fan trembled all over. So many. This is not dinner time. No, even if it was dinner time yesterday, there wouldn't be so many people. "Hey, Brother Chen, you're finally here. Hurry up, serve the food, everyone is waiting for you." The manager hurriedly wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Okay, I'll go right away. By the way, manager, don't forget to give me a raise." This. Chen Fan complained. Okay, I've already told the boss. The boss said that depending on your recent performance, if you perform well, he will give you 50,000 yuan a month. It's still a bit conscientious, but it's still too little, not as much as the old man gave. Oh, by the way, where is that little girl Tan Kei? Chen Fan looked around and said, "How should I know? Tan Kei may not be at work yet. I'll call her later to urge her." At this time, the manager was so busy that he was dizzy. He had to appease the guests and gather the employees at the same time. He was simply bearing everything alone. "Okay, I'll go in now." At this time, Chen Fan entered the kitchen. The noise like a vegetable market suddenly quieted down. It was completely soundproof and comfortable. After entering the kitchen, he was called by Brother Chen. It turned out that these chefs had already prepared everything and were waiting for Chen Fan to come. "Well, okay, prepare everything that should be prepared, and let's start today." After saying that, Chen Fan put on his own apron without hesitation, and just like yesterday, he fried 4 pots at a time. No, today he deliberately added 2 pots directly. 6 at once. So, Chen Fan decided to fry the same dishes first. The same dishes are all popular dishes, basically must order for diners, such as the previous scallion fried deer tendons. These diners are really beasts. They order scallion fried deer tendons every day. Don't they get tired of it? Of course, there must be some new customers here. When will the food be served? I've been lining up here an hour ago. Are you so arrogant? Yes, I came here with you. When will the food be served? Didn't we come here to taste the food? The experience is terrible. I'll give it 0 points. 0 points. If the food isn't served, it will be 0 points. Who is the chef? I just saw so many chefs come in. Does it take an hour? Isn't this a ripoff? That's right. The price is expensive, but what kind of experience is this? I'll complain if the food isn't served. Everyone wait a moment, wait a moment. I got here before you. Why can't you wait? Good food requires waiting. At this time, the main restaurant was already in chaos. Among them were guests who wanted to taste the food, and naturally there were people who were looking for trouble. As the saying goes, the more famous you are, the more trouble you will have. The Dihao restaurant has been packed since yesterday. Of course, it will naturally be counterattacked after affecting the interests of other stores. Everyone, please wait a moment. The chef has started cooking now. There are many customers today, so please wait patiently. If you can't satisfy your appetite, we can give you a refund first, but I promise you will regret it after the refund. At this time, the manager said seriously. Nonsense, I don't believe it's so delicious. If it doesn't taste good, I will pay you double compensation. As he said that, a fat man stood up directly. It was obvious that he was an undercover sent by another store. Although he didn't want to come, he was forced to do so. His purpose was to find out how delicious the food in Dihao restaurant was. But he had to admit that there were too many customers in Dihao restaurant. Even he was shocked. The manager wanted to explain something, but he saw the tightly closed kitchen door suddenly opened. 3 or 4 chefs directly brought out delicious dishes. Suddenly, the whole Dihao restaurant was filled with a mouth-watering smell of food. Wow, it smells so good, my god. Yeah, it smells so good, but I don't know how it tastes. It must taste great. I tried it yesterday and it was really delicious. The chef was not here last night, so the taste was not so good. When I heard that the chef was coming to work today, I came here immediately. Hurry up and try it. Hurry up, I ordered first, I came first, serve me the food, serve me the food. In fact, the queues at Dihao restaurant have been formed since 7 o'clock. Those who come earlier will wait longer. Those who come earlier do not complain, but enjoy it because they know that the time they spend will be recovered in the dishes. But those who come later and have not tasted it are naturally unhappy. At this time, there are not enough people to serve 8 dishes at once. Even the assistant chef has to work as a waiter. Hiss, delicious, delicious, ha ha. It's really delicious, and I feel like it tastes like my mom's. At this time, a young man ate with big mouthfuls, and tears fell unconsciously. Just act, can you cry while eating scallion fried deer tendons? Where did you find the extras? It's too realistic. I want to find one next time. At this time, many diners were thinking this. But after more and more people tasted it, they were shaken. Could they all be actors? Of course, they thought so, but when they really ate it, they were stunned. It melted in the mouth, refreshing and delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food. I want more, I want more. At this time, the young man who had just eaten the scallion fried deer tendons spoke directly. His expression was very excited, and he immediately took out his mobile phone to pay for 5 dishes. The manager on the side saw this scene and took a deep breath of relief. It's finally over. Comfortable. Young man, give me a bite, let me try it. At this time, the fat chef stared at the young man and said, he came later, and very late. If he was served one by one, it would take an unknown amount of time. Where did you come from, you fat man? I'm going to give you a. This is what I ordered. If you want to order, go and order it yourself. The young man didn't care at all. He just took the meal and started eating it in big mouthfuls. It seemed that his appetite had improved a lot. You. The fat man clenched his fists, but gave up. He swallowed and said, well, how about I give you money and I'll buy this dish? What should I eat if you buy it? The young man laughed disdainfully. It was really comforting to see so many people watching him eat delicious food but not being able to eat it. How about this, double, how about I pay double the price? The fat man gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He said, this is the highest price. Double, are you sure it's double? The young man shook his head. If you offer double the price, I can give you half. Half? Is it so bad? I won't take you like this, okay? Okay, then go order it yourself. I queued for 3 hours to get it. I can't give it to you. The young man didn't get angry but smiled and continued to eat. With a strong appetite, he picked up another bowl of rice and ate it with relish. The smell spread out, and the guests around drooled. Oh, okay, half is half. Seeing that the other party was so difficult, the fat man gritted his teeth and agreed again. Pay first. Will I run away? That's not certain. The young man was not afraid of boiling water. Okay, I'll give it to you first. The fat man took out his mobile phone directly, and after paying, the manager asked someone to bring an empty plate up and give him some. The fat chef sipped the sauce on the plate doubtfully. In an instant, the sauce melted in his mouth, constantly stimulating his taste buds. At this time, his plain expression suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god? It's so delicious. How is it? I didn't lie to you, it's worth the price. How can it be so delicious? The fat chef didn't hesitate at all. and directly picked up the chopsticks and put it into his mouth. His expression became more and more exaggerated, so that he poured all the dishes into the rice. The essence. The dish of scallion fried deer tendons can taste different flavors, and the taste that the fat man ate was naturally the taste that he had been thinking about. At this time, he ate very ugly, but no one ridiculed him, because the young man opposite looked gentle, but once he ate it, it was almost like he had been hungry for dozens of days. But it also proved how delicious and great this dish was. In less than a minute, under the eyes of many diners, half of the dish was eaten up by the fat chef. He smiled with great pride and said, "It's delicious. I've been a chef for more than 20 years, and I've never come across such delicious dishes. Where did this chef come from? Manager, can I meet him?" The fat chef asked the manager. After hearing this, everyone's faces lit up, and the last bit of doubt disappeared. A chef with more than 20 years of experience could still praise the food without hesitation, which showed that it was really delicious. "Sorry, I don't have time to take care of this. It's beyond my ability." The manager refused mercilessly. In his opinion, Chen Fan is now the treasure in the hands of Dihao Restaurant, and he cannot control this treasure. The most important thing is that he has long recognized this person, the chef of a nearby restaurant. In this era of interests, it is inevitable that he would not think that Chen Fan would be poached. Maybe this chef is like this? After hearing the rejection, the fat man did not show a trace of regret. He just said, "Don't worry, I won't have any ideas. I just want to meet this chef." At this time, in his heart, Lin Yang has become his idol. No, an idol as a chef. Even he didn't expect that a dish could be so delicious, revealing colorful emotions. But the manager still refused mercilessly. "Chef Chen is very busy, but I will tell him, and it's up to him whether to see you or not." As soon as the voice fell, the fat man nodded. "Okay, then. Can you give me another special dish now?" "No, you have to queue up." This fat man said so much just to cut in line. "I can't kill you." That's right, shameless and despicable, saying so much just to cut in line. "Go to the back to queue up. I have to go to work in the afternoon. I don't know when I can eat." "That's right, I came all the way here just to have a meal. Is it so difficult?" As soon as the voice fell, the kitchen brought out nearly 10 dishes. These dishes are all kinds of special dishes in the store. In an instant, countless lingering flavors swept in, constantly stimulating the taste buds of everyone present. In one word, it's fragrant. In 2 words, it's absolutely amazing. When they tasted the delicious food on the plate, it seemed that everyone had forgotten that they had been waiting for several hours. At the same time, Tan K, who had not appeared, came, but she stared at the 2 black circles and said in a panic, "Manager, I'm sorry, I slept late last night. You are here just now. Hurry up, go to the kitchen to help." The manager cursed angrily, but seemed to have thought of something and immediately changed his words. "Hurry up, why are you still standing there? Don't you see so many people?" The second sentence was obviously much softer. Even Tan Ki felt very strange. Strange, why is the manager so gentle today? Of course, in her eyes, the manager was very gentle today. If it was before, he would basically take her into the office and scold her. At the very least, she would be scolded, and at the worst, her salary would be deducted. But today, he just said a few words. Tan Ki had a strong sense of doubt about this. Of course, it was not that the manager did not want to scold Tan Ki, but he himself was a manager who was experienced and shrewd. When doing things, he certainly could not just look at the surface, otherwise he would not have worked hard to become a famous restaurant manager in his 30s. In the eyes of the manager, Tan Ki had more or less 1,000 connections with Chen Fan. Although this relationship was very subtle, even a fool could see that Chen Fan was still very concerned about Tan Ki. If we talk about what happened before, I am afraid that without Tan Ki's persuasion, how could Chen Fan come back? To put it more seriously, what should I do if I scold Tan Ki and make Chen Fan unhappy? Therefore, the manager tried his best to control his temper. "Ki, you are finally willing to come to work." Tan Ki changed her clothes and entered the kitchen. As soon as she served the dishes, she was stared at by Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan held the handles of the pot with his left and right hands, and he didn't need a pot or a spoon to stir fry. It seemed that the chefs next to him had already gotten used to it and kept preparing the work in their hands. The whole kitchen was busy. "Ah, Brother Chen, I slept late yesterday." "Yesterday. So I didn't wake up." Tan Ki explained like a mouse caught by a cat. "I know." Chen Fan's face was full of black lines. Yesterday, he was watching the live broadcast of Tan Ki, so the two of them went to bed at almost the same time, but Chen Fan was different. Chen Fan had been strengthened by genes, and he could be full of energy whether he slept or not, but Tan Ki was different. She was the most ordinary person, and her health was not very good. If she didn't get enough sleep, she would definitely not be able to get up in the morning. Ah, Brother Chen, how did you know? Tan Kai asked subconsciously. Didn't you look in the mirror? The dark circles around your eyes are about to become panda eyes. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckled. After the voice fell, Tan Kai was stunned for a long time, and she suddenly blushed and covered herself up. It was terrible. When she woke up today, she found that the time was already past 9 o'clock. She hurriedly washed up and ran out without tidying up. Because she was in a hurry to go to work, she would be scolded if she was late, so she didn't notice it. Okay, you should go to the lounge and sleep for a while. I'll tell the manager later. Chen Fan thought for a while and spoke directly. The Dihao restaurant has a special employee lounge. Except for the busy meal times, employees can basically rest on their own. The purpose is to make employees less tired. It can be said that the minimum conditions are still there, and it is also a simple lounge. No, It's okay, I'm fine, I just slept late yesterday, it doesn't matter. Tan Kai was very stubborn. She gritted her teeth and walked directly towards the hall with the dishes. Faced with the stubbornness of this little girl, Chen Fan had no choice. Looking at the dozen dishes on the table, he felt indifferent. Forget it, let's continue cooking. Brother Chen, it's burnt. A chef said. What's burnt? The pot is burnt. The pot is burnt. Oh my god. Chen Fan hurriedly turned his head over. He was too focused on chatting with Tan Kai, which caused the dishes to be burnt. It was only a few seconds, which shows that temperature control is still very important for cooking. After Chen Fan made the final remedy, fortunately there was no waste. Seeing that the dishes were all burnt, the chefs around were very happy, but they were all secretly happy. However, when Chen Fan finished the remedy, they were completely dumbfounded. Burnt can be remedied? Oh my god, what kind of operation is this? Tan Kai came in quickly like a diligent employee, and then took the dishes out quickly. Combined with the speed of Chen Fan's cooking, it was simply amazing. Is the food served so fast? Could it be that it has been cooked long ago? The dishes that have been cooked long ago are still steaming hot? Are you blind? I can only say that Chef Chen's cooking speed is amazing. That's right, aren't you satisfied with cooking so fast? I'm still waiting here, or if you dislike it, you give it to me first, and then you wait? I didn't say that, then you better wait, I'll eat first. As he said that, the man began to eat voraciously. The Dihao restaurant was as popular as ever, but the surrounding restaurants were not so good looking, with very few customers. Even if there were customers, they would run away without ordering anything after seeing so many people in the Dihao restaurant. In addition, a beautifully dressed girl ran quickly towards the Dihao restaurant with her mobile phone in her hand. She was like the wind. Ah, Goddess Chi-Chi got up late, so amazing, she's running, ha ha ha. Goddess Chi-Chi, I said you don't care about food, can sleep be more important than food? What made you get up late? Was yesterday fake? It's not fake, I didn't eat a bad meal, if you don't believe it, just come and eat it yourself. Shenanchi explained, her face was full of happiness, but after seeing the Dihao restaurant, her eyelids drooped directly. This. So many people? Isn't it time for dinner yet? Shenanchi was dumbfounded, the line was lined up outside the Dihao restaurant. Looking inside from the outside, there were at least nearly 20 people, they were all silently queuing up, but some customers saw the guests eating inside, and their mouths were about to drool. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. There are so many people queuing up. Oh my god, is it so popular? It's more popular than yesterday, right? Are they going to strike while the iron is hot and invite more extras? Don't, you upstairs, I beg you, this restaurant is really delicious. I had the honor of eating there once yesterday. If you don't believe me, get out of here. That's right, there are so many people. Goddess Chi-Chi, turn the camera over and see if it's really full. Having said that, Shenanchi immediately lined up to the end and then turned the camera over. At this time, the crowd eating in the Dihao restaurant completely shut up the fans in the live broadcast room. Because, in the Dihao restaurant, there was almost silence. Everyone was eating the food on their plates, and from time to time their expressions revealed a hint of satisfaction. But the most terrifying thing is that someone actually ate all at once. Ordered 2 or 3 plates. 2 or 3 plates. This is too inhuman. And most of the customers even poured rice on the dishes when they were served. The plate of the customer who burped after eating was shiny. It is easy to tell whether the food in a restaurant is delicious. For example, there is still a lot of food left on the plate. But if you look closely, basically all of them are eaten up. There is no food left on the plate, and even some customers even licked the plates directly. So disgusting, but so real, no one laughed at it. I came so early, why are there so many people? Shinanchi said angrily, it's really annoying. Ha ha ha, early? Goddess Chi-Chi, you call this time early? Don't make me laugh, it's almost 11 o'clock now, is it still early? Ha ha ha, when Goddess Chi-Chi said early, she meant early in the afternoon, not in the morning, don't misunderstand. Seeing so many people, I also want to go and eat. Since no one believes it, I will be a detox for everyone. If it doesn't taste good, I will post it. I believe that Goddess Chi-Chi will not eat rotten food. I believe that Goddess Chi-Chi will not eat rotten food. Yes, I believe it too. It seems that since I started following Goddess Chi-Chi has never eaten rotten food. That's not right. I am the famous food anchor Chi-Chi. I don't eat rotten food. It's delicious if it tastes good. Shinanchi said proudly, but she was completely discouraged when she saw that there were still 20 or 30 people in front of her. Fortunately, Chen Fan served the dishes very quickly, basically serving 7 or 8 guests in 10 minutes, and it was also very quick and convenient to handle. Although it was a bit unsatisfactory to wait for so long in front, the speed of serving the dishes was worthy of praise. But Tan Kei was miserable. She only then noticed how abnormal Chen Fan was. Every time she served the dishes to the guests and returned to the kitchen, the dishes were cooked again, just like the same dishes, without any changes. But she had no choice, who asked for so many guests. Finally, around 11:30, Shinanchi finally entered the Dihao restaurant, sat down smoothly, and began to taste the food. I'm going to start eating, I won't chat with you guys anymore. After saying that, Shinanchi directly put the phone aside. The first bite of food, full of comfort, the previous unhappiness of queuing was swept away. The expression was so satisfied and happy, the users watching the live broadcast room were also relieved. But when they saw Shinanchi ordered 5 dishes at once, they were dumbfounded. Eating so much, not fat. Ha ha ha. After a long time, 4 or 5 big men rushed in directly from outside the store. Hey, why don't you queue up? Is there anyone who cuts in line like you? If you want to eat, go line up. You. The leading big man was a bald man, holding a stick, that was domineering, plus the scorpion tattoo on his bald head, which made this person regret what he said. Snap, a kick directly kicked the man who was talking away. The sound was so loud, attracting the attention of countless diners. But Shinanchi was still eating her food. That was a happy feeling, as if she was not affected at all. This huge sound attracted the attention of the manager. The Dihao restaurant has 360-degree surveillance. He immediately understood what happened. He ran out of the manager's office quickly, holding the phone in his hand and called, "Hello, boss, someone is making trouble in the restaurant." "Ha? If there is trouble, call the security guard." A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, and she said with a little displeasure, boss, but the security guards have all asked for leave today, and there are only 2 security guards in our store. 4 or 5 people came from the opposite side. They are not good people. The manager said bitterly. Okay, you call the police first, I want to see who dares to come to my restaurant to make trouble. After saying that, the manager walked out directly. At this time, the scene in the restaurant was in chaos for a while. As soon as these 4 or 5 big men came in, they used baseball bats to hit the equipment and tables, chairs and benches in the store. I will kill you, you dare to smash my dishes. I queued up to buy them. As he said, the bald leader hit him with a stick, and he became honest all of a sudden. The scene instantly fell into an uncontrollable situation. Shinanchi hadn't reacted at this time. Oh, what a pretty girl. Can you let me have a bite of her? At this time, an ugly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked over and stared at Shinanchi. Sizzle, she has a good figure and fair skin. It would be even better if she could feel it. No, this is my meal. Shinanchi shook her head without even raising her head, and continued to eat her meal attentively. Ugly man, what happened? I seem to hear someone being beaten. Ugly man, don't get close to my goddess Kiki, I'm going to kill him. Get out of the way. Who is this guy? He is so ugly and comes out to scare people. I can't kill you. At this time, the man also noticed the live broadcast room. He covered the camera with one hand and fell to the ground with a snap. Little beauty, what I mean is, you eat yours and I eat you, ha ha. The ugly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes showed a trace of greed. At this time, Shinanchi also reacted. She was about to get angry, but when she saw such an ugly man in front of her, she kicked him away. You broke my phone? Shinanchi kicked the ugly man in the face, making him step back several steps. Stinky woman, you don't know whether to live or die. As he said that, the man actually took out the stick in his hand. You, don't come over, I didn't mean it just now. Shinanchi immediately became timid. Big eyes, don't make trouble, don't forget what we are here for. The man next to him reminded directly. I know, but this girl kicked me, I have to give her a slap. No, let's finish it quickly and leave quickly, and come back when there is a chance next time. No, you guys smash it first, I'll give her some flowers to see, she dared to kick me. The man called Big Eyes said unconvinced, he really couldn't stand being kicked in the face by a woman. That's it, the man next to him no longer dissuaded him. After these people came in, they kept smashing things. Except for the first one, basically no one was injured. Shinanchi was really scared at this time. She immediately explained, Big brother, I didn't mean it just now. Just smash it and run away. No, you dare to kick me, today I have to teach you a little lesson. Big Eyes licked his tongue, I'll give you a chance. If you accompany me to have a meal and rest at night, I won't beat you. Otherwise, I'll cut a hole in your cute head right now. While he was talking, he didn't forget to swing the baseball bat in his hand to show off his power. At this time, Shinanchi's face was panicked. She shook her head fiercely, No, don't come over here. If you come over, I will call the police. I want the police to arrest you. Ha ha, I'm so scared. Big Eyes looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and he clenched his fist and grabbed Shinanchi directly. Don't! Shinanchi subconsciously closed his eyes in fear, but the next second, a huge arm stretched out directly, faster than him, and clamped his arm fiercely. A huge force swept over, and a snap. Yes, it was the sound of bones breaking. At this time, the screams and fears in the whole restaurant stopped abruptly. A few seconds after the sound stopped abruptly, a painful pig-killing sound came from Big Eye's mouth. Ah! It's broken, it's broken, it's broken, it's broken. No, it's broken. The person who clamped him was none other than Chen Fan, who was cooking before. At this time, he was wearing an apron and looked majestic, holding an iron pan in his hand, and appeared in everyone's sight like a god of war. Chen Fan swung and kicked quickly, and directly kicked away the tearful Big Eyes. Big Eyes fell to the ground, and kept spitting out angrily, It's broken, big brother, avenge me. Several big men who came and stopped their actions and stared at Chen Fan. Are you okay? Chen Fan looked at Shinanchi, but when he saw her face, it was this little girl again? Ah. Shinanchi swallowed, a little panicked and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Chen Fan came to suddenly. If it weren't for Chen Fan, the ugly man's fist might have landed on her, and now, she feels that Chen Fan is so handsome, like a god descending from heaven. Oh no, is this the feeling of being moved? I'm glad you're okay. Chen Fan ignored her. The infatuated eyes turned to look at the whole restaurant. At this time, the customers were running away and scattering. Although they were not hurt, they were also frightened. The most serious thing was that the tables, chairs and benches were basically damaged to varying degrees. Boy, which gang are you from? At this time, the silence was finally interrupted, and the bald man who led the group spoke. None of the 5 people was thinner than Chen Fan, especially the bald man, who had solid muscles and wore a flirty floral shirt, which made him look very rogue. Which gang are you from? Chen Fan wanted to laugh when he heard it. He shook the pot in his hand and said, You are blind, you work in the kitchen, what about you? Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help laughing. It was too funny, especially Shinanchi, who was beside him, who covered her mouth and laughed. A man in a suit and tie was squatting in a safe place in the corner. This man was the manager who had been hiding. He wanted to go out and persuade them at first, but he was afraid when he saw such a big scene. At this moment, his face was full of regret. It's over, Chen Fan is over, he cursed in his heart. How could Chen Fan think of going out to do it? Why haven't the police come yet? Are you kidding me? Boy, do you know the consequences of teasing me? The leading man felt that he had been greatly insulted. He gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Fan angrily. Brother, don't talk nonsense to him. He broke my hand. I'm going to break his leg, this kid. At this time, De Yen got up from the ground and said with gritted teeth, when his bones were broken just now, he almost fainted from the pain. He wanted to repay him 100-fold, 1,000-fold. But Chen Fan was not afraid at all, and even said disdainfully, That's right, you just realized I was teasing you? Since you've already smashed it, either get out of here or wait for the police to catch you. Chen Fan was too lazy to do anything. He was not afraid, but he didn't want to hurt them. Not to mention that he was a Wing Chun martial arts master, his genetic enhancement alone was not something these people could handle. This kid is too arrogant, big brother, let me remove his arm. A big man with green hair on the side said. After saying that, after getting the big brother's consent, he squinted his eyes, took out the baseball bat in his hand, and hit Chen Fan mercilessly. The place he hit was naturally Lin Yang's arm. If you say to remove the arm, without mercy. Seeing the baseball bat coming at a high speed, everyone closed their eyes in fear. Even Shinanchi, who was just thinking about it, couldn't help but take a step back. Be careful. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Fan directly blocked the baseball bat with the iron pot in his hand, and a huge metal collision sound rang throughout the restaurant. Buzz. The green-haired trash swinging the baseball bat was shocked and his scalp was numb. He bit him and said, "Boy, don't block it if you have the guts. Or I'll swing you with a stick and try it? These scumbags who came out have such low IQs?" As he said, Chen Fan swung the iron pot in his hand without hesitation. The buzzing sound rang again. The iron pot hit the garbage man's head hard, and he screamed again. Because the force was too great, he was directly thrown to the other side of the restaurant by the iron pot, rolling on the ground and screaming. Obviously, the iron pot broke his hand. This sudden attack made everyone confused, even the boss. "Good boy, you are good at fighting." The leading man narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Fan, and made a sound of poo. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. "Thank you for the compliment, but you are really rubbish, so you are just a little bit stronger," Chen Fan said calmly. "Don't be too arrogant, kid, come together." The leading man shouted, and the remaining 4 people came together, including the big eye whose palm was broken. The 3 of them went into battle together, and everyone's heart was instantly tightened. It's over, it's over. One person can beat it, but 3 people together will definitely not be able to resist. But something happened that made them tremble with fear. As the 3 of them attacked together, Chen Fan's posture was extremely agile, and his starting and ending steps were almost as fast as possible. Before they had time to react, the 3 iron pots hit them. The force was so painful. It really proved what Chen Fan said, that they could do nothing except screaming. After several fights, everyone present was dumbfounded. These big men were actually begging for mercy. "Don't hit me, big brother, don't hit me, you've swollen my face, I can't even see anyone when I go out. Don't hit me, big brother, both of my hands are broken, please don't hit me, we are wrong. Big brother, be gentle, my hands are broken. Mom, take me away, it hurts so much." To be honest, this is arrogant in front of people, but humble behind people. At this time, several people were eager to leave here. They were so good at fighting, they were beaten without any resistance, and they had no temper at all. "Okay, if you want me to stop, pay me. I pay. The leading big brother no longer dared to be arrogant, and whispered, "As long as you let us go, I will pay." He regretted accepting this order. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful person, who was actually a chef. "Okay, in that case, I won't fight. All the renovation costs here will be charged to you. 200,000 yuan, no more, no less." Chen Fan thought for a while and said, 200,000 yuan? The bald man who led the group was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, "What? Do you think it's too little? Well, I'll give you a little extra. 200,000 yuan for renovation, 50,000 yuan for store loss, 50,000 yuan for customer loss, plus. And my cell phone, he broke my cell phone." At this time, Shinanchi stood up and said angrily, "There's nothing I can do about you. If the cell phone can be broken, how can your brain not be broken?" Chen Fan shook his head and said, Shinanchi didn't expect Chen Fan to scold her like this, and she was a little unhappy. "Okay, I'll give you 50,000 yuan for the cell phone, and after a little bit, I'll give you a discount, 400,000 yuan. Didn't it only cost 350,000 yuan? 400,000 yuan after the discount?" The leader almost fainted after hearing the price. Fortunately, the younger brother beside him pinched his philtrum hard to wake him up. 400,000, big brother, I don't have that much." The bald leader wanted to kill the younger brother. Why did he wake him up? This order was over 50,000 yuan, how could he get 400,000? No 400,000? Chen Fan said slightly. He felt cold, shook off the pot in his hand, and prepared to attack again. No. Big brother, let's talk it over." Yes, I have it." The bald man immediately took out his bank card, swallowed his throat and said, Here is 350,000 yuan. 350,000 yuan is it? Big brother, we don't need a discount." Yes, brother, we don't need a discount, just pay the original price." "Okay, since you are all and don't need a discount, it's just here, 350,000 yuan is 350,000 yuan. As he said that, Chen Fan directly picked up the post machine from the side and started to swipe it. The post machine had a limit prompt, 50,000 yuan per stroke, and swiped 7 times and finally swiped it. When he finished swiping, the leading bald man felt heartbroken. That was his wife's money. The 350,000 yuan was used to marry his wife, and now it's gone. He was heartbroken. Okay, then I'll take it as a bargain for you this time. It's not bad to pay for a lesson, Chen Fan said with the iron pot in his hand, and then he handed the iron pot to Shinanchi, ready to send this group of scum away. When the iron pot was in Shinanchi's hand, her whole body sank instantly, and her expression was extremely panicked. Chen Fan, hurry up, I can't hold it, I can't hold it. This iron pot was too heavy for Shinanchi. If you can't even hold it, what's the use of you? Just go home and eat milk. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Shinanchi, and then put the iron pot on the table. The moment he put it on the table, a bang sounded. The people around him instantly showed black lines on their faces. Brother, since the money has been paid, then can we leave? They didn't dare to leave without Chen Fan's order. What if they were dragged back and beaten up again? Wouldn't it be the end? Besides, the money has been spent, and it would be a big loss to beat them up again. Well, it's okay. Since you paid the compensation, I decided to personally you out of the store. Chen Fan waved his hand and prepared to take them out. But at this moment, several people in police uniforms walked in. The leader was a woman, who was heroic, beautiful, and had an attractive figure. She immediately set her eyes on these people who were dressed very poorly and said, "Are you the ones causing trouble?" Seeing the police coming, the people who were about to leave were all desperate. They thought they could leave after getting the money, but now it seems it's over, they have to be locked up for at least a few months. As for the bald man who led the group, he fainted directly, obviously very angry. The follow-up was basically over, and several people were taken away. But then something unexpected happened to Chen Fan. The female police officer even asked to follow him to the police station to take a statement. I say, beautiful police officer, you can just take a statement here, do you want to give me a few small medals? Chen Fan said calmly. Well, I want you to follow me back to take a statement, but you can take a statement here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qing Yunlan, just call me Officer Chang. Qing Yunlan immediately ordered his colleagues who came with him to collect evidence, and then began to take a statement himself. The statement involved many aspects, including Chen Fan and Shinanchi. Excuse me, how did they start to destroy the scene when they came in? Qing Yunlan said. Well, I don't know. There is surveillance footage. You can take one out as evidence. Chen Fan waved his hand, quite cooperative. At this time, Tan Kei also came out of the kitchen trembling. She looked at Chen Fan with a hint of fear on her face. Brother Chen, are you okay? Well, I'm fine. You go in first. It's still very messy here. If you step on glass shards, you're done for. Okay. Tan Kei nodded. There was nothing but glass here, which was easy to step on after being broken by those people. Out of concern, Tan Kei received concern and obedience, so she went back. At this time, the manager also came out from that corner to cooperate with the investigation. Finally, Chang Yunlan took away a videotape and took all the people away. This incident ended hastily. Although they compensated for the losses, the law still did not allow them to do evil. Even if they compensated, they would be prosecuted and taken in. Brother Chen, I really have to thank you this time, otherwise the restaurant would have suffered a huge loss. The manager rubbed his hands and said flatteringly. It was a compliment before, but now it is respect. He is such a good cook and a good fighter. Is he a Superman? It's okay, manager. It's just a small matter, there's no need to complain. Anyway, they have already compensated. When the time comes, we can take out 50,000 yuan to replace a new mobile phone for this customer, and then compensate him later. The rest should be able to make up for the loss. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, okay, no problem, do as you say. The manager nodded, made a call, and hung up the phone in less than a minute. He said excitedly, Brother Chen, I have reported the matter just now to the boss. She said that she is going to reward you with 20,000 yuan, and your salary will increase to 40,000 yuan a month. Well, it's okay, so. After saying that, Chen Fan didn't show any expression. But in the eyes of the manager, that was envy. A cook has a higher salary than the manager himself. You know, his salary is only 20,000 yuan a month, which is twice as high. Okay, it seems that I can't open the store today, so I can get off work early, Chen Fan said. But it caused dissatisfaction among many customers. Chef Chen, although we can't eat here, we can pack up and take it back. Yes, I've been queuing here for so long and I haven't packed up yet? Yes, I'll pack up too. We can take it back and eat it, which can make up for our injured hearts. Well, I'm hungry too. I didn't eat enough just now. I want to pack up too. Shinanchi, who was sitting next to Chen Fan, said a little embarrassedly. Hearing this, Chen Fan's face was full of black lines and he coughed. Okay, just try it reluctantly. Maybe I won't go to work in the next few days, because the shop renovation will take some time. This is the last time I will cook in the next few days or in the next 10 days. Anyway, there is nothing too important to do later. Even if I go to the snowskin inspection, I have to go at 6 p.m. Now it's not even 12 o'clock, so I'll just cook for a while. Hearing Chen Fan's promise, everyone was happy, and the previous fear and terror were swept away, as if they had never happened. Due to the high degree of damage before, everyone was more conscious to pay and wait quietly. With the fast speed of serving the dishes, it took less than half an hour to cook the dishes for these 20 or 30 people, and everyone left with a full sense of happiness. Brother Chen, you were so awesome just now. We didn't dare to come out, but you actually jumped out directly. That's right, our Kung Fu chef Brother Chen is not only good at cooking, but also a good fighter. Too awesome, awesome. Your operation just now was really amazing. You knocked these people down in just a few moves. You must have practiced it, Brother Chen. Are you blind? If you haven't practiced, would you dare to do this? After this, the dissatisfaction in the hearts of all the chefs present disappeared, and turned into respect and admiration. If it were the scene just now, they were almost so scared that they couldn't move their legs, and naturally admired Chen Fan very much. Okay, the manager said, let's take a few days off first, and then go back to work after the decoration is completed. Let's all get off work. Chen Fan silently accepted the flattery of these people, and then spoke. When they heard about taking a few days off, the people who had been prepared cheered. Being a chef basically has 365 days a year without holidays, and it is naturally very happy to be able to take a few days off to relax. Brother Chen, are you really okay? Did they really not hurt you just now? Tan Kei asked in disbelief, with a little excitement in her heart. It's really okay. It's time to get off work. You should go back to school and catch up on your sleep. Two panda eyes are really ugly, Chen Fan said with a wry smile. Ah, Brother Chen, you are so mean. Why do you keep talking about my panda eyes? Tan Kei was ashamed and didn't dare to face Chen Fan. She hurried to the dressing room, changed her clothes and left without waiting for Chen Fan to come out. When she left, she was afraid that Chen Fan would be unhappy, so she sent a WeChat message. Brother Chen, you should go back as well. I'm going back to school to catch up on my sleep first. After sending the message, Tan Kei smiled sweetly. Chen Fan left almost at the last minute, but the manager was waiting for him. Brother Chen, I'll send your bonus to your bank card when the time comes, the manager said. Okay, manager. Chen Fan nodded and left, but as soon as he left the Dihao restaurant, he was stopped. It was Shinanchi, that little girl again. What are you doing? Chen Fan stared at Shinanchi intently, which made her feel embarrassed. Well, thank you for today. Shinanchi couldn't help but tremble when she thought of the dangerous scene before. If it weren't for Chen Fan, I would have been beaten. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Chen Fan shook his head and said calmly. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Shinanchi, what's yours? Chen Fan. Then, Shinanchi asked tentatively after hearing Chen Fan's name, then Chen Fan, I'll treat you to a meal to express my gratitude to you, how about it? Chen Fan paused slightly, no need, I said it's just a piece of cake. Humph, I've already told you to have a meal, but you're still reluctant, come with me. Shinanchi was super upset when she saw that Chen Fan actually refused. She took Chen Fan and left. It's dinner time now, and Chen Fan didn't resist too much, and followed Shinanchi. There was basically nothing scheduled for the afternoon, so I went to eat. By the way, can I call you Brother Chen? I see that the little girl next to you calls her that. Shinanchi and Chen Fan came to a gourmet roast duck restaurant. Well, sure, just order it if you want. Looking at the roast duck, Chen Fan really didn't have much appetite. As he said that, he picked up his phone, and a long string of messages came in. In addition to the bank card deduction message, there was also the price fluctuation message. These were all reminders that Chen Fan had set in the software. He would remind himself if there was a price change. In addition, there would be price fluctuations if there was any abnormal price movement or bad news. Unexpectedly, the stock given by the system fluctuated rapidly and briefly. The message received was that some material was missing, so the stock fluctuated. But it soon dropped after the fluctuation. The decision was similar, and Chen Fan also bought a small amount. Now about 20 million has been spent, and most of these stocks have increased in value. It is roughly estimated that 1 million has been earned. When Chen Fan saw this profit, he felt it was unreal. After all, it was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. Hey, why are you playing with your phone while eating? Shinanchi shook her head and hurriedly urged, Brother Chen, are you free this afternoon? Anyway, my phone is broken and I have to get a new one. How about you go shopping with me? Shopping? Chen Fan was stunned at first, and then quickly shook his head. Forget it, I might as well go home and sleep. I'll go to sleep for a while. You. Shenanchi thought Chen Fan was unreasonable. She didn't know how many people wanted to accompany her shopping, but Chen Fan seemed so reluctant. But Shenanchi was that kind of person. If you don't obey me, I will force you. Finally, under Shenanchi's constant persuasion, Chen Fan agreed. It's good to spend the money he made, not to mention that he hasn't bought any clothes yet, and he only has 1 or 2 pieces on him, which are not enough to wear. In addition, he has to go to investigate Snow Skin in the afternoon, so it's not good to wear shabby clothes. Okay, let's go shopping. Chen Fan nodded. I also want to buy some clothes. Okay, I'll pay for the afternoon's consumption. Shenanchi patted her chest and said somewhat proudly. Okay. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. She really spoke like a rich woman, but he didn't take it to heart. After the meal, Shenanchi insisted on paying the bill, and in the end Chen Fan was left with the status of a gigolo. Zizizi, that boy is so lucky, he found a rich woman. I just heard that the little rich woman wants to support him. Come on, this is not a rich woman, this is a white, rich and beautiful woman. Isn't she so beautiful? If I were in her place, I would also want to be this gigolo. Huh, the boy is so handsome, it's not certain who will be with whom, but the girl is also very beautiful, I'm envious. That's right, I'm envious, who told us not to have such a face? After Chen Fan and Shenanchi left, the men and women in the store were gossiping, as if they were very jealous. Of course, Chen Fan certainly didn't know. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan and Shenanchi arrived at a large square, which was crowded with people. And Shenanchi, who arrived at the square, was as happy as if a seal had been unsealed. Brother Chen, come on. Let's go shopping. Shenanchi is beautiful and dressed pure, so she attracted a lot of anger from Chen Fan. Of course, Chen Fan didn't think so, and he always had that calm attitude. Although he is not very old, he always has that handsome and ruffian aura, plus his muscular and perfect body, which makes him more attractive to the opposite than Shenanchi. What a handsome little brother, it's a pity that he has a girlfriend. Do you know that's his girlfriend? Maybe not, how about we go ask on WeChat? Hey, why don't we give it a try? It would definitely make me feel safe to have such a handsome guy as my boyfriend. And look at his muscles, even his clothes are stretched out, wow. Chen Fan's figure made these girls drool. Brother Chen, I just realized that you have a great figure. Shenanchi naturally heard these rumors at this time, and seemed to have noticed Chen Fan's figure. Do you exercise too? Yeah, kind of, just a little exercise. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. He didn't exercise. It was because of the effect of the gene-enhancing potion that made him strong and healthy. No wonder you are so good at fighting. You were really handsome before. You are a piece of. Shenanchi was so excited when she thought about it before. Chen Fan's boyfriend power was overflowing. Any girl who came into contact with Chen Fan would have this feeling to some extent, just more or less. Perhaps this was the invisible charm. It's a pity that he is not her boyfriend. Thinking of this, Shenanchi's heart was pounding. Is this love? What are you thinking about? I still have things to do after shopping. Chen Fan looked at the dazed Shenanchi and said, Ah. Shenanchi reacted, her cheeks slightly red, and she didn't dare to look directly at Chen Fan. Shenanchi, just go shopping, why are you so distracted? Okay, brother Chen, let's go buy a mobile phone first. By the way, I want to buy yours too. Shenanchi saw that Chen Fan's mobile phone was also the latest model, and she was a little envious. Let's go, buy it. Didn't the manager give you 50,000 before? Of course Shenanchi's cell phone is not worth so much money, but the 50,000 that Chen Fan mentioned is 50,000, and the manager naturally dare not refuse to give it. After all, Chen Fan is now the treasurer of the Dihao restaurant. Even if he gives 100,000, the manager may grit his teeth and give it, for fear of making Chen Fan uncomfortable. Okay, let's go quickly. After speaking, Shenanchi took Chen Fan directly to the mall. Coordinates, Fortune Plaza. Fortune Plaza covers an area of more than 200 acres, and its area is so large that it is endless. During this period, Fortune Plaza can be said to have everything: large shopping malls, food streets, and even amusement parks and movie theaters. To put it nicely, it covers all the food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment. It can be said to be a large landmark building in Donghai City. After entering Fortune Plaza, Chen Fan and Shenanchi went directly to the electronic equipment area. This whole building is divided into 7 floors, and each floor represents a certain electronic equipment, which is so large that it is beyond Chen Fan's imagination. Finally, Shenanchi and Chen Fan went all the way to the 7th floor. This is the electronic mobile phone area. After getting out of the elevator, I found that this floor is also super large, and there are more than hundreds of people coming and going to buy mobile phones, and there are salesmen around each customer who are enthusiastically introducing them. Wow, it's so big. Shenanchi completely released her nature and ran quickly to the mobile phone counter to take a look, while Chen Fan followed behind with an expressionless face. Hello, do you have a mobile phone you are interested in? Or what mobile phone do you want to buy? I can introduce it to you one by one. I saw a female salesperson aiming at the two people and walked quickly. She did not ridicule or refuse to receive Chen Fan and Shenanchi because they were not young. Naturally, this is professionalism. Well, do you have Apple 12 Pro Plus in your store? Shenanchi thought for a while and said directly. Apple 12 Pro Plus? The salesperson was slightly startled. She glanced up and down at Chen Fan and Shenanchi, and finally set her sights on Shenanchi. Judging from her temperament, Shenanchi should not be the kind of person who is not short of money. According to her eyes, the clothes on her body are worth at least 3,000 or 4,000. She smiled to the extreme. Miss, you came at the right time. Our store has just received 3 Apple 12 Pro Plus. After a round of rush sales, there is only one left. Oh, there is only one left? Hurry, hurry, bring it to me. Shenanchi said anxiously, as if she was really afraid that she couldn't buy it. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan sighed in his heart. Shenanchi was really naive. This is the most basic skill of sales, just to make customers feel anxious and panic, which is conducive to the chance of closing a deal. Of course, Shenanchi obviously didn't know. Shenanchi and Chen Fan followed the salesperson into the store. At this time, the store was quite large and there were dozens of customers. Soon, the salesperson took out the Apple 12 Pro Plus from the counter and introduced it enthusiastically. But Shenanchi didn't seem to care and said directly, well, I want this one. It's all done, hurry up and pay, hurry up and pay. Okay, miss. When the salesperson heard that he had to pay, a refreshing smile appeared on his face. He picked up the post machine directly, and just when he was about to swipe the card, a slightly respectful voice sounded behind Chen Fan. Mr. Chen? Chen Fan subconsciously turned his head and saw a familiar person. This person is. I have an impression, yes, a very good impression. After thinking for a few seconds, a face echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Isn't this middle-aged man the owner of the store where he bought the mobile phone before? Hong Zhengxin. That's right, it's Hong Zhengxin. Manager Hong. Chen Fan reacted slightly and said directly, why are you here, Manager Hong? Mr. Chen. This word is a little uncomfortable to say, so he doesn't like the word Mr. Chen. It feels like stubbornness, and it also has the taste of rich second generation, uncomfortable, and his expression changed slightly. Hong Jingxin is a businessman, and observing words and expressions is the most basic, so he quickly reacted, Chen Fan, why are you here? When he opened his mouth, he thought he was a bit bold, but he felt relieved after hearing Chen Fan nod. No, I just accompanied my friend to buy a mobile phone. Chen Fan said, expressing his approval. Oh, so that's the case. Hong Jingxi nodded, and subconsciously looked at Shenanchi, who was slightly dazed, and praised without hesitation, Chen Fan, your girlfriend is very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Hong Jingxi acted very naturally as he spoke. Manager. The salesperson on the side looked at Hong Jingxi slightly. Well, since brother Chen Fan wants to buy a mobile phone, give him a 50% discount. Hong Jingxi said. 50% off? The salesperson was stunned. 50% off? Isn't that a loss? The price of Apple 12 Pro Plus is 34888. The purchase price in the store is about 30,000. With the commission expenses, they can make a little profit. Now there is a 50% discount at one time, which directly confused the salesperson. She even suspected that her manager was crazy. Yes, 50% off. I asked you to give it to me, and you will get every cent of your commission. Hong Jingxin wanted to give it to Chen Fan for free, but considering the circumstances, he decided to give it a 50% discount. Sure enough, Chen Fan did not refuse, so it was fine. Okay, manager. After saying that, the salesperson hurriedly changed the price on the post machine and then swiped the money. 17400 was deducted, and the rest was rounded off. The salesperson was naturally good at observing people's words and expressions. Little miss, your phone has been packed for you. The salesperson was very fast, for fear of making Chen Fan and Shenanchi dissatisfied. After all, she was not a fool. Chen Fan should have some relationship with the manager. As for what kind of relationship, she didn't know, but she could see that their manager had some respect for Chen Fan. The one who could make the manager do this must be a rich second generation at least. Shinanchi was also stunned again and again before she took the phone. With the phone in her hand, she happily pressed it again. "Thank you, Manager Hong." Chen Fan nodded to express his gratitude. No, brother Chen Fan, if you want to buy a mobile phone in the future, you can come to my store. This is my store, and that is my store. If you don't like the trouble, just call me directly and I will send someone to deliver it. Hong Zhengxin said respectfully. Okay, Oklahoma. Chen Fan thanked again and left directly with Shinanchi. Manager, why? Why 50% off? Isn't that a loss? The salesperson asked tentatively after seeing Chen Fan leave. You don't know even if I tell you. When Mr. Chen comes to buy a mobile phone again in the future, it will be 50% off. If you can't make up your mind, you can give it away for free. Hong Jingxin regained his manager's dignity again and walked directly into the store. Give it away for free, my goodness, now the salesperson finally understands that Chen Fan is at least a rich second generation. Their manager must want to curry favor with Chen Fan, so he did this. Brother Chen, you actually know the manager of the mobile phone store? Shinanchi asked curiously while walking in the elevator. Yes, I knew him before. Chen Fan's mood moved, and he said calmly. Then why did he call you Mr. Chen? Are you a rich second generation? Shinanchi looked at Chen Fan with a naughty smile. How should I know, Mr. Chen? Do you see any big family with the surname Chen in Donghai City? Chen Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh, that's not the case. Why did he call you Mr. Chen and give you a discount? And I think he wanted to give you a cell phone for free. Shinanchi was still puzzled. Maybe it's because I saved him before, so he respects me so much. Chen Fan made up a reason and said, Okay, let's go shopping. Shinanchi naively believed it, and then happily took Chen Fan downstairs. The mall in Fortune Plaza is also surprisingly large, with all kinds of brand clothing. I said, Brother Chen, I'll pay for today's consumption. Shinanchi completely released her nature when she saw the beautiful clothes and skirts, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Forget it, I have my own money, just buy yours. No, you promised me. Shinanchi took Chen Fan to go shopping for clothes first, bought a lot of them, and gave them all to Chen Fan, just like a personal nanny. Fortunately, Chen Fan's genes were strengthened, otherwise he would be exhausted in the afternoon. After buying tens of thousands of yuan of clothes, Shinanchi seemed to have no intention of stopping. Chen Fan regretted following Shinanchi to go shopping. Oh my god, he had never gone shopping with a girl before, but this time he directly ruined all his ideas in the future. Fortunately, Shinanchi still did not lose her conscience and took Chen Fan to buy clothes. Entering various brand stores, Shinanchi carefully selected Chen Fan's clothes as if she were selecting her own clothes. In Chen Fan's opinion, the styles of these clothes are all relatively good. But, they are all good, and anyone can be picked. But, Shinanchi doesn't think so. What do you think of this dress? Shinanchi came to Chen Fan with a black short-sleeved shirt and said, Well, it's okay. Chen Fan nodded. What about this one? Well, it's okay. Can you say something else besides okay? Well, okay. Chen Fan's mind became a pile of paste. Aren't these clothes the same? There are only subtle differences. If you don't dress up, you will become a middle-aged greasy uncle. Shinanchi said unhappily. No, I can't let Chen Fan become a middle-aged greasy uncle. As she said that, Shinanchi began to choose clothes more enthusiastically. The salesman on the side stared at Chen Fan from time to time. What a handsome guy, but he has a girlfriend. Hey, his girlfriend is pretty too, and she bought so many things, I guess she has a lot of money. Don't you think he's a gigolo? The three salesmen spoke quietly, their voices were so low that only they could hear them, but Chen Fan, who had been genetically enhanced, could naturally hear them. The genetic enhancement potion was an all-round enhancement, so even if the voice was lowered, he could still hear it. But Chen Fan was already accustomed to it. He had been shopping for so long that he had heard such words so many times that it didn't matter. Finally, Shinanchi picked out 5 pieces of clothing in a row. The salesperson at the side finally found a topic to cut into Shinanchi's world. Miss, you have a good eye. This is our latest summer t-shirt. It was designed by the world's top master Calatrava. The official price is only 38,000, but the discounted price in summer is only 15,888 yuan. Chen Fan was shocked when he saw the price. Although he is so rich now, he doesn't spend money like water. 15,000 for a short-sleeved shirt, this is too scary. Wow, okay, you try it. Shinanchi's eyes lit up when she heard there was a discount. Seeing Shinanchi's reaction, Chen Fan gave a bitter smile. Could it be that Shinanchi is really a rich woman? This price is already at the level of the local tyrants, but Shinanchi didn't care at all. Instead, she felt like she had made a profit. "Hello, sir, our fitting room is broken. But don't worry, we have sent someone to fix it, but it will take some time," the salesperson said weakly on the side, fearing that it would make Chen Fan and Shinanchi unhappy. All broken?" Shinanchi said in annoyance. "The changing room in such a big store is actually broken. Miss, our store is broken because of a water leak upstairs." Upon hearing this, Shinanchi's shopping idea was gone, and she was ready to pull Chen Fan away. Seeing that Shinanchi wanted to leave, Chen Fan's head was big. He had been choosing here for at least half an hour, and then went to another store for another half an hour. Wouldn't it be a waste? "Forget it, give it to me, I'll change here." Chen Fan was too lazy to change shops. Anyway, he was a man and it was no disadvantage to be seen. After saying that, he took the clothes from Shinanchi's hands. He took off his shirt directly. In an instant, the perfect muscles appeared in the vision of the four women. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Everyone's face there was a trace of shock on their faces. Especially Shinanchi. She had seen Chen Fan's outline before, and could tell that he worked out, but she didn't expect him to have such a good figure. She couldn't help but blush. She had never seen such a scene before, and her heart was beating fast. But the other three salesmen were obviously more mature, but their infatuated eyes did not decrease at all. She was secretly happy in her heart. After putting on the clothes, Chen Fan looked at the four confused people and said, "How is it?" Shinanchi hadn't reacted to the previous scene. The scene just now had been deeply imprinted in her mind, lingering, as if she had always seen it. "Sir, you have a good temperament. It blends perfectly with this dress." "Yes, sir, your temperament is so good. Sir, this dress suits you very well," the three salesmen reacted quickly and praised. They are salesmen. No matter how ugly a person is, no matter how inappropriate the clothes are, they will praise them, because as long as the customer is happy, he may buy it, and if he buys it, they will naturally get a commission. What's more, Chen Fan looks really handsome and charming in this dress. Shinanchi reacted and praised him one after another. "Good, good, good. This girl's vision is really unique. Try this dress again," Shinanchi said, with a little snickering, and put the 4 or 5 clothes in her hand into Chen Fan's hand again, with a little expectation in her eyes. Fortunately, she chose a lot of clothes, and she could still take a look. Seeing the 4 or 5 clothes in his hand, Chen Fan was melancholy. As he said, he quickly took off his clothes. The strong and perfect muscles appeared in the eyes of the 4 women again. Zizizizi, never get tired of seeing it, even if it is the second time, it is still full of shock. This muscle is fat but not greasy, and it feels completely different from the muscle grown by protein powder. Some women don't like muscles because the muscles are too greasy, but Chen Fan's looks very refreshing, as if it is natural. Not only that, the muscles seem to exude endless masculinity and hormones. Seeing Shinanchi is a kind of inextricable. With handsome looks, perfect muscles, and golden ratio of height, Chen Fan is definitely a male god in Shinanchi's eyes. In the end, after changing more than 10 pieces in a row, Shinanchi finally stopped choosing under Chen Fan's strong resistance. Of course, Shinanchi had seen enough and was very happy. It is said that men like to look at beautiful women, and women must like to look at handsome men. After checking out, Shinanchi directly swiped hundreds of thousands of yuan and changed several sets for Chen Fan. Several sets. Hundreds of thousands of yuan. Zizizizi, of course, don't think too much, the pants are not changed, as long as the size is right, basically it's almost the same when worn. Otherwise, the changing room is broken, and you can't let Chen Fan change in the store, right? 100,000 yuan is not a lot, but not a little. But Chen Fan still decided to send the money to Shinanchi. "Give me your bank card number later, and I will send you the money," Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. At this time, Shinanchi, who was as cheerful as flowing water, reacted and shook her head hurriedly. "Brother Chen, I told you that I will pay for this afternoon. So, I won't take it, just forget it." Shinanchi laughed, her smile was innocent and kind. Looking at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Fan was reluctant to take Shinanchi away, but Shinanchi was still reluctant to leave, and even wanted to go shopping for a while. After all, Shinanchi should still like the feeling of shopping with Chen Fan. "By the way, Brother Chen, I'll take you to buy a watch. You look bald and have nothing on your body." Suddenly thinking of something, Shinanchi spoke directly. After all, it seemed that Chen Fan was really missing something. "As a man, you have to wear something." "No." Chen Fan was about to refuse, but the system voice sounded. "Ding, the host is being chosen, please choose A, reject Shinanchi, say you are a piece of trash, and won't buy anything, reward is don't be tough, speak to the other party in a humble manner, there is a 50% chance that he will let you go. B. Choose silence, reward is luck charm. When you step on dog, there will be a luck bonus. C. Agree to buy the watch from Shinanchi, but you must pay for it yourself after the purchase, reward is a random property. Hiss. This system is really casual, it can trigger rewards like this. If there is a reward, Chin Fan will naturally not let it go, so he just went straight. He agreed. What is this real estate? It would be great if there was another villa, of course. Even if I thought so, I was still guessing in my heart. After all, the system was very generous before. Okay, let's go and have a look. Something profitable happened, and Chen Fan also felt that his hands were bald. He could choose a watch to try. Anyway, his hands were also bald, but he just didn't think of it just now. Really? Shinanchi was a little excited when she saw Chen Fan agreed so readily for the first time, but she didn't know why she was excited. Shinanchi thought Chen Fan would directly refuse her, and she was ready to try to drag Chen Fan to buy it, but now she didn't need to. As she said that, Shinanchi had already aimed at the target and pulled Chen Fan to a Patek Philippe brand store. This is why Shinanchi took Chen Fan to the Patek Philippe brand store, as if she had planned it long ago. Patek Philippe watches are known to everyone, and its brand effect is well known all over the world. As a luxury watch brand store, naturally, the lowest-end Patek Philippe watches in the specialty store start at 10,000 yuan, and the high-end ones are hundreds of thousands or millions. The fine workmanship of Patek Philippe has won a global reputation. When entering the store, Patek Philippe immediately came to the sales staff, who were extremely enthusiastic and respectful. She did not look down on Chen Fan and Shinanchi because of their age. This kind of store basically has first-class service, and it is worth the price from any angle. As he said, the salesperson smiled and took Shinanchi and Chen Fan to a separate seat and began to ask about their intentions. Patek Philippe's store is very large, with a special customer rest area. There are also 7 or 8 couples choosing watches inside, and the salespersons are also actively promoting it. Mr. and Madam, what kind of watch do you want to buy? The waiter bowed slightly and brought 2 cups of coffee. The service must be impeccable. Give me a few of your most popular men's watches, Shinanchi said without hesitation. Okay, wait a moment. Less than a minute later, the salesperson brought the watches up. These watches are worth tens of thousands of yuan. Shinanchi was very dissatisfied. Let's get some slightly better watches, with a budget of 500,000 to 1 million. When Shinanchi started to speak, Chen Fan did not say a word from beginning to end, but watched silently. And the salesperson also understood that Shinanchi was in a dominant position. Although she bought men's watches, Shinanchi had the final say, so she only needed to deal with Shinanchi. Madam, how about this, you come with me and choose directly at the counter. We have more popular styles this year, and most of the prices are uneven. Okay, no problem. Shinanchi nodded, put down the shopping bag in her hand and followed. After Shinanchi left, all the couples looked at Chen Fan. The women's eyes showed a trace of disdain, but the men's eyes were full of envy. Honey, I just want this one. This watch is the latest model this year. Ah, baby, it's too expensive. This watch costs 50,000 yuan. How about we choose another one? The man said with some discomfort. A watch costs 50,000 yuan. He really doesn't want to buy it, but, don't you love me anymore? You are not willing to spend 50,000 yuan on me. You said you would treat me well. The woman said coquettishly, and at the same time she was very unhappy. A watch only costs 50,000 yuan, but she won't buy it. The man shook his head bitterly. Baby, haven't you taken down your salary this month? I will buy it for you if I take it down. No, I want it today, I want it today. I want it today. The woman continued to act coquettishly, and the man was completely embarrassed when she acted coquettishly. Like a child who didn't understand anything at all, although there was a plea in her words, there was indeed an inexplicable unreasonableness. Chen Fan shook his head. Poor man, this kind of woman also treats you as a treasure in her hands, but she doesn't know that she just treats you as an ATM machine. Poor. Maybe at this moment, the man was truly envious of Chen Fan. At such a young age, she could be on the list of white, rich and beautiful, it can be said that there is no man who does not envy her. But Chen Fan knew that in the eyes of some picky people, even breathing was wrong. What's your expression? The relationship broke down. At this time, the woman seemed to be too angry to vent her anger on her boyfriend, but instead vented her anger on Chen Fan, who was less than a table away. Baby, what are you doing? Why are you picking on others for no reason? They didn't do anything. The man was reasonable and kept apologizing to Chen Fan, but the woman was unwilling. What do you mean, pretty boy? What was your expression just now? Are you so angry? The woman was not afraid at all and kept confronting Chen Fan. Even if the man apologized, Chen Fan was stunned. Unwarranted dispute, pretty boy. Chen Fan was really annoyed, but Chen Fan did not choose to reply to the woman, but looked at the man who kept apologizing to him. My friend, this woman treats you like an ATM machine. Don't you understand? Chen Fan said lightly, since I came in and sat in this position, her phone has rang 23 times. What do you mean? The woman seemed to be stabbed in the heart, staring at Chen Fan and said, what do you mean, what do you mean? He didn't see it, but I didn't see it? Although you have been replying quietly before, when your boyfriend went to the bathroom, you didn't deliberately cover it, so I saw it, it's that simple. Chen Fan said, and turned his eyes to the man. At this time, the man was still confused. If you don't believe it, you can check her phone yourself. Now that I have said it, I have reminded her. After speaking, Chen Fan also shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was too lazy to care before, but now that he was scolded, he naturally doubled his return. Sure enough, after Chen Fan said it, the man didn't believe it at first, but even if he didn't believe it, he still kept his eyes on the woman. Honey, don't you believe me? I don't disbelieve you, I just want to check your phone. After saying that, the woman grabbed the phone tightly. You don't believe me? You actually believe the words of a stranger? Don't you love me anymore? I love you, but I want to check your phone. We have been together for a year. You get up early and come home late every day, and I have never looked at your phone once. Is it okay if I want to see it once this time? If, as you said, that is really your client, then I will believe you, and take the watch now. Brother, if it is true, I will buy it for you. Chen Fan said calmly on the side. He saw it clearly just now. With the gene enhancement, he can see all the details clearly. Moreover, the distance is not far at all. Even ordinary people can see it clearly as long as they are not nearsighted. Can you afford it? Do you have the right to speak here? The woman was mad and furious like a shrew. She seemed to have already confirmed it, and she still held the mobile phone tightly in her hand. But this behavior seemed to be more nervous in the eyes of the man. Xian, let me see the mobile phone. Suddenly, the man seemed to be angry too. If you don't give it to me, you yell at me? The woman seemed to be very surprised and said, you actually yelled at me? Sure enough, with this combination of punches, the passive skill of counterattack was activated, and the woman began to cry directly. You actually yelled at me. When we were together, you said you would treat me well for the rest of your life. The woman thought crying would work, because no matter what happened before, as long as she cried, she would be coaxed. But now, something unexpected happened. Not only did her boyfriend not coax her, but he snatched the phone away from her. Give it to me. The woman wiped away her tears and rushed to grab it, but she didn't get it. Her strength was too small, and this man was not weak at all. It was basically impossible to the phone from the man. But the password could not be opened. Xian, why did you delete my fingerprint lock, and you also changed your password? Xian, what's the password? Password. The man almost roared. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. He just wanted to check it one last time. But Xian started crying and didn't tell the password no matter how the man roared. What a failure. Although the biggest need for two people to be together is trust, they don't even have the most basic mobile phone password. Looking at the boys, both the fingerprint and face recognition have the woman's. Well, in this case, be a good person to the end. Let's send the Buddha to the west. Chen Fan shook his head, not wanting to let his compatriots suffer from this kind of green tea again. Friend, let me do it. I can unlock it. Chen Fan is proficient in SS hacking technology, so it is natural for him to unlock the password of a mobile phone. He simply studied it for less than a minute and unlocked it directly. The woman who originally thought that Chen Fan was just pretending to be stupid panicked when she saw the man's expression. At this time, the man took the phone and opened WeChat, and his expression instantly turned cold. He showed a heartache expression, and his chest was also gathering and rising and falling. Angina pectoris. Xian. Why are there 4 strange men in your WeChat? And, what are you talking about? The man looked at the chat logs in disbelief. Of course, these were all the ambiguous chat records of this woman named Xian with other men. These chat logs were unbearable to look at. Finally, the woman panicked and thought that she was being cheated. After quickly snatching the phone, she was dumbfounded. It was really unlocked. She panicked instantly, but after a short panic, she stammered and explained, These are all my clients. At this point, you still want to quibble, right? The man roared. Everything that happened was watched by the couples around. They couldn't say anything about this kind of thing, they could only watch quietly. The same was true for the clerks. They could only stand aside and watch quietly. This was a matter between lovers, and they couldn't intervene. No, this is really my client. Shanshan would quibble even if she died. In the end, the man was heartbroken, completely heartbroken. Break up. What did you say? Didn't you say you would never leave me for the rest of your life? They are just my male best friends, can't you accept this? The woman maintained a tough attitude from beginning to end, as if she had done nothing wrong. Seeing this woman, Chen Fan was reminded of the gold digger Susan Shan, exactly the same. But he had done what he should do, and as for what this man should do, it had nothing to do with him. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. You little white face, you're ruining me. The woman went crazy and ran directly towards Chen Fan, but was stopped by her boyfriend. What are you doing? You still want to do this now? I've said, let's break up. I don't have any feelings for you anymore. The man stopped her from doing this. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Why are you doing this? It's all because of her. I've said those are my male besties. Don't break up with me, okay? I've deleted them all. Deleting them, will it solve the problem? Tell me, how many times have you booked a room? It turned out that the man already knew all the actions of the woman. In the end, the man might have been extremely disappointed in his heart. As soon as the voice fell, the woman looked at Chen Fan with endless hatred, her eyes full of endless resentment. I didn't, don't you believe me? The woman wanted to quibble in the end, but it was all powerless quibbling. The man shook his head in utter disappointment. In that case, let's break up. I hope you won't be unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? Am I being unreasonable? I've already said that I didn't check into a room with them, and I've also said that as long as you don't break up, I can delete all of them. Is this unreasonable? Yes, this is unreasonable. I don't like you anymore. Let's just leave it at that. A heart that is extremely disappointed naturally cannot be reconciled. It's like a piece of glass. When it is broken, even if it is repaired, it will be full of cracks. The same is true for feelings. It's all you, it's all you. You ruined my love, you ruined my love. The woman went crazy again and attacked Chen Fan with her teeth and claws. Just as she was about to touch him, a slap sounded. A blood-red slap mark appeared on the woman's face. The woman was stunned by the slap, and everyone present was stunned, even Chen Fan was slightly stunned. At first glance, it was not the man who slapped her, but Shenanchi who had gone to choose a watch before. At this time, Shenanchi's face was red, but her expression was extremely cold. Crazy woman, if you dare to hit him again, I don't mind leaving a slap mark on the other half of your face, Shenanchi said domineeringly. Hearing this, the woman felt as if she was struck by darkness. The man did not waver from beginning to end, as if what she said was that no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with her. The woman shed tears in pain, but the resentment in her heart became stronger with the slap mark. As she spoke, the woman knelt on the ground as if she had a mental breakdown, begging the man for forgiveness. Lin Peng, I really like you, please, I have no relationship with them, it's just a simple love between a man and a woman. I admit that I have slept with them all, but that is not love, it's just that I was obsessed for a while. I'm tired, I don't want to play anymore, can we get back together? I will listen to you in everything from now on, as long as you marry me, I promise not to go out and fool around. The woman finally let go. In her opinion, only the man in front of her was really good to her, and other men were just tools. The only person who really wanted to marry her was the man in front of her. Hearing this, the man's face turned green with anger, not to mention that this was in public, and he was even more angry. Is this a sign of repentance? No, this is finally admitting it. But, it's no use. In the end, what was supposed to come still came. I'm sorry, I've said it before, there's no way we can get along. After saying that, the man couldn't stand the face and all kinds of looks, so he finally picked up his bag and left. The woman who had been crying was left behind. It's her own fault. If she had been less arrogant, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. But, if she hadn't experienced all this, maybe this woman would still not be so stubborn. Chen Fan saved this woman a little, after all, this woman looked only 25 years old, and she should be more sober in the days to come. In the end, the woman didn't go crazy again, she grabbed her bag and walked away in disgrace. But what Chen Fan and others didn't know was that the woman's anger after she left not only didn't decrease a bit, but became more vigorous. Even in her eyes, she still didn't know how to turn back from her wrong path, and everything she did just now was nothing more than to win the man's sympathy and get back together. This kind of woman, no matter where she goes, will regard men as ATM machines, the kind that only withdraw money. That's it, these things have nothing to do with him. After a long time, everyone reacted from their trance. Maybe this woman. The fate of the man gave them a wake-up call. Chen Fan, are you okay? Shenanchi shook her hand and asked. Well, it's not a big problem, I just feel a little bit. Chen Fan shook his head. Your hand hurts a lot, from that slap just now. Not bad. In fact, it hurts a lot. The woman's face is burning, and naturally Shenanchi's hand hurts a lot. Especially the flawless hand and the slender arm with 10 fingers that have never touched the spring water. It's swollen. Chen Fan said. Well, I'll go buy some medicine later. Shenanchi frowned and said unhappily. Okay, I'll go buy some medicine with you later. Let's not talk about it for now, let's take a look at the watch. I've selected more than 10 watches for you, see what you like. As she said that, Shenanchi asked the salesperson who had been standing behind to put down the watch. The watches are of different colors and shapes, but others are envious. Protecting her boyfriend so much, and having money, hey, relying on strength to eat soft rice. After a casual glance, Chen Fan fixed his eyes on the silver arm in the middle. The dial of this arm is blue, and the pointer is clearly visible, which is a perfect contrast. It is low-key and luxurious, but it also has connotations. It is a watch between mature and immature. It feels very good. The price is more than 500,000, which is acceptable. Watches and sports cars are symbols of a man's status. Wearing a watch or not wearing a watch will subtly change his temperament. After wearing a watch, his momentum will change, and he will be satisfied with everything he does. Of course, these are all inner hints and subtle changes. You like this one too? I like this one too, but I like this one too. Seeing that Chen Fan's watch is exactly the same as her favorite watch, she took out a watch from another box. This watch is not much different from the previous one, just the color is different. The price is 50,000 yuan more expensive than the previous one, which is acceptable. Okay, since you like both, let's buy both together. Chen Fan thought about it and spoke directly. After speaking, everyone present was stunned. Eating white rice, eating so confidently? It seems that even the rich and beautiful lady didn't ask to buy it together? This man seems to be too shameless. Of course, these are all their inner thoughts, and they didn't say it out loud. It sounds like jealousy, but it's actually envy. Shenanchi's expression was fleeting, and she nodded. Okay, let's take these two models. After that, Shenanchi took out her bank card to pay, but was stopped. I'll pay it. More than 1 million is not a small amount. Chen Fan said with a smile, and then took out a bank card directly from his arms. The card was pitch black, and the salesperson didn't know which card to choose for a while. Finally, at Chen Fan's strong request, the salesperson took Chen Fan's card. Do you have a watch you want to buy? Chen Fan said. Well, no. Sir, your girlfriend just liked a watch, I brought it for you. The salesperson also worked hard for his own performance and took out a watch directly from the watch box. After the watch was taken out, it was different from Chen Fan's. It was a smaller one, engraved with snowflakes and diamonds, and the combination was completely proportional. It looked very comfortable. The designer had ulterior motives. Looking at the price again, it was over 700,000. No. It's too expensive, I don't want this. Shenanchi shook her head quickly, and she refused frantically. She was really afraid that Chen Fan would buy it, but she was muttering in her heart, could it be that chefs have so much money these days? Okay, buy this one too. Chen Fan nodded. This little girl really wanted to thank him. She bought a watch worth 1 million for him. The way she took the card just now didn't seem to be pretending. If he didn't take the card, she would have swiped the card. Since Shenanchi was so generous, if he didn't buy this, wouldn't he be very stingy? Hearing Chen Fan's words, the salesperson jumped excitedly, and his heart was beating. That's right, the basic salary of employees in brand stores is basically 5,000, plus miscellaneous sales bonuses. It can basically be around 10,000 or 20,000. After all, the extra money earned is linked to sales. Don't look at such a big brand store and so many customers. People who come and go are buying some small. The commission for the sale is only a few thousand. In addition, since there are not many local tyrants, it is considered good to make 10,000 or 20,000 a month. This time, the total is nearly 17 million. The commission alone is at least tens of thousands. Unlike cheap watches, there will be additional commissions for the sale of higher-priced watches, which shows why the salesperson is so happy. Because if you make this order, you can make tens of thousands. If it were you, would you be happy? The salesperson on the side was so envious. Okay, sir, I will swipe your card right away. The salesperson was busy, fearing that Chen Fan would be dissatisfied. That was a respectful thing. The salesperson didn't think much of Chen Fan before, thinking that the real rich person was Shenanchi, but she didn't expect that the real rich person was Chen Fan, and was surprised, but fortunately she didn't show any displeasure to Chen Fan. Of course, it doesn't mean that Shenanchi has no money. Shenanchi is also rich. She still took out her card to swipe a watch worth 1 million, which shows that her assets are still strong. After swiping the card, not only the salesperson was confused, but even the customer who thought Chen Fan was a gigolo was also confused. Mom, are both of them rich second generations? Oh my god. Hiss. Fortunately, they did not offend the rich second generations, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After swiping the card, a total of more than 17 million yuan was spent. Chen Fan put the watch next to Shenanchi, who was still confused. Take it, Chen Fan said. Shenanchi was reluctant to move. Her pretty face was flushed at this time. It was so expensive that she couldn't bear to buy it herself. The reason why she bought it from Chen Fan was also floating. She didn't know herself. Of course, it was not to swell her face and rush to the fat man. The most basic reason was to thank Chen Fan. But it didn't matter. She could make 700,000, 800,000 or 1 million yuan a month just by doing live broadcasts. It wouldn't be very painful to buy a watch. However, she was confused about why Chen Fan would buy her a watch. Could it be? When she thought of this, Shenanchi's heart beat fast. Sir, your girlfriend wants you to wear it for her. The salesperson next to him saw that the mood was a little subtle and spoke without authorization. As he said that, Chen Fan smiled bitterly and took the watch out of the watch box. No, no. Shenanchi reacted and wanted to refuse, saying that she could wear it too. But she didn't expect Chen Fan to really let her wear it. She was at a loss for a moment, her face turned even redder, like a ripe cherry, her heart beat faster, as if it was difficult to breathe at this moment, and her head was dizzy. Is this love? Obviously, Shenanchi didn't know. This was the first time she had tasted this feeling, but this feeling made her very happy, and there were countless little joys in her heart. When their hands touched each other, Shenanchi trembled unconsciously. After a few seconds, Shenanchi calmed down after being pressed against the soft strap. Put it on, Chen Fan said. In fact, he was a little nervous inside, as he had never been in a relationship before. Fortunately, Chen Fan was a little thick-skinned, otherwise it would be embarrassing at this moment. In order to ease the embarrassment, Chen Fan also took out the watch strap he liked and put it on. Well, it feels very good to wear. It fits very well, and Chen Fan's temperament has improved a lot after putting it on. If he changes into the clothes he just bought, his temperament and charm will be even better. Okay, let's go. Chen Fan subconsciously looked at his watch and found that it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was almost 4 o'clock. It was almost time to go home. He had been shopping for the whole afternoon without realizing it. It was amazing. Ah. Shenanchi reacted. She was too nervous to look at Chen Fan, so she could only nod. As she spoke, Chen Fan picked up a large bag of things he had bought and prepared to leave. Just as the two were about to leave, the manager of the store came out. He was a middle-aged man, with a strong aura, and his sharp eyes looked like a successful businessman. He glanced around and fixed his eyes on Chen Fan. Are you Mr. Chen? The manager asked tentatively. Yes. Chen Fan looked at the middle-aged man in surprise, he had never seen him before. Manager. The salesperson on the side was a little nervous after seeing the manager. The manager nodded, showing a bright smile, and said to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, I am the manager of this Patek Philippe brand store. My last name is Xiao, and this is my business card. If you come to our store to buy watches in the future, I can give you a 10% discount. If you have anything else, Mr. Chen, you can call the number above. I will do my best to help you, Mr. Chen. It was another simple flattery. Chen Fan was already accustomed to it. He took the business card directly and nodded, okay, Manager Xiao, I'll leave if I have nothing else. Okay, Mr. Chen, take care and I wish you a happy life. After that, Chen Fan took Shenanchi away directly. After leaving, Manager Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said directly, in the future, when Mr. Chen comes to the store, you must greet him well, otherwise, you should get out if you should, do you hear me? When everyone heard this, they nodded hurriedly. Everyone also understood the general meaning. Although they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs running, right? Brother Chen, then. Are you also rich as chefs? Shenanchi looked at the watch in her hand with joy, and at the same time tentatively asked Chen Fan. 17 million yuan was bought just like that, which seemed to be beyond her imagination. How about you give me your bank card later and I'll transfer the money to you? No, why can't you make money as a chef? Chen Fan rolled his eyes at her. That's right, I have to work hard from morning till night. How long will it take to earn 17 million? Although Shenanchi was naive, she was not a blank slate. Is your family demolished? I heard that you can get a lot of money from demolition. Now you spend the money, won't your family scold you? Shinanchi finally decided to give the money to Chen Fan. After all, 700,000 is not a small amount. At the same time, Shinanchi regretted it to death. If she had known earlier, she would not accept it. No, maybe I'm a rich second generation, Chen Fan said half-jokingly with a wry smile. Zizizizi, I don't believe you, a rich second generation is also a chef? Shinanchi is not stupid. Which rich second generation is not short of money and is a chef, and cooks delicious dishes? Ha, forget it, I'll tell you the truth. It's for sure that my cooking is so delicious. I made it from working as a chef for rich people before, plus all the extra money I saved. Chen Fan decided not to say it out loud and made up a random excuse to get away with it. Sure enough, Shinanchi believed it. Chen Fan's cooking was so delicious that rich people would definitely like it, so naturally the salary was high. It's higher. If you make money, you will naturally have more. It's still good, at least in Shinanchi's opinion. Okay, brother Chen, but I still have to give you the money. I can make money myself, and I'm not short of money. All that money is earned by your hard work. I can't accept your kindness for nothing, Shinanchi said in a tough attitude. It's as if you don't take my money, then you are a. After all, this money is really not a small amount. Not everyone is a rich second generation, and not everyone spends money like water. Shinanchi understands this truth. Chen Fan doesn't care. He made about 1 million from stocks before, and it is estimated that he has made almost the same amount now. If you say how much money he spends, most of it is earned, so it's nothing. Forget it, you can pay me back when I'm short of money. Chen Fan thought about it and said, that's it, and today's shopping trip is over. But Shinanchi also wanted Chen Fan to accompany her for dinner. But Chen Fan refused. I want to go back to school after dinner. Shinanchi muttered unhappily. I don't have time to eat now, I still have things to do. Then Dihao restaurant is closed? Why do you still have things to do? Shinanchi said curiously, like a curious baby. If it's not Dihao restaurant, can't I have other things to do? Chen Fan's face was full of black lines. Oh, okay, then I'll go back to school first. Shinanchi shook her head, very unhappy. Before leaving, Chen Fan and Shinanchi exchanged WeChat accounts. This girl is naive and trusts strangers too easily. After taking a closer look at the things in his hand, Chen Fan counted them carefully. It seems that no one took advantage of anyone. These scattered sets of clothes alone add up to hundreds of thousands. It seems that Shinanchi is really not short of money. Well, the two of them don't owe each other, which is good. After all, they have only known each other for less than a day or two. If you really count the time you have known each other, it's only half a day. After Chen Fan watched Shinanchi get into a taxi on the side of the road, he also stopped a car and headed straight to the parking lot of Dihao restaurant. The car was still parked there. After arriving at the parking lot, he threw all kinds of clothes into it. Then Chen Fan planned to go home first to get all these things. I didn't want to throw it all at home, anyway, there is still plenty of time now. It's not rush hour now, and the traffic jam is basically a small one. It took me 10 minutes to get home. After returning home, Chen Fan took a look at the running software. After a careful look, he was shocked. He didn't pay attention to it before, but now he noticed it. A total of 30 million yuan was invested in stocks, plus the stock recommended by the system. These 40 or so stocks made him more than 2 million yuan in less than a day. After reading this data, I felt a little scary. This stock market seems to be a place where you can get rich overnight. Before, Chen Fan might be very excited to make 2 million yuan a day, but now it seems a little dull. At least he has seen the world, right? However, when observing the stock given by the system, Chen Fan was slightly stunned. From yesterday to now, the price has increased by about 10%, and with the various news and public opinions, there will be more room for growth. For Chen Fan, he would not dare to invest in this stock. If the system hadn't asked him to invest, he would definitely not invest. And this stock obviously feels maliciously manipulated. It's a pity that this system is too unwise. It doesn't give any data, such as how much the increase is during the period, and how many days it lasts. With such data, Chen Fan would not panic even if he threw in 100 million, not to mention less investment. Hey, add another 5 million. 5 million is not a small amount. He only has 100 million now. Just invest 30 million, and then invest another 50 million. Calculated, there are only 30 million left. Chen Fan has made up his mind. After this wave is over, he is ready to start making money by using the God-level trader SS thoroughly. As mentioned before, the God-level trader SS skill is not very useful to Chen Fan at present. The greatest strength of the God-level trader SS skill is not to select reliable stocks, but to be a trader. That's right, it's a trader. Traders can be seen everywhere in the stock market, but it is still difficult to do it perfectly. But for Chen Fan, the problem is not big. As long as he wants, he can do the best. He can also cut leaks very happily. It is not a dream to get rich overnight. After a brief observation, Chen Fan added 10 million to the stock recommended by the system. Invest 40 million, and the remaining 10 million is used as working capital, which is fine. After finishing the observation, Chen Fan took a shower, put on a new shirt, and put on a newly bought watch. Zizizi, after changing into a new outfit, Chen Fan's temperament and appearance also changed greatly. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. He was sunny and handsome before, and he became more handsome and charming after putting on new clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Fan was full of confidence. He glanced at his watch, about 5:10. It's almost time to set off. The departure point is naturally Xuefu Row. As he said, Chen Fan casually sent a message to Xia Yueshue, who had never chatted on WeChat. I added WeChat before, but I never chatted. After sending WeChat, Chen Fan took the car keys and set off. Halfway, Xia Yueshue received the message and replied with a good one. At this time, Sanxia Plaza, on a towering floor. Xia Yueshue, dressed in formal attire, stood in front of the glass window, looking at the scenery below with a calm expression. The company's situation was deteriorating, with tigers in front and wolves behind. 50 million, seemingly little, could indeed solve all of Xuefu's current difficulties. Because she really couldn't fill the huge gap in the company, even the bank would turn her away. For this reason, she sold everything, including the house she bought this year, and even sold all the industries that were powerless and in trouble, and only by piecing together the money could she breathe a sigh of relief. It can be said that only Chen Fan could save the company at present, and she must use all means to get Chen Fan to invest. After a brief hesitation, Xia Yueshue directly prepared a large pile of materials from her desk. These materials were all found by her, and they were all the developments in the past year. During this period, there were also many confidential documents of the company. She did not hesitate to take out everything, which showed how much effort she had put into preparing for it. She took a deep breath, her expression changed from calm to cold. She picked up a contract and started to deal with it. Her expression was sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxed, always maintaining the posture of a strong woman. At the same time, Chen Fan drove the Rolls-Royce Dawn and hummed a little tune towards the snow-white skin. By the time it was half an hour later, the speed was slow and slow. After parking the car in the parking lot, Chen Fan came to the huge building lobby. It has modern specifications and the whole building is integrated, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. Whether it is the front desk or the customer lounge, cosmetics with the nameplate of Snowskin are placed, which shows that its whole atmosphere is also very comfortable. A large company, unique characteristics. Excuse me, sir, do you have anything to do? The girl at the front desk approached Chen Fan and asked, her tone respectful. Well, I'm looking for your President Xia. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, President Xia? Oh, do you have an appointment? The girl at the front desk looked at Chen Fan quietly. Appointment? No. Nowadays, all the bosses are interested in appointments. Chen Fan was not angry, but continued to speak. Can you call your President Xia? After the voice fell, the girl at the front desk nodded. Then I'll ask for you. The phone was called. No one answered. It was very embarrassing. Just when the girl at the front desk wanted to tell Chen Fan, the elevator in the lobby opened. As the elevator door opened, two women with good figures appeared. They were all wearing work clothes and had a strong aura. The leader was Xia Yueshue, and behind her was an unknown beautiful woman. Something was wrong. It should be an assistant. Apart from Xia Yueshue and her assistant, there was no one else. The scene was a little small, but it was still okay. At least Xia Yueshue came down to pick her up in person. Mr. Chen. After seeing Chen Fan, Xia Yueshue walked over and said, Well, Mr. Xia, I'm here. Chen Fan didn't know what to say, but his tone was gentle and not too nervous. Xia Yueshue saw Chen Fan, glanced up and down, and nodded secretly. After not seeing him for a day, she felt that he had changed a lot. If she hadn't been thinking about him, she might not have noticed that it was Chen Fan. After all, his temperament changed a lot. Temperament is a very subtle thing, and it gives people a very unique feeling. Let's go. After saying that, Xia Yueshue led Chen Fan to take the elevator to the upper floor. This huge single-family building is the headquarters of Snowskin, with a total of 7 floors, and the upper floors are other. The company is generally much larger than those small workshops, and looking at each floor, the employees are always busy. During this period, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Yueshua's assistant, has been playing the role of introducing everything. Xiao Xiao introduced vigorously, and Chen Fan was also listening. The overall situation of the company looked very good. The three of them reached the 7th floor. Finally, Xiao Xiao brought 2 cups of coffee and left, leaving Chen Fan and Xiao Yueshua in the office. The entire office layout is monotonous, but it looks very simple and pleasing. At this time, Chen Fan was also sitting on the leather sofa sipping coffee, looking at the scenery outside the window. Mr. Chen, here is all the information about Snowskin in the past year. Xiao Yueshua carried a pile of information to the coffee table in front of Chen Fan. Seeing this pile of information, Chen Fan was overwhelmed. This woman is too scary. Is it necessary to do this? How long will it take to see such a pile of information? Fortunately, Chen Fan is not a nonsensical person. In his opinion, he only needs to focus on the prospects and operation of Snowskin. Please ask Mr. Xia to pick out the company's profit situation last year and this year, as well as the company's future plan. Chen Fan took a sip of coffee and said. After these words came out, Xiao Yueshua was stunned for a moment. She seemed to be surprised. In her opinion, Chen Fan was just a rich second generation and should know nothing about these things. She prepared so much information just for her own confidence. Mr. Xia, are you not ready yet? Chen Fan asked. Mr. Chen, no, I'll get it for you right away. After saying that, Xiao Yueshua took out 2 thick books directly from a pile of information. The business plan was separated separately. In addition to Xiao Yueshua's strong behavior, she also had to make a separate book for the future direction of the company. This book was written by her all night last night. In just tens of thousands of words, it contains the plan for the next 5 years of Snowskin. The remaining book is about operations. Simply speaking, starting from this year, Snowskin's profit rate is not as fast as last year, but it is also slightly better than that of ordinary companies. Profit is not the ultimate goal. If the entire enterprise wants to become bigger and stronger, it needs core key people and a core key concept. Based on this, Chen Fan hastily looked through the profitability of Snowskin and was quite satisfied. Seeing that Chen Fan was just flipping through it casually, Xiao Yueshua was sure that Chen Fan was just pretending and couldn't understand it at all. But how could Xiao Yueshua know that after Chen Fan got genetic enhancement, he gained the ability to read 10 lines at a glance? The human brain is limited. After it is developed to a certain extent, it becomes a genius. Chen Fan's genetic enhancement naturally developed the human brain to the limit. Although it is not like the science fiction world, where you can get money or change the world at will, if you want Chen Fan to learn something, it must be faster than everyone else. It can also be understood that learning anything has a talent attribute. So for these, Chen Fan is showing an understanding, and it is easy to understand. In addition, the business plan is a vision for the future, so Chen Fan can still understand it easily. After reading the business plan, Chen Fan was moved. In Chen Fan's view, Xiao Yueshua's ambition is not small. From the beginning, it was basically perfectly aligned with this business plan. Donghai City was just the first step, and the cosmetics industry was just the first step. Her ambition was to expand across the country, and her core industry concept was not in one of them. The final result would take time to see through, but Chen Fan thought it was okay. Okay, President Xia, that's it for today, Chen Fan said without thinking. After hearing this, Xiao Yueshua's heart tightened. Would she be dissatisfied? Or, Chen Fan didn't want to invest in Snowskin at all, but couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Or, Chen Fan had other intentions. Naturally, Xiao Yueshua could think of this, and basically this problem already existed. Before, there was a rich second generation who was preparing to get Xiao Yueshua under the guise of investment. And this rich second generation was one of the companies that planned to swallow up Snowskin. She was naturally unwilling, and the final result was imaginable. Then, Chen. Mr. Chen? Xiao Yueshua said cautiously. Now she has no way out. What if Chen Fan really wants to use others as a threat? What should she do? Or, what should I do? Should I obey or not? Thinking of this, Xiao Yueshua's mind was in a mess. Could it be that the company she founded with her own hands was really going to be destroyed? When she thought of this, she felt choked up. After the voice fell, Chen Fan did not say anything, but calmed down for about 10 seconds. Don't worry about it. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiao Yueshua seemed to have expected it. Her tense body relaxed, as if she had really given up, or in other words, she was disappointed. She was completely disappointed with herself. But she still wanted to fight for it, even if it cost a certain price, she wanted to fight for it. Mr. Chen. Really, you don't want to consider it? After Xia Yueshue said this, it seemed that she had used up her last breath, and there was a trace of loneliness on her face. I said don't worry about it. Chen Fan put the coffee on the coffee table, and his eyes looked at the only door of the office. He said slowly, I said that the guy outside the door, eavesdropping is not an upright thing, why don't you come in and talk? After Chen Fan finished speaking, his expression was slightly calm. Less than 5 minutes after entering, when you step up, there was someone outside. Although he didn't come in, he didn't leave either. It was definitely not Assistant Xia Xiao. Based on the smell of their previous time together, Xia Xiao was not outside, but a stranger. Xia Yueshue was slightly confused when she heard this. When she reacted, the office door opened. A handsome young man walked in from outside. He was wearing a fashionable and solemn blue suit and sunglasses. Behind him stood 2 tall and strong men in black. One black and one white, they also wore sunglasses. They were obviously professional bodyguards. It's you, Quan Yangan. Who told you to come in? Get out. When Xia Yueshue saw the person coming in, she quickly developed a resistance. She immediately threatened. Oh, don't worry, President Xia, why does President Xia seem to hate me? The young man's name was Quan Yangan. He quickly took off his sunglasses. He seemed to be very familiar with her. He didn't care about Xia Yueshue's angry eyes. He sat directly on the other side of the leather sofa and crossed his legs. From beginning to end, Quan Yangan did not even look at Chen Fan, but has been staring at Xia Yueshue's graceful body. His eyes have no scruples or evasions, just an open. It's disgusting and repulsive. Chen Fan also naturally knows why Xia Yueshue is so resistant to Quan Yangan. But it seems that Quan Yangan should be a rich second generation, and the relationship is simple. This should be a pursuer who wants to take advantage of the fire. I have nothing to say to you, I said, you should give up this idea. Xia Yueshue said mercilessly, turning her head to the other side, not even wanting to see this man. Yo, President Xia, haven't you thought about it yet? Is President Xia's company getting uglier and uglier recently? But I really admire President Xia. Even if the company can't hold on, the employees don't know it at all. Well done, Quan Yangan said with a sneer. I said, these things have nothing to do with you. If you don't leave immediately, I will call the police now. Xia Yueshue was tough and pointed her finger directly outside the door, indicating that everyone should get out. Xia Yueshue, don't be ungrateful. My Quan family wants to invest in you because we think highly of you. Investing in you can ensure that Zhufu can survive, but you are not interested in it at all. What's the matter? Do you want to refuse a toast and drink a penalty? At this time, Quan Yangan was also annoyed. In order to get Xia Yueshue, he had already run to Zhufu several times. And basically he was rejected. How could she, a spoiled and arrogant rich second generation, accept this? Quan Yangan had never been rejected by a woman. But this time he fell into Xia Yueshue's hands. But how could she give up? Don't think I don't know what you think. I said that I would rather Zhufu go bankrupt than let someone like you succeed. Obviously, Quan Yangan came more than once, and his ultimate goal was not only to disgust her, but also to do some unspeakable things. Although these things are indeed too normal in the eyes of some people, Xia Yueshue obviously can't accept it. Whether it is physical and mental or dignity, these are unacceptable. Moreover, why did the bank and many friendly companies let her be rejected? To be frank, the reason for the rejection must be the threat or obstruction from these bastards. Okay, Xia Yueshue, I'll give you another chance. Invest 100 million to get 30% of the shares, and accompany me by the way. This is the last chance, otherwise don't blame me for showing mercy. Quan Yangan shouted sternly, that was arrogant and domineering. Hearing this, Chen Fan wanted to vomit. Investing 100 million to get 30% of the shares, he wanted to get through the snowskin. And seeing that Quan Yangan is ambitious, his real purpose is not to invest in snowskin, this is just a threshold. When he gets 30% of the shares, he may expose his true purpose. As Chen Fan thought, after Quan Yangan got 30%, the next step is to swallow up the entire snowskin. As long as there is money, it is easy to get scattered shares from shareholders. If a company allows someone or an institution to get more than 51% of the shares, even if the remaining shares are not in their hands, then the control of the company will eventually be in the hands of this company or someone. This is the simplest knowledge base. If you want to control the entire company forever, then the diluted shares must be in the hands of reliable people. If you rebel, then basically it's over. It's too normal for this kind of thing to happen in the company group. It's reasonable and overbearing. Obviously, Xia Yueshue is a smart woman. She will never put the entire company on Quan Yangan. At least, she will not put the last ray of hope for Zufuxin on Quan Yangan. If there is no investment, then Zufuxin's capital chain will be completely broken, and it will go bankrupt with the sale. But if you accept Quan Yangan's investment, you can survive for a while your shares are reduced by half. After a period of time, the final problems will still fall on Quan Yangan. This kind of thing is not about being cautious. Quan Yangan is a smart man. Although he is lazy all day long, it is not that simple to do things. It's just confusing behavior. The final two results will eventually lead to the destruction of Zufuxin. Therefore, Xia Yueshue will never accept Quan Yangan's investment. This is not just a matter of dignity, this is just a result, and it will not be changed in the end. Boss Quan, you'd better give up on this idea. Even if I see Shui Fuji go bankrupt, I will not accept your investment. Also, don't have any bad thoughts about me. The final result will only make you regret it. Xia Yueshue said without emotion. After hearing this, Quan Yangan was very angry. In Quan Yangan's eyes, Xia Yueshue was just ungrateful. Just when he was about to threaten, Chen Fan on the side couldn't stand it anymore. I say, Boss Quan, right? Since Boss Xia doesn't accept your investment, you should take your people away, so as not to embarrass yourself here. Chen Fan spoke directly and calmly, and he calmly picked up the cup of coffee at hand and drank it. After these words came out, Xia Yueshue was stunned, and a trace of panic appeared on her face. Just drive the people away. Why is Chen Fan still talking? Quan Yangan is a sinister and cunning man to the extreme. The reason why Xia Yueshue dared to refute him unscrupulously and accuse him is because the other party would not easily do anything to herself. But if Chen Fan said so, it would not be certain. Although Chen Fan did not want to invest, Xia Yueshue still did not want to drag him into the storm. Where did you come from, you? Get out of here, you have no right to speak here. Quan Yangan snorted coldly and glared at Chen Fan. Ha, you are really shameless. If you don't invest, some people will invest. You are just threatening a woman at best. Chen Fan said disdainfully. In his opinion, Quan Yangan came to threaten, and all he did was to try to get the stocks by various means. This kind of person is nothing but a despicable villain. Hearing Chen Fan's abuse, Quan Yangan couldn't help it, and punched the coffee table directly. His fist collided with the glass, making a loud noise, which scared Xia Yueshue. The two bodyguards behind him were also eager to try, ready to wait for an opportunity. Throw this kid out for me, don't disturb my chat with President Xia. This was naturally said to the two security guards behind him. Stop. Get out, get out. You are not welcome here, get out now. Xia Yueshue winked at Chen Fan, but Chen Fan seemed to see nothing. She was very angry. He. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at Quan Yangan, then stood up. The two bodyguards wanted to pretend that they were ready to listen to their employer and throw him out. I advise you to cooperate. One of the bodyguards spoke in Chinese. But unexpectedly, Chen Fan not only did not cooperate, but also directly punched and kicked. The next second, before the two bodyguards could react, a cross-legged kick whipped them, accompanied by a violent sound of bone breaking. One of the bodyguards flew out and hit the wall. The whole person screamed. This scene came so fast that everyone present, including Quan Yangan, did not react. The other bodyguard quickly reacted. He took a deep breath and looked at the other bodyguard behind him. There were waves in his heart, and he was really shocked. Such a big guy was kicked away directly. How much strength does it take? And it would be fine if he was kicked away. This powerful impact directly knocked out a big skull on the wall, and the black wall skin could be seen inside. You have to know that the bodyguards are 1 or 2 times bigger than Chen Fan. You actually know Kung Fu. One of the bodyguards spoke in English and clenched his fists to attack Chen Fan. But he didn't expect to be kicked again. At this moment, the bodyguard felt the pain of life and death. Chen Fan's kick directly dislocated his hand. In just a few seconds, the bodyguards who were standing straight and superimposing just now disappeared. Instead, 2 people were lying on the ground, and one of the bodyguards was fainted. Boss Quan, now do you want to go or do I? Chen Fan patted the dust on his legs and turned to look at Quan Yangan, who was sweating profusely. You. Quan Yangan said hesitantly, obviously frightened. These 2 bodyguards were specially hired by him who had been on the battlefield abroad. Not to say that they could fight 1 against 100, but 1 against 10 would be no problem. But these 2 powerful bodyguards were killed in seconds in the hands of the kid in front of him without even a round. How could he not be afraid? He was even more afraid that Chen Fan would beat him in the same way. Even the two bodyguards couldn't withstand it, so how could he, whose body had been hollowed out by alcohol and meat, withstand it? Brother, don't hit me, don't hit me. Quan Yangon finally couldn't stand Chen Fan's cold eyes and kept begging for mercy. Don't worry, I won't hit you, just go away. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Seeing that Chen Fan was going to let him go, Quan Yangon kept thanking him, then jumped up from his seat and ran outside. Wait! At this time, Chen Fan frowned and said. Quan Yangon, who thought he could run away, cried out and turned around. Brother, is there anything else? You're two pieces of trash, you have to take them away? By the way, there is also the wall here, you have to spend money to repair it, you don't know the rules? Do you want me to teach you a lesson and teach you how to be a man? Hearing this, Quan Yangon was angry and scared, but he still didn't put on airs. Brother, you name the amount, I will pay. One price, 100,000 yuan, this wall needs to be renovated, no more, no less. Chen Fan roughly estimated that repairing the wall would cost a few hundred yuan, and the extra money would naturally be compensation. 100,000? Quan Yangon's heart was bleeding when he saw Chen Fan asking for 100,000 yuan. A broken wall could be painted by any worker, but he actually asked for 100,000 yuan. However, no matter how angry he was, he still had to pay the money, and he gave it respectfully without a trace of dissatisfaction. After all, he was afraid that Chen Fan would find an excuse to hit him and it would be more than worth it. Finally, after paying the money, Quan Yangon kicked the bodyguards on the ground to wake them up, and ran away in disgrace. After leaving the office, Quan Yangon felt relieved, his face was particularly gloomy, he looked around with gritted teeth, and was unhappy. He slapped the bodyguards in the face. Waste, it's a loss. The young master spent so much money to hire you as bodyguards, but it turns out you were such a waste, 2 of you were killed in seconds. Where can he put his face? He came here to discuss investment with great momentum, but he came out in disgrace. Not only did he get beaten, but he also didn't get the investment. Wouldn't he be criticized when he goes back? Boss, it's not our problem. That young man knows kung fu. Yeah, boss, our bodies are still hurting. The two bodyguards spoke very uncomfortably. It's not that they can't fight, it's that Chen Fan is too good at fighting, and his strength is really sore that they can't resist it at all. It's not that they didn't want to kill an opponent of the same level without making a single move. Kung fu. Quan Yangon was very angry and walked away with a gloomy face. If he stayed here any longer, it would be strange if he didn't become a joke. Seeing the boss leave, the two bodyguards also disappeared into the elevator while supporting each other. At this time, in the office, the two sat opposite each other. Xia Yueshua's beautiful eyes blinked, and there was endless shock and curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Why did you help me? After just a few seconds, Xia Yueshua spoke with a shocked tone. I helped you? I'm not helping you. Chen Fan smiled calmly. Hearing this, Xia Yueshua seemed to be puzzled. He wants to throw me out, isn't it my duty to refute? Chen Fan seemed to have thought of something and spoke directly. It's my duty. Xia Yueshua nodded vaguely, but the shock in her eyes did not diminish at all. Well, I still have to thank you for helping me get rid of them, otherwise I don't know how long I would be bothered by them. Xia Yueshua thanked from the bottom of her heart. At least Chen Fan did her a favor. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, she was very grateful. Quan Yangon was a very difficult person. His family was a powerful family. She couldn't do anything about it. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. Before, she could avoid him once or twice, but now he is so arrogant that he came directly to her door. It can be seen how much Xia Yueshua hates Quan Yangon. It's not really a favor to you. Let's continue to talk about investment. Chen Fan ignored Xia Yueshua's thanks. He also couldn't stand Quan Yangon's arrogant look. He hit him and hit him. It was just like beating a drowning dog. It was that simple. About investment? Xia Yueshua looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. Didn't you say that you wouldn't invest? After saying this, Xia Yueshua sighed that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly covered her mouth. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? I didn't say that I wouldn't invest. I just said to wait a while because there was someone outside the door. Now that the person has left, it's time to get back to the topic. Chen Fan looked at Xia Yueshua, and their eyes intertwined. Subconsciously, Xia Yueshua was infected by Chen Fan's infectious and calm eyes, so she didn't react at all. Let's do as before and invest. Invest 150 million and hold 15% of the shares. This was agreed upon before, and there was no objection. Xia Yueshua nodded in agreement. Attach a condition. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, what condition? At this point, as long as it does not exceed her ability or acceptance, Xia Yueshua will agree. Okay, then I'll say it. Invest this 150 million and hold 15% of the shares. Logically, I am a shareholder of Snowfoozy, but I ask that none of my information be made public, everything be kept confidential, and all matters of the entire company are decided by you. This means that after the investment is completed, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper. When the company makes any decision, even the smallest shareholder must be present to make the decision, but Chen Fan wants to get rid of this trouble directly. After all, running around every few days is very unpleasant, and being a hands-off shopkeeper is what he wants now. And the last sentence means that Chen Fan's decision-making power is handed over to Xia Yueshue. It is easy to understand that no matter what decision Xia Yueshue makes, Chen Fan will unconditionally choose Xia Yueshue's decision. As soon as these words came out, Xia Yueshue was obviously shocked, because this kind of decision is almost non-existent. Chen Fan is the only one. Because shareholders invest in companies, they just see potential and want to make money, so every decision may lead to changes in the entire company. In the end, whether the decision is right or wrong will cause the company to react, so Chen Fan unconditionally and blindly believes in Xia Yueshue. But, it is worth mentioning here, Chen Fan does not blindly believe in Xia Yueshue. If Xia Yueshue is not worthy of Chen Fan's trust, he will not invest. Rather than simply saying that Chen Fan invested in the company Snowskin, it would be better to say that he invested in Xia Yueshue as a person. Don't think too much, Chen Fan just thinks that Xia Yueshue is very business-minded. He has witnessed before that she developed a company to a market value of 5 billion in 1 year and led hundreds of employees. This is enough to prove Xia Yueshue's talent in business. This is what prompted Chen Fan to believe in Xia Yueshue unconditionally. Are you serious? Xia Yueshue's eyes showed the last hope. The light of hope that was about to be shattered before began to revive in Xia Yueshue's heart and burned fiercely. This light of hope is very warm, making her feel the coming of life. That's not to lie to you. Chen Fan smiled. As he said, Chen Fan took the initiative to mention that according to what he said before, 150 million will be divided into 3 rounds of investment, 50 million per round. Chen Fan can easily take out 50 million in the first round of investment. But the rest is only 20 million, and Chen Fan is not worried whether he can take it out. After all, he hasn't officially started to make money yet. In the stock market, it is very easy for Chen Fan to get rich overnight, even if stocks can't make him money. However, being proficient in hacker technology SS technology can also make him make money in a short time. It just takes some special means. Okay. Xia Yueshue happily agreed. Sign the contract. Chen Fan subconsciously glanced at his watch and found that it was already 6:30. Hearing that Chen Fan was going to sign a contract, Xia Yueshue's vitality finally recovered, and the coldness on her face finally disappeared, and an ecstatic smile came to her face. As she spoke, Xia Yueshue called Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao came quickly and brought a contract. This contract was naturally the one Xia Yueshue had prepared before. Although she didn't know if it would succeed, at least these things had to be fully prepared. From this point of view, Xia Yueshue was a person worth relying on, and she could think about everything in detail, which was very good. Boss Xia, here is the contract. Xia Xiao, who was dressed in a formal suit and had a good figure, walked in, put the contract down and left. Mr. Chen, take a look at the contract. If you have no objection, then sign your name at the end of the contract, Xia Yueshue said, forcing herself to suppress her joy. Okay. Chen Fan picked up the contract lightly. He didn't believe it 100%, so Chen Fan still planned to take a look at the contract. After all, there were many traps in the contract, and if you were not careful, you would be crushed to pieces. This is not a joke. In business, there are countless trap contracts, and even countless overbearing clauses. On the one hand, it is a passive choice and can only accept these silently, but Chen Fan is not like that. Chen Fan is an active choice, so he has the right to exclude some contracts that are unreasonable to him and strive to give himself the best advantage. After all, Chen Fan is not a philanthropist. Although he trusts Xia Yueshue, he will not give her money for nothing. After all, although Xia Yueshue is beautiful and capable, there is nothing else that attracts Chen Fan. The function of reading 10 lines at a glance was reflected at this time. The contract of more than 10 pages was finished in less than a minute. Mr. Chen, you can read it slowly. It's okay if you can't sign the contract today. Xia Yueshue thought for a while and said, as if trying to give Chen Fan some sense of security. No, I've finished reading it. Chen Fan shook his head casually and signed his name at the end. Chen Fan. Xia Yueshue's name was deeply remembered in his mind. After seeing that the contract was completely completed, Xia Yueshue's heart suddenly became clear. If it weren't for Chen Fan, she would probably jump up and down with excitement. Although she didn't jump up at this time, her chest was also excited. Boss Xia, I wish us a happy cooperation. Don't let me down. Chen Fan smiled and said. Mr. Chen, I wish us a happy cooperation. Don't worry, I will not disappoint Mr. Chen's expectations. Xia Yueshue showed her bright white teeth, showing her greatest charm. When the time comes, send me your company's public card on WeChat, and I will transfer the money. Chen Fan thought for a while and said, Okay. Xia Yueshue nodded. By the way, you haven't taken my car for repair yet, so hurry up. Chen Fan thought for a while and prepared to buy a new car when the time comes. Mr. Chen, I have sent someone to check your car. The repair will be in the next 2 days. Do you think it is convenient for you? If it is convenient, you can give me the car completely. Xia Yueshue is not a person who will not admit it after wiping her mouth. Naturally, she strives to meet all of Chen Fan's needs. Besides, the car was originally scratched by her, and it is nothing wrong to return it to the original owner after repair. No problem, but I don't have a car now. Chen Fan said awkwardly. It's okay, Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, I have a relatively shabby car in my garage. Xia Yueshue said with a wry smile. The best car in her garage was $1 million car, but compared to Chen Fan's multi-million-dollar luxury car, the Rolls-Royce Dawn, it was indeed a little shabby. Chen Fan nodded. It was a good idea to have such a thought. Otherwise, he would have to take a taxi back at night. Seeing that Chen Fan nodded without disdain, Xia Yueshue handed her car keys to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, let's have a simple meal at Mingjiang Hotel tonight. It's my personal way of expressing my gratitude to Mr. Chen. Xia Yueshue saw that Chen Fan wanted to leave and spoke directly. Whether it was for public or private, Xia Yueshue really wanted to thank Chen Fan. Well, Chen Fan hesitated for a few seconds and nodded briefly. Okay. But there is a request. Don't call me Mr. Chen. It's uncomfortable to call me Mr. Chen. Just call me Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't have any airs and was very easygoing. From this point, Xia Yueshue always knew that he was just testing me. After the test, Xia Yueshue had a dead end. Then Mr. Chen, don't call me Mr. Xia. If you don't mind, call me Xia Yueshue or Yueshue. Xia Yueshue put herself and Chen Fan on the same level, which was more reasonable. Okay, that's no problem. Finally, the two agreed to meet at Mingjiang Hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Chen Fan walked out of Xia Yueshue's office, a reminder that had been delayed for a long time sounded in his mind. The task has been issued, and all the procedures have been completed for the host. Reward, 100% equity of Mingjiang Hotel. After seeing this reminder, Chen Fan was confused. After a brief confusion, he reacted. This reward was a task completed when he was shopping with Shenanchi before, but after completing it, the system still needed to go through the procedures, and now it has been done. After a brief hesitation, Chen Fan fell into joy again. Mingjiang 5-star Hotel. The market value is at least tens of billions. My god, Mingjiang Hotel not only represents money, but also represents power. Because the customers accepted by Mingjiang Hotel are all powerful people, this is different. It looks very cool. Ha ha. Chen Fan secretly delighted in his heart, then took out his mobile phone and found a lot of messages sent. One was sent by Shenanchi, and the other was sent by Xia Yueshue. Xia Yueshue sent Chen Fan a company bank card. Without thinking, he transferred the money directly into it. This card is a black card with no limit on transfers, so the transfer speed is also very fast, and all are of the highest standards. Shenanchi sent a message asking Chen Fan to accompany her to the party. Classmates' party. This little girl really doesn't consider herself an outsider. She has to drag herself along for such things. But Chen Fan refused without even thinking about it. He still has to go to Mingjiang Hotel for dinner tonight. Ah, brother Chen, do you have something to do? Well, then I'll go alone. Shenanchi replied disappointedly. After Chen Fan casually replied to the message, he went directly to the parking lot, looked around, and then honked the car horn. Found it, it was an Audi. It looked like it had just been bought not long ago, and the appearance was quite bright and well maintained. After opening the door, Chen Fan got in at once and sat in the driver's seat. The whole vehicle exuded a fragrance. It was exactly the same smell as Xia Yueshue's. There were also some cute little toys, dolls, and so on in the car. But Chen Fan also noticed that there was a pocket on the co-pilot, which was filled with clothes. Slightly scratching it, he saw that the pocket contained an underwear. Looking at the size of the underwear, Chen Fan swallowed his saliva. My, such a big size? He hadn't had time to see Xia Yueshue's size before, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Oh my god. Just as Chen Fan wanted to load these things and throw them on the backseat, the sound of high heels rang out. Looking in the direction of his eyes, it was Xia Yueshue who was in a hurry. Well, Chen Fan, I have something in it. Xia Yueshue's face was flushed, and she wanted to die. She had just bought some underwear today and forgot to take it. Before that, she didn't react. She only remembered it when she handed over the key afterwards. Well, Xia. Mr. Xia, I threw it in the back for you, and I was going to give it to you tonight. Chen Fan pretended to cough and tried to keep himself calm, but his eyes unconsciously looked at Xia Yueshue's upper body. It really is. At this time, Chen Fan really noticed how good Xia Yueshue's figure was. Xia Yueshue seemed to notice Chen Fan's gaze, and her face turned even redder, as red as a newly ripe peach, juicy and juicy. Okay, then I'll take it first, Mr. Chen, take care. Xia Yueshue said hesitantly, her face blushing. She opened the back door, took out her clothes, and then turned around and left. Her blush had spread to her ears. About a minute after Xia Yueshue left, Chen Fan came to his senses. Could it be that Xia Yueshue hasn't had a boyfriend yet? The vivid scene just now appeared in Chen Fan's mind. That kind of shyness couldn't be fake at all. The only possibility was that Xia Yueshue had never been exposed to these things. Well, I'd better not think about it. Chen Fan pulled his thoughts back and fastened his seatbelt. It must be said that the price of the car really determines everything. The seats of this million-level Audi are much better than other cars, but compared to his own car, the difference is too big. Forget it, just make do with it. With that, Chen Fan stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot. There was nothing to do at the moment, so there was no need to panic. I had to go to eat at a certain time. Chen Fan simply drove the car and ran towards the national highway. On a summer night, it was not completely dark at 7 o'clock, but there was a breeze running by the river. Although there was the residual heat of summer in the air, it was still very cool overall. With the two car windows open, Chen Fan also felt the fresh breeze while driving on the road. The speed of the car continued to increase, and he also felt the freshness of the breeze. The pressure was completely relieved, and he really relaxed his mind while admiring the river view and the sunset glow on the horizon. Sure enough, money can really solve 99% of the troubles, and the last 1% requires more money to solve. Compared with before, Chen Fan didn't know how many times more relaxed he was. It was just that 100 million was consumed in a short time. If you don't find a way to make money, then sooner or later you will spend it all. But this system really understands him. Look, Mingjiang Hotel is delivered. If you really take it out and sell it, at least more than 1 billion will come, which can solve the current funding problem. But Chen Fan didn't want to sell Mingjiang Hotel. This Mingjiang Hotel, which is worth more than 1 billion, can also make a profit of tens of millions a year. Hey, the system also wants him to be a salted fish. Just when he was driving happily, a strange phone call came in. Chen Fan thought for a while and answered the call. Beep beep beep. The phone was connected, and a more pertinent middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Fan? Yes, I am. Hello, I am Rong Hongfei, the former president of Mingjiang Hotel. When are you free to come and sign the contract? Rong Hongfei said respectfully. Well, sure, I'll come now. Chen Fan glanced at the time. It was almost time, so he could go. It seemed that the system had not yet completed the process for him. Well, he could sign the contract and connect with it. The time was just right now. After signing the contract, he could have dinner directly. He was a little happy and excited to talk about it. Okay, Mr. Chen, I look forward to seeing you. Chen Fan hummed casually and hung up the phone. At this time, on the top floor of Mingjiang Hotel, in an office, a middle-aged man hung up the phone and sighed slightly. Mr. Rong, did you really sell all the shares of Mingjiang Hotel? Said an older middle-aged man, who seemed to be dressed like a butler. Yes, we have to sell it. Business is bad this year, and other industries are facing collapse. Now a buyer finally comes to us, so we have to sell it. Rong Hongfei shook his head. The new boss will be here later. You have to show your performance. I believe he will not replace all of them. A new boss of a hotel will not be stupid enough to replace all the employees. Okay. The older butler sighed slightly. Come with me later, and set up a drinking party. I want to see who is the person who bought the Mingjiang Hotel in full without asking any questions. Rong Hongfei said after thinking hard. The Mingjiang Hotel is priced at only 15 billion, and not many people have the courage to buy it in full. Even if the big families in the entire Donghai city want to buy it all at once, it will be difficult. Therefore, Rong Hongfei is very interested in this buyer. But he could guess that the other party was not very old. After all, he was not deaf. He had answered the phone before, and from the sound of his voice, he should not be middle-aged like him. But if it was a young man, then this matter would be more horrifying. Even a fool would know that it should be someone from a big family. In fact, many family heirs will come out to gain experience when they inherit a huge family business. But this is not the point. The point is that if he can get close to him, then the benefits in the future will be immeasurable. Chen Fan drove an Audi and arrived downstairs of Mingjiang Hotel 10 minutes later. After parking the car, Chen Fan looked up slightly at a 15-story building, with surprise in his eyes. Indeed, he didn't expect that the Mingjiang Hotel was larger than he imagined. The 15-story Mingjiang Hotel is magnificent and majestic. You can tell at a glance that the grade of this Mingjiang Hotel is not low. At the same time, Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper were waiting for Chen Fan's arrival at the gate of the hotel. The two had already seen Chen Fan, but they saw Chen Fan driving an Audi, and most importantly, he was too young, about 25. Subconsciously, the two did not associate Chen Fan with the new owner of Mingjiang Hotel. Until Chen Fan walked towards them and took the initiative to say, "You are the staff of the hotel, I came to see Rong Hongfei." "You are?" Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper suddenly showed a look of surprise on their faces, and they were even a little overwhelmed. After being stunned for a moment, Rong Hongfei finally spoke, "Are you Chen Fan, Master Chen?" Chen Fan nodded. Rong Hongfei immediately showed a bit of trepidation, and he stretched out his hand. "Hello, Master Chen, I have been waiting for you for a long time. I am the president of Mingjiang Hotel, Rong Hongfei." Indeed, although he had been mentally prepared that Chen Fan would not be too old, he could not help but be surprised when he saw that Chen Fan was so young. Such a young man had the ability to buy Mingjiang Hotel with 15 billion. No one would believe that he was not a disciple from a big family. As if out of instinct, Rong Hongfei regarded Chen Fan as a disciple from a big family. Of course, Chen Fan naturally did not know what Rong Hongfei was thinking. Now that he came here, he had a good first impression of Mingjiang Hotel, and he also had a good impression of Rong Hongfei. He already had an idea in his mind. "Mr. Chen, I have prepared a banquet," Rong Hongfei said respectfully. "Let's eat and chat at the same time." Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper took Chen Fan into the hotel. Chen Fan took a look and felt even more satisfied. Can be summarized in a few simple words: low-key luxury with connotation. After Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper took Chen Fan into the elevator, the front desk staff could not help but whisper, "Is that the new owner of Mingjiang Hotel? He is so young. Not only young, but also very handsome. Such a young, handsome and rich young man, I wonder if he has a girlfriend." Even the front desk staff could not help but be crazy about him. Entering the banquet, Rong Hongfei, the housekeeper, and Chen Fan sat down. Glancing at the prepared food, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. The appearance and taste of these dishes were still very good. Of course, if compared with the dishes he cooked, the gap is not a little bit. "Mr. Chen, take a look at the contract. If you have no opinions or questions, you can sign it." Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper looked at Chen Fan nervously. The two of them were naturally worried that Chen Fan would make a big change in the entire Mingjiang Hotel after taking office. But then, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. After reading it, Chen Fan nodded, "I have no opinions or questions." He simply signed his name. Seeing that Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper seemed surprised, Chen Fan added, "Don't worry, I looked at it, and Mingjiang Hotel is pretty good in all aspects. Everything remains the same. We will discuss some subsequent development plans in detail and make a one-year plan." Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper looked at each other in surprise, and couldn't help but look at Chen Fan with a hint of appreciation. Originally, the two of them would naturally think that Chen Fan took a sum of money to buy a hotel for fun, but they didn't expect that he would think of the development plan. The two nodded secretly in their hearts. "The entire Mingjiang Hotel is waiting for Mr. Chen's orders at any time," Rong Hongfei said with a respectful look on his face. "Dad." At this moment, with a somewhat complaining and anxious voice, accompanied by a fresh fragrance, a beautiful figure strode in. "Zining, why are you back? When did you come back?" Rong Hongfei looked at this beautiful figure, his face full of excitement and joy. Chen Fan looked over, and for a moment, his eyes were filled with a look of amazement appeared on her face. Obviously, this is Rong Hongfei's daughter, Rong Zining. She is tall, at least 172 meters tall, with a graceful figure. She has bright eyes and white teeth, and her skin is as delicate as a baby's. Her eyes are bright and energetic, and you can tell at a glance that she is very smart. "Dad, why did you sell Mingjiang Hotel?" Rong Zining looked angry. "Mingjiang Hotel is all your hard work. How can you sell Mingjiang Hotel?" Rong Hongfei sighed. "Daughter, business has been bad recently. It has been losing money for a year. If you don't sell it, Mingjiang Hotel will declare bankruptcy. Even if it goes bankrupt, you can't sell it. Rong Zining pointed at Chen Fan with one hand, and you still sell it to a rich second generation like him, who relies on his family's wealth and takes out a large sum of money to buy a hotel for fun. How can such a person understand what Mingjiang Hotel means to you, Dad, to me, and even to the entire Mingjiang Hotel staff? Chen Fan was speechless. When did I become a rich second generation? Still relying on the family's wealth to buy a big hotel for fun? Miss Rong. Chen Fan's face immediately sank, and he said to Rong Zining, I think you misunderstood me. First of all, I'm not a rich second generation. Secondly, I won't buy a hotel for fun. Zining, Rong Hongfei's face also sank. Mr. Chen is not the kind of person you said. Mr. Chen can acquire Mingjiang Hotel, and he already has his own plan in his mind. Yes, Zining. The housekeeper couldn't help but say, and Mr. Chen has no intention of replacing any employee in Mingjiang Hotel. Just from this point of view, it is rare. You are not a rich second generation? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Rong Zining said directly to Chen Fan, coldly, you are no more than 25 years old. If your family is not rich, where did you get 15 billion to acquire Mingjiang Hotel? You acquired Mingjiang Hotel, and you must have come out of the family to play around. As for the life and death of Mingjiang Hotel and its future development, how could you care? I know people like you very well. Zining, the more you speak, the more rude you become, and the more you go too far. Rong Hongfei couldn't help but show a trace of anger on his face. Rong Zining said stubbornly, Dad, what did I say wrong? He is a dandy from a big family. How could he understand our feelings for Mingjiang Hotel? I was not rude and what I said was not excessive. If Mingjiang Hotel falls into the hands of such a person, it will go bankrupt sooner or later. Zining, you, Rong Hongfei's face turned red with anger, and he couldn't help but raise his hand, as if he was going to hit his daughter. Dad, are you going to hit me because an outsider hit me? Rong Zining's beautiful eyes widened, and a layer of tears quickly emerged in them. At this moment, her hatred for Chen Fan was naturally stronger. Rong Hongfei would never treat her like this. This was the first time in history, absolutely the first time in history. All this was because of Chen Fan. I won't let you go. Rong Zining's eyes turned to Chen Fan, and she said to him with a gritting of teeth, you don't understand hotel management at all. Even if you have bought Mingjiang Hotel, so what? I won't let you interfere in managing anything at Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan was speechless. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. It was the voice of the system. Ding, the host is being questioned. Please choose A. Take the initiative to admit to Rong Zining that you really don't have the ability to manage the hotel. Reward the divine skill of admitting cowardice when encountering the opponent's rapid questioning. Quickly admit cowardice to avoid being questioned and hurt more. B. Choose silence, and reward the divine skill of silence as gold. When encountering others' doubts, choosing silence will change the other party's attitude and become friendly. C. Bet with Rong Zining, saying that you have the ability to manage the hotel well, and that you will make Mingjiang Hotel profitable in 1 month. Reward God-level hotel management ability. Please make a choice as soon as possible. God-level hotel management ability? The system's voice sounded, and Chen Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He naturally made a choice immediately. Need I say, of course I choose C. Hey, dandy, why are you silent? Rong Zining saw Chen Fan said nothing, still coldly. Don't think that if you don't speak, I will compromise, dandy. I tell you, even if you acquire Mingjiang Hotel, I will still intervene in the management of the entire Mingjiang Hotel. As for what hotel management is, you simply can't understand it, huh? At the end, Rong Zining looked at Chen Fan with contempt. Why don't I understand hotel management? Chen Fan said, otherwise, why would I acquire Mingjiang Hotel? You can also say that I understand hotel management better than anyone else. How about this, let's make a bet. You know the current situation of Mingjiang Hotel. It has been losing money continuously. I will make Mingjiang Hotel profitable in 1 month. What, 1 month to make Mingjiang Hotel profitable? Upon hearing this, Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper looked at each other involuntarily, and they could see a hint of doubt and surprise in each other's eyes. Naturally, no one knows the current situation of the hotel better than the two of them. The hotel's operating situation has indeed reached a very serious point. Let alone a month, if the hotel can make a profit in a year, it can be said to be a miracle. Ha ha! Rong Zining sneered, not believing Chen Fan's words at all. Let alone a month, even if you were given a year or two, you can't make the hotel profitable. On the contrary, you can make the hotel completely bankrupt in a month. I believe you can do it. Chen Fan said, why, you don't dare to bet with me. Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I can really make the hotel profitable in a month? How about this? If I can't make the hotel profitable in a month, then I will no longer ask about anything in the hotel in the future, and all matters of the hotel will be decided by you, Miss Rong. Really? Rong Zining didn't believe it. Chen Fan looked at Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper. With the two of you here to witness, are you still worried that I will cheat? Okay, but I have a condition. You have to agree to me first before I can bet with you. Otherwise, I will never bet with you. Rong Zining looked what key question has come to mind. Chen Fan nodded, just tell me. Rong Zining said, it's very simple. That is, you can't let the hotel go bankrupt within a month. Chen Fan nodded, of course there is no problem with this. I promise you. The host has completed the task and won the bet with Rong Zining. The reward is being distributed. The reward has been distributed. As the system's voice fell, at this moment Chen Fan felt that countless knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind, all of which were about hotel management. I didn't expect that hotel management has so much knowledge and requires so much knowledge. After Chen Fan learned all the knowledge about hotel management, he felt that his eyes were opened. Humph! At this time, a cold snort came from Rong Zining's mouth. Since you dare to make this bet with me, I guess you are good at hotel management. Now I will test you. Of course, before I test you, let me tell you one thing. Rong Zining showed a very proud look. I am a student of Harvard University, a top international university, and my major is hotel management. So you can't get away with the knowledge of hotel management here, do you know? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. With the god-level hotel management ability rewarded by the system, let alone you, a mere Harvard University graduate, even Harvard University's experts and professors are not enough in front of him. The so-called hotel management. Naturally, Chen Fan opened his mouth and talked about it. As Chen Fan opened his mouth, Rong Zining's face became more and more surprised and shocked. After Chen Fan spoke for half an hour, Rong Zining's mouth opened involuntarily, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a touch of astonishment, looking at Chen Fan. After listening to Chen Fan's long speech about hotel management, Rong Zining could clearly tell that she had heard this knowledge from a professor when she was at Harvard University. Not only that, but now that this knowledge came out of Chen Fan's mouth, it was more vivid and easy to understand. When she was in school before, even if there were some things she didn't understand, now it suddenly became clear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Rong Zining subconsciously couldn't believe it in her heart. How could he know more than me? How could he understand hotel management issues more thoroughly and deeply than me? You know, I am a student at Harvard University. At this moment, Rong Zining was completely shocked. She looked at Chen Fan's eyes, and naturally she couldn't help but be full of doubt. However, she also knew that no matter how much she doubted, Chen Fan did understand hotel management, which was already a done deal. At the same time, it is conceivable that Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper were also surprised and shocked. From the original thought that Chen Fan was too young to be the new owner of the hotel, to the suspicion that Chen Fan just bought a hotel for fun, but what is the truth? Chen Fan is obviously an expert in hotel management. Naturally, from Rong Zining's reaction, this can be seen very clearly. Naturally, Rong Hongfei couldn't help but be overjoyed and laughed. Huh? I didn't expect that young Master Chen has such strong hotel management skills. It seems that Mingjiang Hotel has fallen into the hands of young Master Chen, and he has met a noble man. I have more confidence in the future development prospects of Mingjiang Hotel. The housekeeper nodded and said, yes, it seems that young Master Chen may really be able to make Mingjiang Hotel profitable within a month. Zining, you should be convinced this time. Rong Hongfei looked at Rong Zining. I said, young Master Chen is not the kind of person you said he was, not a. I think you have to learn from young Master Chen in the future. Ha! Rong Zining said stubbornly, what's the use of just talking? It's not certain whether the hotel can be profitable within a month. Chen Fan naturally looked full of confidence, then let's wait and see. Then Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and said to Rong Zining, don't you also want to participate in the management of the hotel? So, you can come up with a plan as soon as possible and give it to me tomorrow. Is there any problem? If there is any problem, I can give you 3 days. Of course, Chen Fan's last sentence was naturally to provoke Rong Zining. Rong Zining sneered, Mr. Chen, right? You don't even go and ask around. I am one of the best graduates of Harvard University in the past 10 years. It's just a matter of coming up with a plan. It's a small matter for me. I can hand it to you tomorrow morning. Very good, then I'll wait for you. Chen Fan nodded. Let Rong Zining go back to prepare her own plan. Chen Fan also assured Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper that he would not transfer or fire all the managers or even staff in the hotel. After leaving Mingjiang Hotel, Chen Fan returned home and looked at the stocks he held. They rose again. In just a few hours, he made millions again. Ha, the stocks recommended by the system are really amazing. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel happy. At almost 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Yueshue called and said that she had booked a seat in the best box of Mingjiang Hotel and asked Chen Fan to come over. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. Indeed, if Xia Yueshue knew that he was the new president of Mingjiang Hotel, the expression on her face would be so wonderful. Chen Fan drove and came to the downstairs of Mingjiang Hotel again, and he saw a beautiful figure waiting for him downstairs. Xia Yueshue had obviously gone through careful and special makeup and dressing tonight. She was even more radiant and charming than when she saw her in the daytime. Mr. Chen, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I have already instructed the chef of Mingjiang Hotel to prepare the best signature dishes here. Xia Yueshue smiled at Chen Fan, and naturally she looked even more beautiful. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Seeing Chen Fan's reaction, Xia Yueshue's pretty face blushed subconsciously. Chen Fan couldn't help but be even more absent-minded, and blurted out, "Sure enough, she is worthy of being one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City. She is really beautiful." Xia Yueshue smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you are joking. This is all caused by outsiders. I am ashamed of myself and don't deserve the title of one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City." As the two talked, they had already entered the elevator. Finally, Xia Yueshue took Chen Fan into the number 1 private room. After entering the private room, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Although the area here is not small, the dining table is only enough for 4 or 5 people to sit. The rest are some luxurious and elegant decorations, and there is also a piano in the middle. Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan sat down, and the dishes came up one after another. The two had a good conversation. Unconsciously, Xia Yueshue didn't know what was going on with her, and suddenly a trace of special feelings for Chen Fan rose in her heart. Xia Yueshue was shocked. She once swore that she would not consider falling in love before the age of 30, and she would put all her time and energy into her career. "Boss Xia, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Seeing that Xia Yueshue's face suddenly looked a little abnormal, Chen Fan couldn't help asking. I'm fine." Xia Yueshue took a sip of juice and slightly concealed her embarrassment and unnaturalness. "Yueshue, long time no see, I didn't expect to meet you here." Just then, a young and magnetic voice sounded, and a young and handsome figure stepped in. Fei Wanli. The moment Xia Yueshue saw this figure appear, she seemed to subconsciously frown slightly. Indeed, the Fei Wanli who appeared at the moment was Xia Yueshue's former college classmate. When they were in college, he pursued her relentlessly and never gave up. Fei Wanli was also a celebrity on the university campus. He was known as the school's male god. He was both talented and beautiful. He was proficient in almost everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I don't know how many girls had a crush on him. But unfortunately, Fei Wanli didn't like any of them. In his eyes, it seemed that there was only one person from beginning to end. Xia Yueshue. When he heard that Xia Yueshue had made an appointment with a boy for dinner for the first time, Fei Wanli was alert and noticed something, and immediately followed. At this time, Xia Yueshue couldn't help but ask, "Why is it you? What a coincidence." Fei Wanli remained calm and nodded, "Yes, what a coincidence, I happened to be having dinner here with a few friends. When I passed by, I seemed to hear your voice. I didn't expect that when I came in, it was really you." "Hey, Xia Yueshue, it's really rare for you to have dinner here alone with a boy," a person who was following Fei Wanli suddenly said in a sarcastic tone. Xia Yueshue was not unfamiliar with this person. She was also a classmate of hers, but she had always been following Fei Wanli like a dog by his side. "Do you glanced at Chen Fan, and then said to Xia Yueshue, who is this boy? He can actually have dinner with you alone. Could he be your boyfriend?" Xia Yueshue hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong. This is my business partner. It's not the kind of relationship you think." Seeing Xia Yueshue quickly dispelling the misunderstanding, Fei Wanli naturally felt relieved and also quickly winked at Du next to him. The two seemed to have developed a tacit understanding a long time ago. Du said, "Xia Yueshue, we are all classmates. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's better to meet on the same day than to choose a day. Why don't we have a good chat?" After that, Du didn't wait for Xia Yueshue to speak, and directly pulled a chair over and sat down. He glanced at the various dishes on the table, praised them, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and started eating without any hesitation. "Yueshue, don't be surprised. You know Du's personality and temper very well. He is just like that." Fei Wanli glanced at Du with a look of disdain, and quickly said to Xia Yueshue, Xia Yueshua seemed a little helpless and could only say, "It's okay. We are all classmates." Then Xia Yueshua looked at Chen Fan and asked with a little apology on her face, "Mr. Chen, these two are my classmates. Do you mind if they sit together?" Chen Fan shook his head slightly. "Since they are all classmates, we are also friends. Why should I care?" Naturally, Chen Fan could see that these two people were clearly worried that Xia Yueshua would suffer if she ate alone with him, and they also clearly suspected that he had some relationship with Xia Yueshua. Of course, Chen Fan could also see it from the look Fei Wanli gave Xia Yueshua when he appeared. The other party must be Xia Yueshua's suitor. Chen Fan didn't think so at all. Strange. Xia Yueshua is outstanding in both appearance and talent. As one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City, it is impossible for her to have no suitors. At this time, Fei Wanli naturally sat down and sat next to Xia Yueshua. "Hey, my friend, are you full? If you are, leave quickly," Diyu said to Chen Fan coldly. "Please be tactful and don't disturb our classmates' gathering." Fei Wanli's face sank. "Diyu, what are you talking about? This friend is obviously Xia Yueshua's friend, so he is also our friend." At this point, Fei Wanli showed a friendly look and asked Chen Fan, "My name is Fei Wanli, I wonder what your name is?" "Chen Fan." Chen Fan replied indifferently. "Chen Fan?" Diyu spoke again, mockingly saying, "It seems that from this name, you can tell that you are ordinary, an ordinary person, not even as good as one finger of my brother Wanli." Fei Wanli smiled and said, "Chen Fan, don't mind, Diyu is just like that? So, let me introduce myself. I am the male god in the eyes of many girls in college." Oh, Chen Fan even felt like laughing after hearing this, and responded calmly. At this time, Fei Wanli glanced at the piano and said, "I have a lot of talents, and playing the piano is one of them. I wonder if brother Chen Fan can play the piano. Yueshua likes to listen to piano music the most." No. Chen Fan was indeed about to blurt out these two words. But suddenly, the system's voice sounded. "Ding, the host is being provoked. Please choose A. Actively admit that you can't play the piano, and reward the lucky escape symbol when facing an opponent with stronger ability than yourself. Leave immediately to avoid embarrassment. B. Do not respond, pretend that you didn't hear Fei Wanli's words, and reward the turtle shrinking magic skill when facing provocation. Choose to retreat to reduce the chance of making a fool of yourself. C. Accept Fei Wanli's provocation, and reward the God-level pianist." Faced with such a choice, is there anything else to think about? The answer is obvious. Choose C. At this time, Chen Fan naturally spoke to Fei Wanli and said, "What a coincidence, I have learned piano." Then he asked Xia Yueshua, "Mr. Xia, if you really like to listen to piano music, I would be happy to play a song for you." Xia Yueshua could see that Fei Wanli was deliberately provoking Chen Fan. She was very clear about Fei Wanli's abilities. Although she would not agree to Fei Wanli's pursuit and develop a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Fei Wanli, she was still convinced by Fei Wanli's talents. Especially the piano. As far as she knew, Fei Wanli's piano had reached level 10. Once at a school party, Fei Wanli captured the hearts of many girls with a piano piece. At that time, she almost fell in love with Fei Wanli because of a piano piece. "Yueshua," Fei Wanli looked at Xia Yueshua and said, with a touch of tenderness flashing in his eyes as if subconsciously, thinking back then, "I played a piano piece at the party. At that time, I asked you, and you said you liked it very much. What do you think of me playing that piano piece again?" Xia Yueshua nodded, "Okay. Brother Chen Fan, do you mind if I play a song first, and then you play it?" Fei Wanli said to Chen Fan. Although he concealed it very well, Chen Fan could still see at a glance the provocation in Fei Wanli's eyes, as well as his contempt and disdain for him. Of course, no problem. Chen Fan nodded and agreed without thinking too much. Even if it was not for anything else, just the reward from the system, he was very tempted. Sure enough, as Chen Fan accepted Fei Wanli's provocation, the voice of the system sounded. The host accepts Fei Wanli's provocation, completes the task, and is rewarded with a god-level pianist. Ha ha. Chen Fan was overjoyed and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. "Chen Fan, do you know that Brother Wanli's piano has reached level 10? Diyu suddenly spoke up and said, in front of Brother Wanli's piano ability, "You are just a primary school student. You wait to make a fool of yourself, hee hee." A mocking sneer came from Duyu's mouth. "If I were you, I would run away as soon as possible, so as not to be ashamed after hearing the piano music played by Brother Wanli, and I would want to slap myself a few times." Chen Fan looked indifferent. "Really? Is it really that amazing? Then I'd like to see it for myself." "Ha, it seems that you really intend to challenge Brother Wanli's piano." Diyu couldn't help but sneer. "Okay, I'll open your eyes in a while. When the time comes, I'll see how ashamed you are and how you want to find a gap to get in." Only a man with both talent and beauty like Brother Wanli can be worthy of Xia Yueshue. As for you, you are just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Chen Fan stopped talking and was too lazy to pay attention to the noisy do you. At this time, Fei Wanli had left his seat and walked towards the piano in the box. When he walked to the side of the piano, Fei Wanli's whole person looked changed, completely different, and became very charming. Then, he slowly sat down and slowly put his hands on the piano. The first note sounded. Immediately afterwards, a series of notes continued to sound under the playing of Fei Wanli's 10 fingers. Chen Fan nodded and said to himself, "It seems that he is indeed a level 10 pianist. He is really good at it." Chen Fan is now a god-level pianist. He can tell at a glance how well Fei Wanli plays the piano. Fei Wanli is indeed capable. Of course, if compared with him, Fei Wanli can't even catch up now. The sound of piano playing rang out and spread outside, startling many waiters coming and going outside. "Ha! Who is playing the piano inside? It's so beautiful. Let's go and take a look." For a while, as the sound of the piano continued to ring and spread outside, many people seemed to come in involuntarily. As soon as many people came in, their eyes fell on Fei Wanli. Subconsciously, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my god, who is this guy? He plays the piano so well. Not only that, he's so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." Many waiters who came in after hearing the noise subconsciously showed their crazy looks, and looked at Fei Wanli, who was concentrating on playing the piano in a daze. "I know this guy," a waiter said. "His name is Fei Wanli. He is a famous young talent in Donghai City. He has someone in his heart, that beautiful lady, Xia Yueshue." Ah! A sigh sounded involuntarily. Of course, Fei Wanli seemed to be completely unaware of everything around him, and all his attention was focused on playing the piano. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and as the last note sounded, Fei Wanli finally finished playing a piano piece. There was complete silence all around. Fei Wanli turned his head and looked over, and as if he had ignored everyone else, he looked at Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan. Seeing that Xia Yueshue was really moved by what he heard, Fei Wanli felt inexplicably happy and excited, as if Xia Yueshue had become his woman. Of course, Chen Fan also saw Fei Wanli's gaze, and it was obvious that the other party was saying, "Boy, see, this is the piano piece I played, do you have the ability to do it?" At this time, Fei Wanli stood up and bowed slightly to everyone around him, indicating that the piano piece had been played. "Papa papa." It was not until this time that a thunderous applause rang out. This round of applause also lasted for several minutes before it stopped. Then a burst of exclamations rang out. "Wow, it's amazing, the piano was played so well. That's right, I've never heard such a good piano in my life, it's simply amazing. Xia Yueshue, if I were you, I would definitely marry a man like Fei Wanli." I don't know which waiter suddenly spoke up, and immediately caused a burst of booing. "Marry him, marry him." Xia Yueshue was speechless for a while, and her face was full of embarrassment. Seeing this, Fei Wanli stopped the booing in time. "Brother Chen Fan, it's your turn," Fei Wanli said to Chen Fan, and his tone was obviously provocative. "Chen Fan, right? Do you said, sneering at Chen Fan? You have also heard Brother Wanli's piano music. You should be aware of the gap between you and Brother Wanli. If I were you, I would run as far away as possible to avoid being. I have to admit that Fei Wanli is really good at playing the piano." "Do you sneered? Do you need to tell me that? Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave." Chen Fan continued, "But that's all. I can play the same piano piece, and I'm much better than him." "What?" It can be seen that when such words came out of Chen Fan's mouth, they would cause a storm. Even Xia Yueshue's eyes, which were looking at Chen Fan, could not help but change slightly. She frowned slightly and said to herself, "He is too good at bragging." "Ha ha. Do you laughed and said, you are almost laughing to death? I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. I tell you, even some well-known pianists will feel inferior after listening to Brother Wanli's piano. Who do you think you are? Have you ever learned piano? I'm afraid you haven't even touched a piano, huh? And you're just bragging here. Please come in." For a moment, Fei Wanli no longer concealed the contempt in his eyes. Since Brother Chen Fan said so, I must also see it. Of course, he wanted Chen Fan to make a fool of himself immediately. Although Xia Yueshue said that she and Chen Fan were only business partners. But how could Fei Wanli not know that regardless of whether it was a business partnership or not, Xia Yueshue had never invited any opposite to dinner, let alone the opposite who was the same age as Xia Yueshue like Chen Fan. As if out of instinct, Fei Wanli had already regarded Chen Fan as his rival in love. It would naturally be a scene that Fei Wanli was very happy to see if his rival in love could make a fool of himself in front of Xia Yueshue. Chen Fan left his seat and came to the piano. Chen Fan sat down casually. Seeing this, Du sneered and said coldly, "You can tell at a glance that he doesn't look like he can play the piano, and he's still pretending." Then Du said to Xiaoyue, "No matter what business this person discusses with you, I am sure that this guy is not a good person. Don't cooperate with him. In fact, Brother Wanli has always been your best choice." Xiaoyue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with Chen Fan. Indeed, as far as she knew, Fei Wanli was the best young talent she had ever seen playing the piano. Even some long-established piano masters couldn't compare to him. Naturally, she subconsciously thought that Chen Fan's piano playing could never be compared to Fei Wanli. If Chen Fan could admit that he was not as good as Fei Wanli, Xiaoyue would naturally think it was nothing, because in her opinion, this was a very normal thing. When Xiaoyue just thought about this, Chen Fan started playing the piano. The moment the first note fell, Xiaoyue was stunned, and her body seemed to stiffen involuntarily. She looked as if her soul had been taken away by something. She just stared with her eyes wide open, and looked dazed because of extreme shock, looking at Chen Fan. At the same time, the reactions of everyone else were similar to Xiaoyue. Of course, with one exception. Fei Wanli. At this moment, although he also looked extremely shocked and surprised, he was not exaggerated to the point of losing consciousness. However, a wave of shock seemed to have been set off in his heart involuntarily. What the hell, this kid can actually play the piano? It seems that he plays better than us, this is impossible. Fei Wanli subconsciously denied such a thing in his heart. In the entire Donghai city, no one else can play the piano better than him. He couldn't accept such a thing. At this time, the notes continued to be transmitted as Chen Fan's hands pressed on the keys. Every note that sounded seemed to have extremely powerful magic, attracting everyone's attention. As the sound of the piano sounded and floated outside, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Anyone who heard the sound of the piano, without exception, exclaimed, "Oh my God, who is playing the piano? The piano is played so well. This song should only exist in heaven." Anyone who heard the sound of the piano immediately followed the sound. So, in less than a few minutes, the number 1 box of Tianzi was packed with people. People. What was even more peculiar was that the box was packed with people, but no one made a sound. It seemed that even the sound of breathing would disturb Chen Fan, who was playing the piano. Time seemed to pass quickly. When the last note was played by Chen Fan's fingertips, the sound of the note stopped abruptly. And everyone seemed to be still immersed in the beautiful music just now, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. When Chen Fan looked back, he was also subconsciously startled. The box was filled with a dark mass of people, almost filling the entire box. Of course, no one dared to approach him, as if they were indeed afraid of disturbing Chen Fan playing the piano. Clap. Xiaoyue came back to her senses first, and she clapped subconsciously. Clap, clap. Immediately afterwards, a round of applause rang out, like thunder, much louder than Fei Wanli's applause just now. And this kind of applause lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it stopped. "Mr. Chen, this. Xiaoyue looked extremely shocked and surprised, and looked at Chen Fan. "This is simply too amazing, too incredible. How can you play the piano so well? This is simply unbelievable. The piano music you play, it's as if there is some kind of magic. It's simply that this music should only exist in heaven." Seeing Xiaoyue looking at Chen Fan with shining eyes, Fei Wanli felt very unhappy and snorted coldly, "Actually, it's nothing, it's just a so-so. How is it possible? Other people's piano playing is obviously much better than yours." The onlookers were the first to be dissatisfied, and a noise broke out. "That's right, this handsome guy's piano playing is obviously better than yours, and you still have the nerve to say that it's just a so-so." In a flash, hearing everyone say this, Fei Wanli's face turned red, then blue, then white, and finally turned into the color of pig liver. Fei Wanli felt that he really couldn't stay any longer, and said to Xiaoyue, "I have other things to do, I'll leave first, we'll talk later." Fei Wanli quickly squeezed through the crowd and left in a dejected manner. "Okay, do you gritted his teeth at Chen Fan? I never thought you had this ability. You made Brother Wanli look bad, kid, I tell you, this matter today can't just be let go, you just wait and see." After threatening Chen Fan for a while, "You left? What are you all doing here? Don't you have to work?" At this moment, a voice sounded, and all the waiters were like mice hearing the cry of a cat, and they hurriedly dispersed. It was the hotel's manager Chen. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Xia, did I disturb the two of you while you were having your meal?" Manager Chen said hurriedly. "That's not the case," Xiaoyue said. Manager Chen said, "That's good, the two of you take your time to eat, and if you need anything, just tell me." After the meal, Xiaoyue and Chen Fan came downstairs. Xia Yueshua's eyes were still full of surprise as she looked at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I originally wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you, but I never expected that you would give me such a big surprise. It can be said that your piano playing is almost unmatched by anyone. I wonder when I will have the honor of hearing Mr. Chen play another song. Xia Yueshua smiled at Chen Fan. Chen Fan almost couldn't help but said, if you want to listen, I can play at any time. After a change of mind, Chen Fan smiled and said, Mr. Xia, we are familiar with each other today. You call me Mr. Chen, which makes me feel awkward. If you don't mind, just call me by my name. Xia Yueshua smiled, okay, I'll call you Chen Fan, but don't be too formal with me. Call me Mr. Xia, just call me Yueshua. Chen Fan, why are you here too? Are you looking for me? Just then, a voice full of surprise sounded, and a beautiful figure had already pounced directly to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a look and found that it was Shinanchi. Before, Shinanchi asked him to accompany her to the class reunion, but because she had an appointment with Xia Yueshua, she refused. Chen Fan did not expect to meet Shinanchi here. Seeing a young and beautiful woman almost pounce to Chen Fan, Xia Yueshua felt a little sour in her heart. But in the end, she said, Chen Fan, since you have friends coming, I won't disturb you. Xia Yueshua got into the car without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, started the car, and whizzed away. Chen Fan, who is that? She's so beautiful. Shinanchi looked at the car whizzing away, feeling a little sour inexplicably in her heart. She couldn't help asking, is that your girlfriend? Chen Fan shook his head, she's not my girlfriend, but just a business partner of mine. Business partner? I don't believe it. Shinanchi looked at Chen Fan with suspicion, I don't think so. Chen Fan was speechless and emphasized, believe it or not, she's really not my girlfriend. Do I have to lie to you? Shinanchi snorted, humph, women are the most accurate in judging women. According to my intuition, the beautiful woman just now is probably interested in you. Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel inexplicably happy in his heart, but he shook his head on the surface, whether others are interested in me or not, I can't stop it. Humph, scumbag. Shinanchi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Fan, sure enough, all men are not good. They didn't accompany me to the class reunion, but turned out to be here to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Chi-Chi, you are here. Who is this? Is he your boyfriend? It's time for you to find a boyfriend. Just then, a voice sounded, and a beautiful figure came slowly with a young man arm in arm. Both the beautiful figure and the young man were radiant, and they were a perfect match. The beautiful figure was Zhang Xiaoyan, Shinanchi's college classmate. As for the young man, he was Zhang Xiaoyan's boyfriend, and Shinanchi's ex Zhang Xiaoyan used some despicable means to steal the boyfriend from her best friend Shinanchi. Seeing the appearance of these two people, Shinanchi naturally became furious, gritting her teeth at the two people, as if she wanted to eat them up. Chi-Chi, ignore this pair of dogs, and, just then, another voice sounded, and a tall figure strode to Shinanchi's side. Hu Ling, what did you say? Who are you calling a? Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned red with anger, and her eyes seemed to be spewing anger. Hu Ling, don't say dirty things. After all, we are college classmates. In the same dormitory. That's right, Shinanchi, Hu Ling and Zhang Xiaoyan are college classmates and roommates. They had a very good relationship back then and were close friends. College classmates? In the same dormitory? Hu Ling sneered, so, you also knew that we were college classmates and that we were in the same dormitory, but you still shamelessly snatched away Chi-Chi's boyfriend. What do you mean by snatched away? Can you please not say it so harshly? Zhang Xiaoyan looked righteous and said, the person Zhou Yang loves is me. If Zhou Yang really loves Chi-Chi, how could he break up with Chi-Chi, don't you think so? Zhang Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Yang next to her with a loving look. Zhou Yang kissed Zhang Xiaoyan on the face and smiled, dear, everything you say is right. The person I love is of course you, otherwise, how could I break up with Shinanchi? A pair. Hu Ling was so angry that she was about to fume. Ling, forget it, it's all in the past, I don't want to mention it again. Seeing that Hu Ling was still angry and wanted to say more, Shinanchi stopped her. Looking at Chen Fan, Zhang Xiaoyan was relentless and said sarcastically, of course you don't want to talk about the past anymore. It's hard for anyone to feel bad after being dumped. Besides, don't you have a new boyfriend now? At this point, Zhang Xiaoyan glanced at Chen Fan up and down, revealing a look of contempt on her face. However, Shinanchi, this new boyfriend you chose is not that good. Although he is a bit handsome, he is not as good as my Zhou Yang at all. Look at my Zhou Yang, he is wearing all branded clothes, and then look at your boyfriend, he is simply a bumpkin. Zhang Xiaoyan, what did you say? Who did you say is a bumpkin? Shinanchi seemed to subconsciously rise up with anger in her heart, as if she was more angry that Zhang Xiaoyan scolded Chen Fan than scolding herself. Shinanchi, don't get me wrong, I didn't scold anyone. Zhang Xiaoyan said confidently, I am just telling the truth. At this point, Zhang Xiaoyan showed her pride. Shinanchi, do you know where Zhou Yang works now? You should listen to the richest man's Yida Group. I told you, Zhou Yang is now the general manager of Hongwei Company, a real estate company under Yida Group, with an annual salary of 1 million. Ha, he's just a small general manager. So what if he earns $1 million a year? He's a scumbag. Hu Ling couldn't help but said angrily. The grapes are sour. Zhang Xiaoyan retorted to Hu Ling, what does your boyfriend do? Why don't you bring him to the class reunion? I'm afraid your boyfriend is not presentable at all. No, maybe no one wants you now. You. Hu Ling rolled up her sleeves and looked like she was going to fight with Zhang Xiaoyan immediately. Lingling, there's no need to be angry with such a shameless person. Let's go in. Shinanchi stopped her and pulled Hu Ling to go into the hotel. She didn't want to say another word to Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Yang. At this time, Zhou Yang spoke, Chi-Chi, after I dumped you, your standards became so low. You found a boyfriend who is obviously poor. Judging from the way your boyfriend is dressed, he must be a working-class person. Chi-Chi, please beg me and I will arrange a better job for your boyfriend. Ding, the host is being provoked and despised. Please choose A. Let Shinanchi ask Zhou Yang to arrange a job for him, and reward him with a cowardly symbol. B. Turn around and leave, and reward him with a lucky escape symbol. Quickly leave at the critical moment to protect yourself. C. Scold Zhou Yang and fight back. Reward him with Hongwei Real Estate Company, a subsidiary of Yida Group. When Zhou Yang's voice fell, the voice of the system sounded in Chen Fan's mind, and Chen Fan couldn't help but feel happy. Isn't this choice obvious? How could he let a scumbag like Zhou Yang arrange a job for him? Turning around and leaving is not his style. Choose C, it's really funny. At this time, Shinanchi sneered at Zhou Yang and said, Chen Fan's ability is so much stronger than yours. Do you need you to arrange a job for him? You are so shameless. Chen Fan spoke, and said to Zhou Yang coldly, you want to arrange a job for me? You don't even take a look at yourself, you are a scumbag, you should think about how to keep this job as the so-called general manager. As Chen Fan finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the host has completed the task. Rewards are being distributed, and rewards have been distributed successfully. The host is now the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company, a subsidiary of Yida Group. Hearing the system's voice ringing in his mind, Chen Fan was overjoyed and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Chen Fan looked at Zhou Yang with a half-smile, as if he was looking at a clown jumping around in front of him. I'll slap you in the face in a while. Chen Fan sneered in his heart. What did you say? When he heard Chen Fan's words at this time, Zhou Yang naturally looked like he couldn't believe what he heard, and he was subconsciously startled. Hu Ling next to him looked at Chen Fan with admiration and sneered at Zhou Yang. What, you're a scum, and it turns out that even your ears don't work. Chen Fan asked you to pee and look at yourself carefully. Don't go too far. Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to be greatly wronged, and angrily said to Chen Fan, Shinanchi, and Hu Ling, Zhou Yang is helping you with good intentions. It's okay that you don't appreciate it, but you also insult him. How can there be people like you? Hu Ling sneered and said, Zhang Xiaoyan, is it your specialty to confuse right and wrong? Do you still have any shame? How could I become friends with such a shameless person like you? Hu Ling, what qualifications do you have to say that to me? You, who don't even have a boyfriend, have the nerve to talk nonsense in front of me. It's so embarrassing. Zhang Xiaoyan was furious and looked at Shinanchi again, and you found a boyfriend who was such a country bumpkin. I told you, you will never get it again after this opportunity. Now even if you and your so-called boyfriend kneel down and beg me, my boyfriend will never help you find a job. Will my boyfriend and I kneel down and beg you to find a job? Shinanchi couldn't help laughing. Zhang Xiaoyan, you are really a daydreamer. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yang looked arrogant. Chi-Chi, and this Chen Fan, right? The economy is in recession now. How difficult it is to find a good job, you know it. How about this? I will give you another chance. Kneel down and beg me now. I will still agree to help you find a job. Dear, Zhang Xiaoyan was a little surprised, tugging at her clothes. What kind of person is this? They said that to me, and also to you. Even if they kneel down, I will arrange a job for them. Zhou Yang smiled and said in Zhang Xiaoyan's ear, Dear, don't worry, I'm just playing with them. If they really kneel down, I can't help them find a job. Dear, don't you think this is fun? Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't help laughing, and whispered, It's really fun. I just want to see Shinanchi and her rustic boyfriend make a fool of themselves. Dare to say that. Hey, what are you whispering about? Chen Fan said, thinking that the two were just two clowns jumping around. Zhou Yang sneered, Why, have you thought about it? Since you have thought about it, what are you waiting for? Kneel down and beg me, ha. When he said the last part, Zhou Yan laughed out loud, with a very proud look, as if Chen Fan had already knelt down to beg him. Chen Fan looked as if he was smiling. I kneel down to beg you? I'm afraid you will be the one kneeling later, and you will also be the one asking for help. What? It is also conceivable how Zhou Yang and Zhang Xiaoyan would react when Chen Fan said this. They were both stunned in surprise, and then looked at Chen Fan as if they saw a madman or a fool. Shenanchi, Zhang Xiaoyan said sarcastically, originally, I thought you just found a country bumpkin boyfriend, but I never expected, that you also found a boyfriend with a mental illness, ha. Zhang Xiaoyan laughed, and the laughter fell into Shenanchi's ears, making Shenanchi's face red with anger. Zhang Xiaoyan, watch your mouth, who are you saying is mentally ill? Shenanchi couldn't help it and wanted to fight with Zhang Xiaoyan. Chen Fan stopped her and said, Shichi, there's no need to get angry with this couple. There will be a good show soon. Zhou Yang couldn't help but sneer. What nonsense are you talking about? What a good show! You are not really naive to think that I will kneel down and beg you, are you? Ha, it's so funny. Even if I kneel down to you, what will I beg you for? That's right. Zhou Yang would beg a country bumpkin like you. What else is this? It's so funny. Zhang Xiaoyan looked too lazy to pay attention to Chen Fan and the other two. She said to Zhou Yang, Dear, let's ignore these three psychopaths. Let's go in and attend the rally. If my classmates see you, they will definitely envy me for finding a boyfriend as good as you, hee hee. Zhang Xiaoyan looked excited and happy. Boy, if I, Zhou Yang, really kneel down and beg you, I, Zhou Yang, will take your surname and kneel down and call you Grandpa 3 times. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he really looked like he didn't want to pay any more attention to Chen Fan and the other two. He was going to enter the hotel with Zhang Xiaoyan. But at this moment, a luxury car braked and stopped at the door of the hotel. This attracted the attention of many people, and everyone subconsciously exclaimed, Wow, what a handsome and cool car. This car is worth at least tens of millions. Zhou Yang and Zhang Xiaoyan, who were about to enter the hotel, also stopped and their eyes were attracted. At this time, the door of the driver's seat opened, and a man who looked like a driver got out of the car, then went to open the door, and a figure in his early 60s got out of the car. Xiu Yafeng. Zhou Yang seemed to subconsciously exclaimed when he saw this figure appear. Indeed, he was very familiar with this figure. It was Qiu Yafeng, the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company under Yida Group. This is the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyan also had a happy look on her face. She thought of something. Dear, why did Qiu Yafeng come here suddenly? Is he here to find you? The president of Hongwei Real Estate Company actually took the initiative to find you. Dear, you are so amazing and you are so face-saving. As if subconsciously, Zhang Xiaoyan thought that the appearance of the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company was to find Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was stunned and couldn't help but think so. At the same time, a noisy sound was heard around. Oh my god, isn't that Qiu Yafeng, the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company under Yida Group? How come he suddenly appeared? Indeed, as far as I know, Qiu Yafeng has rarely appeared. I didn't expect to see Qiu Yafeng here today. I don't know what Qiu Yafeng is here for. Needless to say, look who is here. Yes, Zhou Yang. That's right, Zhou Yang is the general manager of Hongwei Real Estate Company. Qiu Yafeng must be here to find Zhou Yang. It seems that Zhou Yang is doing very well in Hongwei Real Estate Company. He can even make a dignified general manager come out to find him. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Yang looked so light that he almost flew up with his feet off the ground. Boss Qiu, he naturally went to greet Qiu Yafeng, with a smile as bright as it could be. If you have any instructions, just give me a call. I dare not bother you to come to me in person. Zhou Yang? Seeing Zhou Yang was also here, Qiu Yafeng looked obviously stunned, obviously did not expect Zhou Yang to be there. He sneered and said, Of course I am not here to see you. After saying this, Qiu Yafeng was too lazy to pay more attention to Zhou Yang, and walked past Zhou Yang directly. Zhou Yang stood there awkwardly, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. What's going on? As for the onlookers, they naturally saw this scene very clearly, and some were surprised. From Qiu Yafeng's attitude towards Zhou Yang, it seems that Qiu Yafeng doesn't like Zhou Yang very much. Indeed, Qiu Yafeng doesn't like Zhou Yang at all, and he looks disgusted when he sees Zhou Yang. It seems that we are all wrong. Zhou Yang is not doing well in Hongwei Real Estate Company. Zhou Yang's face naturally became uglier when he heard these voices. However, he soon regained his composure, took a step, and followed Qiu Yafeng in front of him. At this time, Qiu Yafeng had already come in front of Chen Fan, and seemed to want to walk over, but it seemed that he was stopped by Chen Fan. The same way. Seeing this, Zhou Yang stepped forward, pointed at Chen Fan's nose and said coldly, You country bumpkin, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you see that Mr. Chiu was going to pass by? Hurry up and make way. Don't you understand the principle that a good dog doesn't block the road? But what Zhou Yang never expected was that Zhou Yafeng suddenly turned around. His face was very ugly, staring at him, and then said, "Zhou Yang, what are you talking about?" Zhou Yang didn't think much about it at all. He still pointed at Chen Fan's nose and said, "This kid has no eyesight at all. He didn't know to make way when he saw you passing by. If a country bumpkin like this doesn't scold him a few words, he won't know what's good for him." What Zhou Yang didn't expect was that as he said this, Zhou Yafeng's face became obviously uglier. "Zhou Yang, from now on, you can get out of Hongwei Real Estate Company." Zhou Yafeng said to Zhou Yang coldly, "Go back and pack your things." What? Shocked, Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and naturally looked at Zhou Yafeng in confusion. He really didn't know what he had done wrong. Why did Zhou Yafeng suddenly tell him to get out? His face sank, and Zhou Yang looked a little angry. He said to Zhou Yafeng, "Mr. Chiu, even if you want me to die, you should let me die with a clear mind." Zhou Yafeng snorted coldly, "You called the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company a country bumpkin. Do you think you should get out?" "I called you a country bumpkin?" Zhou Yang looked very scared and said quickly, "Mr. Chiu, how dare I scold you? I swear, my respect for you is evident to all. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company." Zhou Yafeng looked at Zhou Yang coldly. At this time, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Zhou Yang was very disgusting. The new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company? Zhou Yang looked even more confused. When did Hongwei Real Estate Company get a new president? Why didn't he receive any news? Of course, at the same time, he also looked around, but he didn't see anyone special. But then, as if subconsciously, he was delighted. Indeed, Hongwei Real Estate Company was finally going to change its president. In his opinion, the new president must be a young man. Young people should of course deal with young people. No matter who this new president is, I will definitely get along well with him after meeting him. Zhou Yang seemed a little bit overwhelmed, as if he had become the best brother and friend of the new president. But before Zhou Yang realized anything, other people were naturally different, especially Shenanchi and Hu Ling. The two of them naturally saw everything Zhou Yang did very clearly. Didn't he just call Chen Fan a bumpkin? Could it be that Chen Fan is the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company? Shenanchi and Hu Ling looked at each other and saw the deep shock and surprise in each other's eyes. That's right, the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company. As expected, Zhou Yafeng said at this time, motioning to Chen Fan in front of him, "This is the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company." What? Him? Shocked, Zhou Yang was stunned the moment he heard these words coming out of Zhou Yafeng's mouth. His eyes widened to the point where they were almost bulging out. His eyes also seemed to be subconsciously filled with a touch of extreme disbelief. Shenanchi and Hu Ling looked at each other, and at the same time subconsciously said, "Chen Fan is actually the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company." "Why, Zhou Yang, didn't you just say that you would help me find a job at Hongwei Real Estate Company?" Chen Fan looked at Zhou Yang with a mocking look on his face. "Then you come and help me find a job." Zhou Yang's tongue was tied, and a layer of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. "You still want me to kneel down and beg you to help me find a job? Ha ha." Chen Fan looked at Zhou Yang with a smile. Zhou Yang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat all over his body. Ha! There was a burst of gloating laughter from the surroundings. He's the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company, and Zhou Yang actually said he would help him find a job in the company. This is too funny. Zhou Yang is so embarrassed now. This is impossible. How could such a thing happen? At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyan was also extremely shocked. She was also stunned and seemed absent-minded, muttering to herself, "How could this guy be the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company, Shenanchi's boyfriend? How could he be the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company?" Zhou Yang hesitated, his face as red as pig liver. He was struggling violently in his heart. However, he was very clear about one thing, that is, he couldn't just leave Hongwei Real Estate Company. You know, since he became the general manager of Hongwei Real Estate Company, he has been envied and admired by many people, including friends, classmates, and family. Every time there is a family gathering, he will be the focus of everyone's attention. As for various class reunions and other dinners, it is no exception. Once he leaves Hongwei Real Estate Company, he will naturally lose everything. This is something he can't accept anyway. Finally, his eyes were determined, and it was obvious that at this time, he had made a decision. With a thud, He suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Fan, and then said, "Mr. Chen, I was wrong, I was blind, I didn't know you were the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company, please forgive me this time, as long as Mr. Chen can forgive me this time, I will work like a cow and a horse to repay Mr. Chen, and also work like a cow and a horse for the entire Hongwei Real Estate Company." Bang, bang, bang. At the end, Zhou Yang also cowed out heavily to Chen Fan, and blood came out of his forehead. And Zhou Yang didn't seem to care at all. Chen Fan was indifferent to this. He handed the question to Qiu Yafeng and said, "Mr. Qiu, do you think our company should keep such people?" It seemed that Qiu Yafeng got the answer from Chen Fan's eyes. He snorted at Zhou Yang, "People like this work for the company in vain, and the company can't want them." Qiu Yafeng continued to say coldly, "Okay, Zhou Yang, don't kneel down. If you kneel like this, it will only make me look down on you even more. Get up, go back and pack up your things, and then leave Hongwei Real Estate Company. Mr. Chen, I beg you, I really beg you, I can't lose this job." Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yang continued to plead with Qiu Yafeng and Chen Fan, and his forehead hit the ground heavily again. "Zhou Yang, get out." Qiu Yafeng said coldly, "Even if you kowtow to death here today, Hongwei Real Estate Company will no longer accept people like you. Do you think that Hongwei Real Estate Company will accept an employee who has insulted the president? You." Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. He stopped begging. He stood up and said coldly to Qiu Yafeng, "Qiu Yafeng, don't forget that you and my dad have a friendship. You are so ruthless by doing this. Aren't you afraid that my dad will be angry and break up with you?" Qiu Yafeng looked indifferent. "What's your dad? The friendship between your dad and me is just exchanged at the wine table. What if your dad is angry? You." Zhou Yang looked so angry that blood almost spurted out. He said angrily, "Qiu Yafeng, I have worked for the company for so many years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Just wait for me. I will not give up so easily. I know exactly what you have done for the company. I will just wait." Qiu Yafeng was very calm. A burst of sneers sounded around. Zhou Yang is still very stubborn. He just scolded the new president as a bumpkin. How could Hongwei Real Estate Company still want him? That's right. He has finally hit the wall this time. If he doesn't leave, he will lose face. Ha ha. The voices around fell into Zhou Yang's ears. Zhou Yang's face naturally became uglier. He was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip. Finally, he snorted coldly and left. "Mr. Chen, I finally meet you. Since you are busy, I won't disturb you." Qiu Yafeng said to Chen Fan, "Mr. Chen, if you have any instructions in the future, just come to me." Chen Fan nodded. Qiu Yafeng got in the car and the car whizzed away. "Chi-Chi, we are all classmates." Zhang Xiaoyan did not leave with Zhou Yang, she stayed. She said to Shenanchi, "What happened in the past is over, just let it go. There is no need to hold a grudge, don't be so petty." "Stingy?" Upon hearing this, Hu Ling was so angry that she said to Zhang Xiaoyan coldly, "When we were in school, you used despicable and shameless means to await Chi-Chi's boyfriend. You want Chi-Chi to be magnanimous and not make a fuss about it? Who was mocking and humiliating Chi-Chi just now? You also want Chi-Chi to be magnanimous and not make a fuss about it? Where's your face? That's right, you have no face at all." Zhang Xiaoyan seemed not to hear Hu Ling's words at all. She strode up to Shenanchi, took Shenanchi's arm, and looked very intimate. "Chi-Chi, we are all classmates. I know I was wrong. Can you please forgive me this time, okay?" "Zhang Xiaoyan, get out of here." Shenanchi pushed Zhang Xiaoyan away directly. "Are you disgusting? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Do you think I will forgive you and continue to be friends with you, and then you will my boyfriend away again? Get out of here. I feel disgusted when I see you now. You." Zhang Xiaoyan's face was very ugly. She did have such a plan in her mind. Why can Shenanchi find such a good boyfriend, but she can't? This is unfair. She once again thought of snatching a boyfriend from Shenanchi. Of course, Shenanchi would never give her this chance again. Ha ha. A burst of sneers sounded around. Zhang Xiaoyan is really shameless. Everyone knows that she snatched Shenanchi's boyfriend when they were in school. That's right. Today she still has the nerve to say that Shenanchi is stingy and doesn't know how to forgive her. I don't know how she can live to this age with such shamelessness. The surrounding voices fell into Zhang Xiaoyan's ears, and it is conceivable how ugly Zhang Xiaoyan's face was. She looked at the ground, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground and then crawl into it directly. She left in a panic as if she was running away. The classmates who came to attend the same party have arrived one after another, and everyone went up to a luxurious box on the 8th floor. Naturally, Chen Fan and Shenanchi became the focus of the whole audience. "Everyone, eat and drink as much as you want. I'll treat you to this meal today," Chen Fan said. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Mr. Chen is awesome. I really envy Shinanchi for finding such a good boyfriend. The atmosphere was lively. Chen Fan left the box to go to the bathroom. Shinanchi followed him out, and she couldn't help but say to Chen Fan, today's events are all thanks to you. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Yang, the couple, leave in disgrace, I feel so good. Chen Fan smiled, you're welcome. We are friends, and it's only right for us to help each other. After hearing this, Shinanchi didn't feel the slightest bit of happiness in her heart, but felt very disappointed. Finally, she and Chen Fan said goodbye and returned to the box. Mr. Chen. At this moment, with a ding, the elevator door opened, and a figure appeared in Chen Fan's sight. It was the housekeeper of Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan could see the anxious look on the housekeeper's face, and couldn't help asking, "Housekeeper, what's wrong? What happened?" The housekeeper said anxiously, "Mr. Chen, I was just about to come to you. There are a few guests in a private room on the 6th floor making trouble. They say the food in the hotel is not tasty and they are going to sue us." Ah. The housekeeper sighed, this has happened for the 5th time this month. Because of this, the hotel's reputation is getting worse and worse, resulting in fewer guests. Even the few guests who are there are all here to make trouble. "Housekeeper, don't worry, I'll go and take a look," Chen Fan said, and entered the ladder. He intuitively felt that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. In the elevator, the housekeeper said, "Mr. Chen, Zining is already handling this matter. I'm a little worried about Zining. After all, Zining has just stepped out of the campus. Although she is a top student, she lacks experience after all." "It's okay, I'll handle it later," Chen Fan said. In a luxurious private room on the 6th floor, 6 men were having dinner. "Miss Rome, tell me how to solve this problem," one of the men said, picking up a hair from the dish. Rong Zining remained calm. "Everyone, the food at Mingjiang Hotel is prepared by famous chefs, there won't be any problems with hygiene." The man sneered, "Why, what do you mean? Do you mean I'm deliberately looking for trouble?" "Miss Rong, not only is there hair in the food at your hotel, but it also tastes bad. That's all we saw. I don't know how many unsanitary places there are behind the scenes that we can't see." The 6 men looked like they were in a dominant position. Although they were talking, it was obvious that they were looking Rong Zining up and down without disguising their eyes. Indeed, they had never seen a young and beautiful woman with such outstanding looks. "Let's put it this way, Miss Rong." The man changed the subject and said, "We are not unreasonable people. It won't sound good if 6 of us, big men, bully a girl like you. Just have a drink with us brothers, and then let this matter go. What do you think?" As he said, the man had already filled a glass of wine, picked up the glass, stood up and walked towards Rong Zining. At the same time, the other 5 men also stood up with glasses in their hands and walked to the side of Rong Zining. All of a sudden, Rong Zining was surrounded by these 6 men. "I tell you, this is Mingjiang Hotel, not a place where you can mess around." Although Rong Zining appeared calm on the surface, she was already very flustered in her heart. She had never encountered such a situation before. "Miss Rong, don't be nervous. We brothers won't do anything to you. We all want to resolve this matter smoothly, right?" the man said slowly, his eyes glancing around at Rong Zining. Rong Zining felt uncomfortable. "Drink it, Miss Rong." A man suddenly handed the wineglass in his hand to Rong Zining's mouth. Rong Zining was subconsciously startled. Bang! At this moment, there was a sound of a strong knock on the door, and a figure stepped in. When she saw this figure, Rong Zining seemed to be subconsciously excited and happy. "Chen Fan!" Rong Zining exclaimed, and also felt inexplicably safe. "Who are you? Don't you know we are having a meal? What are you doing breaking in? Get out!" As if a good thing was suddenly interrupted, the 6 men immediately showed fierce light in their eyes, and shouted at Chen Fan ferociously. "Get out! Everyone, this is the new president of Mingjiang Hotel, Chen Fan." The housekeeper stepped forward, looking calm. "What? The new president of Mingjiang Hotel? Ha ha!" The 6 men were all startled in surprise, and then burst into laughter. Rong Hongfei is really crazy. Even if he knew that Mingjiang Hotel would not be able to operate, there was no need to hand over such a big hotel to a young boy, huh? That's right. It would be better to declare bankruptcy and then auction Mingjiang Hotel to a young boy. It's not your turn to point fingers at Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan looked calm and unhurried. "I heard that you think the food we cook is not delicious? Are you going to sue us?" "That's right." Seeing Chen Fan's unhurried look, the 6 men seemed to be inexplicably stunned. "This is the hygiene of your Mingjiang Hotel." The man picked up a hair and gestured to Chen Fan. "You cook such food, who knows if there will be bigger problems." "Is this your hair?" Chen Fan asked. "No, That's right, it's my hair. The man was a little surprised that Chen Fan asked this question suddenly, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he was furious. What are you doing? Indeed, Chen Fan suddenly made a move, snatched the hair in his hand, and then suddenly made a move and pulled a hair from the man's head. Didn't you say this is your hair? Empty words are not enough. Chen Fan said slowly, since you want to sue us, even if you want to sue, you must have real evidence. Take this hair for testing to see if it is your hair. You dare to pull my hair. Are you looking for death? The man's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, and then he became furious. He grabbed Chen Fan with both hands. Chen Fan's body has been transformed by gene enhancement potions. His reaction ability and other abilities have surpassed ordinary people, not to mention that Chen Fan is a Wing Chun master. At this moment, the man's attack is like a toddler to Chen Fan. Chen Fan dodged it easily. You dare to dodge? The man was angry, roared, and rushed forward. Ah! But the next moment, a scream of pain came out of his mouth. Let go, King, let go. Immediately afterwards, he burst into anger. Indeed, Chen Fan was agile and grabbed the man's arm and twisted it behind his back. The man was unable to move for a moment. You dare to attack Brother Chang, you kid are tired of living. The other 5 men shouted angrily when they saw it. Let go of Brother Chang. The 5 men rushed towards Chen Fan together, looking angry and ferocious. Rong Zining had never seen such a scene before, and subconsciously exclaimed in shock, Chen Fan, be careful. Mr. Chen, be careful. The housekeeper also looked nervous. But the next moment, Rong Zining and the housekeeper knew that their worries were completely unnecessary. Even the two of them didn't understand what happened. With 5 screams that sounded almost in order, the 5 men, who clearly couldn't get close to Chen Fan, all flew backwards. Bang, 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 the sound of 5 heavy objects falling to the ground sounded at once. The 5 men all fell heavily to the ground. For a while, the 5 of them were wailing. Obviously, after this fall, the 5 of them were in great pain. Mr. Chen, you are actually a martial artist. Then, the housekeeper naturally reacted, and looked at Chen Fan with a look of surprise. This really surprised the housekeeper. He never expected that Chen Fan was so capable in hotel management, and he obviously practiced kung fu. He didn't even see how Chen Fan dealt with the 5 people, but it was obvious that Chen Fan's kung fu had reached a certain level. I practiced it for fun when I had nothing to do. Chen Fan said modestly. If he said that he was a Wing Chun grandmaster, Rong Zining and the housekeeper would be scared. Besides, they probably couldn't believe what he said. Tell me, who asked you to come here to make trouble? Chen Fan subdued Chen Chang, making him unable to move, and asked. Let me go, it hurts so much. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly ask this, the man named Chen Chang subconsciously flashed a trace of panic in his eyes, but he looked like he had something to rely on, and he was still shouting, boy, you just need to know that we are people you can't afford to offend. Now, I'm warning you, hurry up, let me go right now, otherwise, I have the ability to bankrupt Ningjiang Hotel tomorrow, don't disbelieve me that I don't have such ability, As he said that, a scream with a much louder decibel came out of Chen Chang's mouth. This was so painful that cold sweat burst out on Chen Chang's forehead. His face was also pale. He took a breath of cold air and then said, King asked you to let go, did you hear me? Do you know who I am? You dare to treat me like this? Believe it or not, I will not make you see the sun tomorrow, Chen Chang still said harsh words, but another scream came out of Chen Chang's mouth. Hard-mouthed, huh? Chen Fan said coldly, very good, I like to deal with people like you who are hard-mouthed the most, I don't believe that you will not tell me the truth, humph. With a cold snort coming out of Chen Fan's mouth, Chen Fan struck again. Crack, and immediately there was a sound of dislocated bones. A scream came out of Chen Chang's mouth, which sounded extremely creepy, as if Chen Chang was enduring some inhuman torture. The housekeeper couldn't bear it. Chen Fan's methods are too cruel, Chen Fan is so handsome. As for Rong Zining's words, her eyes looked at Chen Fan, and they couldn't help but light up, and she said secretly in her heart. At this moment, she really felt that Chen Fan was very manly. Involuntarily, in her heart, an inexplicable feeling for Chen Fan arose. As long as I don't want to say it, no one can force me, Chen Chang, to say what I don't want to say, and you are no exception. Chen Chang was very stubborn. Although at this time, because of the dislocated shoulder, he was already sweating coldly and his face was as pale as snow. Ding, the host is being despised, please choose A, let go of Chen Chang, be impressed by Chen Chang's toughness, and be rewarded with the skill of admitting defeat, when faced with the opponent's rapid questioning, quickly admit defeat to avoid being questioned more, B, stop questioning, and take the initiative to apologize to Chen Chang, make friends with Chen Chang, and be rewarded with the charm of self-preservation, There is a certain chance to make yourself and the enemy become friends. See, continue to force ask, interrogate 10 times in a row, and reward the obedience symbol, make the other party obedient, answer everything you want to know honestly and in detail. As Chen Chang's voice fell, suddenly the voice of the system sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Obedience symbol? Isn't this exactly what he needs? So this choice is naturally obvious. Choose C, very good, you are stubborn, right? Chen Fan said coldly to Chen Chang, then I want to see how long you can be stubborn. Click, click. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan interrogated Chen Chang 10 times in a row, and each time he interrogated, Chen Chang's joints were dislocated once. After 10 times, Chen Chang fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. His face was as pale as snow, and the cold sweat on his forehead was like rain. Why is this person so stubborn? The housekeeper looked dumbfounded and muttered to himself. Rong Zining thought of something, and a solemn look appeared on her pretty face. She said to Chen Fan, this Chen Chang is not an ordinary person. It seems that there is really someone who is secretly dealing with Mingjiang Hotel. No wonder Mingjiang Hotel has suffered such a heavy loss. Rong Zining's eyes fell on Chen Chang and said coldly, tell me, who asked you to come here to make trouble? Chen Chang's voice was intermittent. I said, as long as I, Chen Chang, don't want to say it, no one can get a single word out of me. Humph, I advise you to give up. At this time, the other 5 men had already stood up from the ground. They looked at Chen Chang with admiration. Indeed, they knew very well that if it were any of them, they would not be able to bear it under Chen Fan's attack, and they would tell everything they knew. Chen Chang doesn't say it, so don't you say it either? The housekeeper thought of something and glanced at the 5 men. The 5 men were subconsciously startled. One of the men quickly spoke up and said, we are all Brother Chang's men. We know nothing. It's useless even if you kill us. Host completes the task, rewards are being distributed. Rewards are distributed successfully, 10 obedient talismans have been stored in the system. As long as the host wants to use them, just recite 2 words. As expected, Chen Fan discovered at the first time that there were indeed 10 more paper talismans in the system. Very good. Chen Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed. After using this obedient talisman, he was still worried that Chen Chang would not honestly tell him everything he wanted to know. Seeing the joy on Chen Fan's face, the 5 men were even more frightened, and naturally thought that Chen Fan was going to attack them. We really don't know anything, we really don't know. The 5 men were terrified. Seeing Chen Chang's miserable condition, they didn't want to end up like Chen Chang. I don't want to do anything to you. Chen Fan said to the 5 men coldly, even if I do something to you, you don't know anything. The 5 men immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Chang, right? I have to say, you are really tough. Chen Fan went over to help Chen Chang up and let Chen Chang sit on the chair. But no matter how tough you are, no matter how much you don't want to say it, I will make you say it. Chen Chang was unable to move his whole body, and he could clearly feel the waves of pain coming from his body. Give up on this idea, I won't say a single word. But Chen Chang was still very stubborn, gritting his teeth and speaking word by word. Give up on this idea, Brother Chang will definitely not say a single word. The other 5 men also said one after another, with certainty, as if what they said was indeed an ironclad fact. Mr. Chen, this Chen Chang is really a tough guy. The housekeeper couldn't help but said to Chen Fan, if we continue to interrogate him, I'm afraid someone will die. Rong Zining nodded in agreement, yes, the housekeeper is right, we should let this man go. Now that we know that someone is secretly doing this, we will definitely investigate it. Chen Fan said, once we find out, it will take a lot of time, you can rest assured, no matter what I ask later, this kid will definitely tell me everything honestly. Use the obedient talisman. After Chen Fan said this to the housekeeper and Rong Zining, he silently said in his heart. Immediately, a yellow light that only he could see shot out from his body. With a whoosh, it penetrated into Chen Chang's forehead. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Chen Chang snorted coldly and said, I advise you not to waste your energy. I can't say anything I don't want to say. I won't say a single word. Really? Chen Fan smiled slightly, looking very mysterious. Now, I'll ask you, and you answer. The first question is, who are you? I used to be a mercenary, Chen Chang answered truthfully. What, this? Chen Chang's answer shocked everyone, including the 5 men. The reason why everyone was shocked was, of course, because Chen Chang suddenly gave in and began to answer Chen Fan's questions honestly. The second reason was naturally because of Chen Chang's identity. Who would have thought, including the 5 men, that Chen Chang would be such a mercenary? At the same time, the housekeeper and Rong Zining were also suddenly enlightened. No wonder Chen Chang was so tough and had such a hard mouth. Almost all the joints in Chen Chang's body were dislocated. Under Chen Fan's questioning, he still refused to reveal a word. What did I say? At this moment, even Chen Chang himself looked quite dumbfounded. I didn't expect that your identity would be a mercenary. Chen Fan nodded as if he suddenly understood something. No wonder you are so stubborn. Very well, next, I will ask the question I want to know the answer to the most. Who asked you to come here to cause trouble? Brother Chang, you must not tell me this question. The five men were shocked at first, their eyes widened, staring at Chen Chang, and muttering to themselves. But what made them desperate was that Chen Chang spoke again. It was Zhao Mingcheng. It was he paid a lot of money to let us come here to cause trouble. Brother Chang, what's wrong with you? You were very tough, and you said you wouldn't say a word. What's wrong with you now? Are you possessed? The other five men collapsed to the ground involuntarily. Were the previous disturbances also instigated by Zhao Mingcheng? Chen Fan continued to ask. Yes. Chen Chang answered without any hesitation. Has Zhao Mingcheng been doing something behind the scenes and wanted to destroy the Mingjiang Hotel? Chen Fan continued to ask. Yes, Chen Chang continued to answer honestly. Why did Zhao Mingcheng do this? Chen Fan asked. It's very simple. Zhao Mingcheng wanted his Hongji Hotel to become popular. Chen Chang was still very honest, and it seemed that he would say whatever he wanted. I didn't expect that all this was caused by Zhao Mingcheng, a despicable and shameless villain. The housekeeper gnashed his teeth in hatred. Rong Xining's face was full of anger. It's so hateful. This Zhao Mingcheng actually used such despicable and shameless means. Doesn't he know what healthy competition is? Do you have any evidence that Zhao Mingcheng secretly dealt with Mingjiang Hotel? Chen Fan asked with a thought in his mind. Yes. Chen Chang was still very honest. I have recordings of mobile phone calls, and many videos of him hiring people to deal with Mingjiang Hotel. They are all in a U-disc, and this U-disc is in my pocket now. Very good. Chen Fan showed a satisfied look on his face, and then he really found a U-disc in Chen Chang's pocket, and then took out Chen Chang's mobile phone. Turning on Chen Chang's mobile phone, Chen Fan found some recordings from it. After listening to it, it turned out that they were all conversations in which Zhao Mingcheng discussed how to deal with Mingjiang Hotel. He even talked about the ultimate goal, which was to make Mingjiang Hotel completely bankrupt, and then he could directly acquire Mingjiang Liquor. Housekeeper, go get a laptop. Chen Fan instructed the housekeeper. Yes, Mr. Chen. The housekeeper responded quickly and quickly brought a laptop. When Rong Xining saw the video footage inside, he couldn't help but tremble with anger. Indeed, Zhao Mingcheng actually mentioned her in his conspiracy. After Mingjiang Hotel went bankrupt, he would use some tricks to get Rong Xining. Rong Xining couldn't help showing a look of fear. I really didn't expect that the president of this big hotel would be such a despicable and shameless person with dirty means. Fortunately, we now know that he is the one behind the scenes. Otherwise, if something really happened to Mingjiang Hotel, we would still be kept in the dark. Then, she looked at Chen Fan with a grateful look on her face. Chen Fan, thank you. I really have to thank you for this, otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be. Chen Fan smiled. You are too polite, aren't you? I am the president of Mingjiang Hotel now. Anything about Mingjiang Hotel is also my business, don't you think? Rong Xining looked even more ashamed. Chen Fan, I want to apologize to you. I apologize for not believing you before and for saying that you were just a dandy boy. Chen Fan waved his hand, as if he didn't take the previous things to heart at all. It's all in the past, there's no need to mention it again. Now our most important thing is to deal with Zhao Mingcheng. Yes, the housekeeper couldn't help but look angry. This Zhao Mingcheng is really too hateful. We can't let him go easily. After a little thought, Chen Fan knew what he should do, and then he said to Chen Chang coldly, call Zhao Mingcheng right now and tell him that Rong Hongfei has decided not to run Mingjiang Hotel anymore and wants to sell it at a low price. Now he is giving priority to Zhao Mingcheng. Chen Chang still looked completely dumbfounded. He still didn't know how he said those words. It seemed that as long as Chen Fan asked, he said it immediately without thinking too much, and he answered all of them honestly without a single false word. Not knowing what was going on, Chen Chang looked at Chen Fan with a hint of fear in his eyes. His voice seemed to tremble subconsciously at this time, and he said to Chen Fan, what on earth did you do to me? Why am I answer all your questions honestly? If you want to know the answer, from now on, do whatever I ask you to do honestly. Chen Fan had a blank expression on his face. At that moment, even such a sentence, spoken lightly from Chen Fan's mouth, fell into Chen Chang's ears, and brought Chen Chang an inexplicable sense of shock. It seemed that as long as it was what Chen Fan said, he could only obey and then execute it. He subconsciously picked up the phone, dialed Zhao Mingcheng's number, and then said everything Chen Fan had just said without a single typo. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chang still looked very honest and said to Chen Fan, after Zhao Mingcheng listened to me, he was very happy and said he would come over immediately. Very good. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Chen Chang, I think you are quite straightforward in doing things. I won't embarrass you anymore. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Fan took action and reconnected all the dislocated parts of Chen Chang's body one by one. During the whole process, although Chen Chang could indeed clearly feel a severe pain that no ordinary person could bear, Chen Chang still endured it without saying a word. Chen Fan nodded with a look of satisfaction on his face, and suddenly said to Chen Chang, I see that you are a man with a tough temper and strong bones. I just happen to be short of a subordinate to run errands. You follow me. What? When the 5 men heard this, they all looked dazed. Then, naturally, a burst of sneers came out of their mouths. What are you kidding, kid? What kind of person is Brother Chang? How could he be your subordinate and run errands for you? It's really nonsense. You kid, you can be our Brother Chang's errand boy. But then a scene that shocked the 5 men appeared. Okay, I promise you, but unexpectedly, Chen Chang seemed to hesitate for a moment, and immediately nodded in agreement. The 5 men were completely speechless. But I have a condition. Chen Xianghu suddenly said. Chen Fan nodded. Tell me, if I can agree to your request, I will agree to you. Chen Chang said, it's actually very simple. I just want to know what you did to me that made me answer your questions honestly and in detail. I will give you an answer. Chen Fan said, I will tell you after I have dealt with Zhao Mingqing's matter. Chen Chang stopped talking. Good, great. About a few minutes later, a loud laugh sounded. Zhao Mingcheng. Upon hearing this voice, the housekeeper couldn't help but show a look of hatred. Zhao Mingcheng, if I don't deal with you today, I'm not Rong Zining. Rong Zining's face was also livid. Chen Chang, I have always believed in your ability to do things. A figure walked in, and it was indeed Zhao Mingcheng. He praised Chen Chang fiercely, but I really didn't expect that your ability to do things is so strong. I just asked you to come here to make trouble, but you actually solved the entire Mingjian Hotel. Well, I will definitely reward you later. Ha! Rong Zining, you are here too? Zhao Mingqing suddenly spotted a pretty figure, his eyes stopped on the figure, and then he could no longer look away. Zhao Mingcheng was nearly 50 years old, a fat and greasy uncle, with a pair of green bean-sized eyes, and he looked lustful. When Rong Zining saw Zhao Mingcheng looking at her, she almost vomited out of disgust. Rong Zining immediately hid behind Chen Fan subconsciously. Get out of my way, kid, don't block me from chatting with Miss Zining. Zhao Mingcheng stretched out his fat hand and tried to push Chen Fan aside. But the next moment, a scream came out of Zhao Mingcheng's mouth. Zhao Mingcheng glared at Chen Fan and roared, let the go, who are you, who do you think you are, and how dare you attack me? Indeed, when Zhao Mingcheng's fat hand reached over, Chen Fan took action and pinched Zhao Mingcheng's wrist. This immediately made Zhao Mingcheng almost faint from the pain. The housekeeper said, this is the new president of our Mingjian Hotel, Chen Fan. New CEO? Zhao Mingcheng was stunned and sneered. It seems that Rong Hongfei is really determined not to run Mingjian Hotel anymore. He actually handed Mingjian Hotel to this kid. But it's better to hand it over to you. Let's do this. I'll give you 100 million and I'll take this hotel. I've also prepared the contract. Come here. Zhao Mingcheng ordered. Then a man in a suit came over with a contract in his hand. Zhao Mingcheng said, Mr. Chen, we are here to talk about business. Shouldn't you let go? Chen Fan looked like he was smiling and said, we are indeed here to talk about business. As he said that, Chen Fan naturally let go of Zhao Mingcheng. Zhao Mingcheng immediately put his hand behind his back. At the same time, he couldn't help but say in his heart, this kid is so strong. Of course, he remained calm on the surface. He first took the contract and handed it to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, please sign it. I can use 100 million to buy Mingjiang Hotel. You have already picked it up. Chen Fan smiled, looking mysterious. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. I'll let you listen to something first. Chen Fan took Chen Chang's mobile phone in his hand and turned on a recording. Upon hearing it, Zhao Mingcheng was completely confused. This recording was exactly the conversation between him and Chen Chang, asking Chen Chang to go to Mingjiang Hotel to cause trouble. Chen Chang, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise, I will not let you see the sun tomorrow. Zhao Mingcheng had a gloomy face and threatened Chen Chang. Chen Chang said indifferently, Boss Xiao, you know my character. Am I the kind of person who will be threatened by others? Zhao Mingcheng was stunned, and then suddenly understood something. It seems that you have been this guy's man from the beginning, just to trick me. Chen Chang shrugged, whatever you say. Chen Chang added, by the way, I still have a lot of your videos in a U-disc. By the way, this U-disc is now in the hands of Mr. Chen. Chen Fan said at this time, "Boss Xiao, you are really shrewd. If it weren't for these recordings and videos, I wouldn't know it. Mingjiang Hotel will suffer continuous losses, all because of you." As he said that, Chen Fan opened his laptop and let Zhao Mingcheng watch the videos. "Zhao Mingcheng, you despicable villain, now all the evidence is in our hands, what else do you have to say?" The housekeeper's face was ashen. Zhao Mingcheng's face turned ashen, and he glared at Chen Chang with a gloomy look. If ice could kill, Chen Chang would have died countless times in his eyes. However, Chen Chang turned a blind eye to Zhao Mingcheng's eyes. Zhao Mingcheng looked so angry that he almost vomited blood. He calmed down a little, then sneered at Chen Fan, the housekeeper, and Rong Zining, and said, "What can these evidences prove? Can they prove that I have violated the law? If you really believe that I have violated the law, then go to court to sue me, hee hee." After a pause, Zhao Mingcheng showed a mocking look on his face. "I'm afraid that the lawsuit will take several years. I can fight to the end, but I'm afraid you can't. I think Mingjiang Hotel can't last more than half a year. Mr. Zhao, I think you are a despicable and shameless person. You must have done a lot of illegal and criminal things in secret." Chen Fan looked like he was smiling. "Mr. Chen, I warn you, don't eat anything casually, and don't talk nonsense," Zhao Mingcheng shouted at Chen Fan coldly, and then threatened, "Believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation." Chen Fan said directly, "Seeing that you react so much, I am more sure that you have done a lot of illegal and criminal things. Do you tell me everything yourself, or let me ask, and then you answer it yourself?" Zhao Mingcheng said angrily, "Chen Fan, you young boy, you are out of your mind. I won't talk nonsense with you here. Don't you have evidence in your hand? Then go and sue me. I'll be waiting for you, hum." With a cold snort, Zhao Mingcheng was about to leave. "Use the obedient talisman." At this time Chen Fan muttered in his heart. Then, a yellow light that only he could see shot out from his body, and then sank into Zhao Mingcheng's brows. "Mr. Zhao, tell me everything about your illegal and criminal activities," Chen Fan said. He quickly ordered the housekeeper, "Butler, please record the conversation. Zining, you should record the conversation." "Yes." For a moment, the housekeeper and Rong Zining did not think about how Zhao Mingcheng could say it, and they responded in unison subconsciously. "Oh." As for Chen Chang's words, after hearing Chen Fan's words, his body shook inexplicably. In a flash, his eyes naturally fell on Zhao Mingcheng at the first time, waiting for Zhao Mingcheng to speak. Sure enough, then, Zhao Mingcheng spoke, and told him everything he had done that violated the law. Even under Chen Fan's questioning, Zhao Mingcheng also took out all the evidence of these crimes without reservation. It was not until 2 full hours later that Zhao Mingcheng stopped. It is conceivable how many illegal and criminal things Zhao Mingcheng has done. At this time, Rong Zining stared at Zhao Mingcheng, as if he wanted to strangle Zhao Mingcheng to death immediately. Indeed, more than half of Zhao Mingcheng's illegal and criminal acts were related to women. "Zhao Mingcheng, I really didn't expect that you are such a beast in human form. Next, the most severe legal sanctions will be waiting for you." Chen Fan had a blank expression on his face. This. Stunned, Zhao Mingcheng looked completely dumbfounded, and the whole person had already collapsed on the ground. His eyes were dull and unfocused, as if he had lost his soul. For more than 2 hours, Zhao Mingcheng knew clearly what he was saying and what he was doing, but facing Chen Fan, he just couldn't control himself and could only tell him all the illegal and criminal things he had done. He knew that he was dead, and he was completely ruined. He knew that with the crimes he committed, even if he was shot 100 times, it would not be enough. The housekeeper had already called the police, and soon the police came and took Zhao Mingcheng away directly. Humph, he really deserves it. Rong Zining still couldn't help but look angry. This Zhao Mingcheng is simply worse than a beast. Shooting him 100 times is not enough. "Mr. Chen, how on earth did you do it?" Chen Chang couldn't help the great curiosity and shock in his heart, and asked Chen Fan. At the moment, naturally, Chen Chang was not the only one who was curious and shocked. The housekeeper, Rong Zining, and the other 5 men were all equally curious and shocked. They couldn't figure out how Chen Fan made Zhao Mingcheng confess all the crimes he had committed clearly and with solid evidence. Not to mention Chen Chang's questions just now, he had no resistance and answered them fluently. Chen Fan smiled. "It's actually very simple. I conquered Zhao Mingcheng with my personal charm, and of course you, Chen Chang." Everyone was speechless. Finally, Chen Fan's eyes stayed on himself, and Chen Chang felt a little panic in his heart. The scene just now seemed to have left a shadow in the depths of his heart. Facing Chen Fan's explanation that sounded very unreliable, Chen Chang didn't dare to refute anything, and even secretly said in his heart, "Maybe." Indeed, in Chen Chang's view, if it wasn't for this reason, he really couldn't think of any more reliable reason to explain what had just happened. "Mr. Chen, I'm at Huayao Martial Arts School, serving as a sparring partner. Then, Chen Chang said to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, if you need me for anything, just tell me, I'll do it the first time. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll take my leave first. Well, go ahead. Chen Fan nodded, and naturally left Chen Chang's contact information. As soon as Chen Chang left, the 5 men followed him. Before leaving, they looked at Chen Fan with fear on their faces, as if they couldn't help but look at him. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. The housekeeper's face was full of excitement, and he even choked up a little. You have just taken over Mingjiang Hotel, and you have solved the biggest, most important, and most critical problem of Mingjiang Hotel. Mr. Chen, butler, your words are too polite. Chen Fan smiled, and then said seriously, now I am the owner of Mingjiang Hotel after all. How can I allow outsiders to come here to make trouble and allow some evil people to try to destroy the hotel? Ha! At this moment, a burst of excitement, a cheerful and hearty laugh sounded, and a figure stepped in. It was indeed possible to see this figure at the first moment, with a look of excitement and joy on his face. Dad, Chen Fan has dealt with the people who caused trouble in the hotel, and has also arrested the person who has been plotting and sabotaging behind the scenes. I didn't expect that it was the president of Hongji Hotel. Rong Zining said quickly, also with an excited look on his face, and indignant at Zhao Mingcheng. Indeed, the person who came was Rong Hongfei. Rong Hongfei laughed loudly, showing an admiring and grateful look, looking at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, to be honest, actually when I saw you for the first time, I didn't think much of you, but I didn't expect that you have outstanding ability to manage the hotel. That's fine, but I didn't expect that your ability to find and solve problems is so strong. I dare say that there is no young talent in the entire Donghai city who can compare with you. Mr. Rong, you are too kind. Chen Fan was very humble. I'm just doing my job. Rong Hongfei liked to admire Chen Fan more and more, nodded, and then his eyes lit up, and suddenly asked, by the way, Mr. Chen, I have a question, which may be a bit abrupt, I don't know. Chen Fan said directly, we are not outsiders, just ask any questions. Rong Hongfei suddenly glanced at Rong Zining, and then asked Chen Fan, I wonder if Chen Fan is married? Chen Fan shook his head, not yet. Rong Hongfei suddenly looked a little excited, then I wonder if you have a girlfriend? Chen Fan shook his head, no. That's great, that's great. Rong Hongfei couldn't help laughing. Rong Zining seemed to have realized something. She lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, and she looked shy. Chen Fan was stunned, thinking, what's so good about being a single guy who has no family and doesn't even have a girlfriend? Seeing Chen Fan's face change slightly, Rong Hongfei quickly said, well, Mr. Chen, don't get me wrong, I don't have any other meanings. In fact, I mainly want to be a matchmaker and recommend a good girl to you. What do you think? After saying this, Rong Hongfei looked at Chen Fan with an eager look. Chen Fan hesitated. How could he see? It was obvious that the good girl Rong Hongfei was talking about must be his daughter, Rong Zining. What do you think of Zining? Rong Hongfei asked bluntly. Very good. Chen Fan said subconsciously. Of course, after hearing this, for some reason, Rong Zining felt disappointed and not happy at all. Very good? Rong Hongfei didn't think much about other things. He laughed and said, very good, that's good. You are a talented man and a beautiful woman. How about trying to date each other? This. Chen Fan looked at Rong Zining and was very hesitant. This was the first time he and Rong Zining met. Even if it was a real blind date, it wouldn't be so fast. Seeing Chen Fan's hesitation, Rong Zining couldn't help but get angry. She raised her head and stared at Chen Fan with her beautiful eyes. Chen Fan, if you don't like me, you can just say it directly. There's no need to be so hesitant. We are all adults and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. After a pause, Rong Zining gritted her teeth. Even if you don't like me, I can still like you, and I'm telling you here that I have decided to pursue you. I tell you the truth, I was the campus belle back then, and there were countless young talents chasing after me. Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Rong, I don't mean to dislike you, I just feel that we have just met. It's okay that you don't dislike me. Rong Zining interrupted, the anger on her pretty face slightly relieved. I understand what you mean, and we have a long way to go. I believe you will fall in love with me soon. Rong Hongfei sighed slightly. Hey, I'm still old, and my words just now were indeed abrupt, but since it's your business, you young people can go and make a fuss by yourselves. Afterwards, Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper also left with a very tactful look. Chen Fan, I won't force you to like me, to love me, Rong Zining said with a firm face, but I have the confidence to make you fall in love with me. Tomorrow morning I will hand you the development plan of Mingjiang Hotel. Okay, Chen Fan said without saying anything else, and simply nodded. As they were talking, the two left the box and entered the elevator. The elevator had just gone down 2 floors when it suddenly opened, and a beautiful figure was outside the elevator. Chen Fan. Upon seeing Chen Fan, this beautiful figure's face was immediately full of surprise and joy. With a cry of surprise, she almost rushed over to Chen Fan's side. Immediately afterwards, she took Chen Fan's arm as if no one was around. She looked at Chen Fan with a happy face. Chen Fan, I thought you didn't wait for me and left by yourself. Unexpectedly, you haven't left yet. My classmate gathering has just ended. Please take me home. That's right, this person is Shinanchi. As Shinanchi said, her class reunion has just ended. Chen Fan, who is this? Rong Zining, who was next to him, saw Shinanchi being so affectionate to Chen Fan, and instinctively felt sour. At the same time, she couldn't help but subconsciously have a very bad premonition in her heart. This girl, could it be Chen Fan's girlfriend? Fortunately, Chen Fan followed up and said, her name is Shinanchi, and she is a friend I have known for a short time. After hearing Chen Fan's introduction, Shinanchi was naturally very unhappy. Of course, she also knew that Chen Fan was not wrong at all. She and Chen Fan had indeed just met, and had known each other for a short time. Although she had asked Chen Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend before, Chen Fan did not admit that she was his girlfriend. She couldn't really think that she was Chen Fan's girlfriend. At the same time, Shinanchi was also sensitively aware of something. When she looked at Rong Zining, she seemed to be subconsciously filled with hostility, as if she had seen a real rival in love. She also felt that she was somewhat provoked. Indeed, it was obvious that Rong Zining was also a great beauty. Shinanchi even subconsciously felt that Rong Zining's appearance was even more outstanding than hers. Who is this? Shinanchi instinctively felt hostile to Rong Zining. This is Rong Zining, the general manager of Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan introduced. Indeed, he had decided to let Rong Zining take on the position of general manager of Mingjiang Hotel. In Chen Fan's opinion, Rong Zining was more than qualified for the position of general manager of Mingjiang Hotel. Oh, so you are the general manager of Mingjiang Hotel? Shinanchi said. With a look of indifference, she suddenly said, I heard that the business of Mingjiang Hotel is not very good. Excuse me, young lady, what do you do? Rong Zining had a smile on her face. But at the same time, she instinctively developed hostility toward Shinanchi, as if she had seen her biggest rival in love. I am a live broadcaster with more than 1 million fans. Shinanchi said proudly. Oh, so you are an anchor. Rong Zining looked at Shinanchi and subconsciously revealed a bit of contempt. This made Shinanchi speechless. At this time, Chen Fan, who was sandwiched between two beauties, was not feeling well at all. How could he not see that there was hostility between these two beauties, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder between the two? Fortunately, at this time, with a ding, the elevator door opened. Chen Fan wanted to step out first, but one of his arms was still held by Shinanchi.